is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
We booked Esports World Cup.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half and blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
The big names have arrived at EWC. The play-ins are over, but now things get harder. 2 groups of 8, lose 2 matches, and it's over. But win 2, and you're through to the playoffs. We've got world champions, defending Esports World Cup champions, all-time greats, and newcomers to welcome to the stage. Back-to-back world champions FaZe Clan looking scary as ever, and Dark Zero, who took the last major, looking just as tough. It may just be day 1 of groups, but getting off to a good start is key. A loss today puts you at risk of elimination. This is the first step on one team's journey to lifting the trophy, and that could be life-changing.
I just hope that the team will be in the games instantly, because we are known as the team who starting slowly. The main thing I'm scared about, and if we are going, we are playing good at the start, we will do a good tournament, for sure.
We just have to enjoy the tournaments, and we don't know what to expect. We're just trying to do our best in the practice.
We're gonna go out there, and we're gonna play to our peak potential, and whatever happens, happens.
Welcome to the start of group stage here at the Esports World Cup. My name is Anne. I'll be your host today on the B stream, and joining me in the studio we have Dave and Ace. Guys, good to be here with you again. A lot of seats today, 4 best of 1s, but no keys will be crushed. Do we feel like that's a bad or a good thing?
I don't mind these days because we get to see a lot of different teams. We've got that best of 1, so we're moving through quickly. We get a little idea of how the big boys are going to play now that they're getting active. We've got some real names on show today. I quite like this bit of the stage.
No, I'm very excited too, because I feel like it's a manageable pressure, because you have, if you win one game, you're through, and then if you lose one game, you're going to be in an elimination game. So you really have to make sure you're handling that pressure and you're coming out to play well.
Yeah, that in best of 1s, of course, a lot can happen. A lot of cheesing can be done in best of 1s as well. Our group stage, best of 1s, as we already mentioned, for the first day here today. And just in general, a quick reminder of the format. We have one of the biggest competitions for Rainbow Six Siege. We started with 22 teams in total. So if you need a bit of a reminder of how the format works exactly, we got you covered.
Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege returns to the Esports World Cup for another year of intense FPS action. The teams that qualified directly for the main event group stage have been split into 2 groups, the play-in teams joining them to make 8 teams in each group. Those teams will play a double elimination bracket with 4 teams from each group advancing to the playoffs. In the playoffs, second chances are gone as lower bracket is removed in favor of a single elimination competition. Teams will battle to make it to the final, with a 3rd place match also set for the final day of the tournament. Opening matches in the play-in stage and group stage will be a best of 1. All other matches will be a best of 3, with the exception of the grand final, which will be a best of 5. There's a lot of Siege to play here at the EWC, and the stakes are higher than ever, so sit back, relax, and get ready to be entertained.
And of course, for our teams, the prize pool is a big thing, right? Teams find EWC a big tournament because A, it gives you that spot for the 6th Invitational in February, and the money is some life-changing money as well if you look at the prize pool. We've already had, we said goodbye to a few teams, of course, so that participation money that you get with like $15,000 is already off the table. From here on, it's talking about the big prizes.
Yeah, a couple of wins is getting you right up there. We said now everybody's in top 16. 2 wins gets you into those quarterfinals, top 8, and then, like you say, you're talking about some big figures up there that I'm sure the teams will be happy to chase after.
No, and of course, I feel like these teams too, obviously you have these competitors, they've been chasing this dream for a long time, so the money really shouldn't be too much of a factor, but obviously when you get into this type of tournament and you start getting closer and closer to that championship, the money does start to increase and it does start to weigh on your mind for sure.
Yeah, and the video we had just before we got here, right, the one that was playing before we got here on the desk, talked about so many different teams that we have participating here at the Esports World Cup. We're talking about FaZe, the SI current champions. We're talking about Dark Zero, who just won a major. Falcons, as some of the greatest who've won many editions, or at least done very well at editions of this tournament. All of our teams in total that we have at this point of the tournament. And then we haven't even talked yet about Team Secret, who are here because they won last year's championship.
That's it. We always have the defending champion return so that they have the opportunity to try and go back to back, try and keep a hold of that trophy. It's going to be a tough one for Team Secret this year. I think we all know that, but they are here and ready to fight along with some huge names on that list.
I think it's very interesting too that these defending champions should be probably one of the weaker teams in this actual bracket here, and I feel like it's one of the first times we're seeing that.
Have a look at the groups as well then for our teams that are still participating inside of this group stage. I think it's important to mention as well that the seeding for the groups was done based off SI standings, right? So that's really determining who plays against who in this first part here. But if I look at, for example, Group A and the lower part of that bracket there, you got your FaZe, you got your MAT, Falcons. It's a rough side of the bracket if you're ending up at the very bottom left there.
Yeah, it's a real tough one, isn't it? Look, I'm gonna, it's a bit cliche, there's no easy side, there's no easy games. There's genuinely not. When you have a look even at those teams, Fnatic and CAG, that have had to come through the play-ins, that are the lower seed teams, 15th and 16th, they've been putting up some great performances. There's nothing given here.
And I feel like too, as a top competitor, you can't really care who you're playing up against. I feel like the teams who's going to finish out this tournament don't really care who they're playing. It's just about playing their game and really just adapting to what's happening.
Yeah, exactly. We're looking at our schedule here on the B stream. The action will be on both the A and B stream today. And as we already mentioned it, for example, in Group A, the bracket is rough. It is tough for our teams out there, but in general, all of our games today should be good. It's difficult to predict some of these, I feel like, especially when we get to like the Enterprise GK game, for example. Enterprise having done really well at the most recent tournament, making it to playoffs. GK, big surprise inside EML. Do you feel like that one's the most difficult to call, Dave? Or do you feel like there's anybody, like another game that you're looking at here that is more difficult to call?
I feel like that is the closest game here. I feel like GK play a very annoying style of Siege. They're very aggressive, and I feel like if Enterprise don't really solve their problems too well, GK should win that, honestly. And I'm happy to see Yogg performing, playing well, a very close friend of mine, and I'm just really glad to see them all together, and I hope they can pull it out.
I've really enjoyed watching GK. I called ag.al the mystery team, but GK were the original. That's who I coined in Stage 2, because you've got this North American influence, Brazilian influence, European influence. Like, you just don't know what style of Siege you're going to get. And it has done them fantastically well through Stage 2. We have seen over and over again teams really struggling to prepare for them, not knowing what's going to come. And I think we're going to see some more of that here at EWC.
Yeah, we talked about Team Secret a little bit already. Come here as the defending champions. We'll talk about them a little bit more as they are part of our PS5 story of the day. But with Team Secret, we see this roster being very different than the roster that was here at Esports World Cup last year. They've gone from champions to enemies. In total, 5 different teams where all of the Team Secret players or support staff find themselves on for this edition of the Esports World Cup. One of them is going to be playing on the B stream very soon with Wildcard. That must be weird though. I mean, they've all made it, which is a good thing, but you got to play against people that you were here with last year and got such good memories with.
100%, and it's not going to be easy for any of them, I don't think, and least of all Team Secret. You know, we've spoken about the issues they've had with this process, with those championship winning players leaving and going elsewhere. Players like Savage, Adrian, all kind of cast to the wind and seeing where they land.
Don't forget about June.
Of course, you know, a huge part of that, June going to Falcons, but as you say, we're going to see Wildcard in this first game here on the B stream. That's going to be Adrian in action, so he knows what it's all about in terms of winning this tournament. He's going to to be telling his teammates, no doubt, trying to give them that experience, but there's going to be some real interesting matchups in the terms of defending the title.
I'm excited too because I feel like teammates, as I talked about, going up against your ex-teammates who you won a championship with on your new team, I feel like it's going to be able to, let your teammates know, like, I made the right decision here, and I'm happy with my new team, and we're better than you. So I'm excited.
I am too, but before we do dive into the action, if you are just joining us for the third day of the Esports World Cup, hello, where were you? We'll have the STC Rewind to talk us through all of the action that we saw on the last few days with play-ins, because I feel like it was absolute chaos. You put 8 teams together, only 2 can come out, best of 1s, best of 3s, big surprises. I mean, hello, I feel like a lot of people would have Shopify Rebellion on their predictions. They'll feel a little bit upset right now with them not making it, but CAG, what a performance from them to snatch one of those 2 only tickets.
Yeah, I mean, I had a good look over the Shopify Rebellion CAG game this morning. Obviously, it was one of the biggest surprises, I think, realistically. And, it really does pose a problem for Shopify Rebellion, of course, coming away from this. And how do they change up that kind of, that kind of early exit going forward? But, like you say, a great performance. They were 6-3 down on that first map with CAG Varel, and they dug deep. If Shopify Rebellion get that one round, they cruise through border. It's a 2-0. They move on. It's job done. But CAG Varel had absolutely none of it. They just dug deep, pushed back, and got it done. It was so impressive. And we've seen a few performances like that, even from teams who didn't make it through. ag.al, they deserve a real mention. They were so surprising coming through. We had over 90 rounds we got to watch of those guys. And it was phenomenal, Siege. So entertaining.
No, of course. And I feel like, too, that is the beautiful thing about Siege. Anything can happen in these games. No matter who is supposed to be the top favorite, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day on game day. It matters who shows up, who can stay communicating and stay in the matches right now.
Feels really bad for ag.al with the amount of stages that they played. As you mentioned, Ace, over 90 rounds, only for them to end up with absolutely nothing. Their key got crushed yesterday, as we saw Fnatic make it through all the way to the group stage here, and they were a bit of a surprise inside EML. Do you feel like they can cause any more upsets here? I mean, their first matchup against FaZe is, let's say, not the easiest one to start your group stage with.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be... I'll be honest, I don't think we're going to see too many upsets with results against FaZe. Look, there's other opportunities further down the line. I'm not sure FaZe is the one.
I think Fnatic have been looking really good as a team, just cohesion-wise. So I feel like, if anything, you want to start this tournament out against the best team and make this statement that we're here to win this tournament. So I feel like if Fnatic can come out and, really show that they've been improving and working well, and they can take this against FaZe, I feel like it's just a great moment just for them as a team to show we're here to really compete.
Oh, it's always a statement win against a team like that, 100%. And I've been pushing Fnatic for top 8. I've been saying they can do it. I guess FaZe really will be the ultimate test.
And if there's any moment to pounce, it is probably right now with FaZe. Maybe not looking the greatest inside of the SAL. I mean, they lost their qualification game against Liquid, our first team here on the B stream, going up against Wildcard. I had to do some digging when these two teams last played against each other, or at least like the cores of these rosters last played against each other. That was a 6 Invitational in group stage back when Liquid was still with Furia, and it was a 2-0 for Wildcard. But Wildcard since then, of course, have the addition of Adrian. That's a big thing for this roster too.
No, of course, too. And I was talking to Wildcard yesterday at lunch, and I was talking with Baby Shark, Adrian, Bay, and Spiker, and they seem very comfortable. They're very happy with the event. And obviously, too, talking back to Munich and throughout their whole run as a team, they've really shown consistent improvement. They've had good peaks, but they haven't fallen back down. And even this most recent stage, finally claiming that NAL title, I'm really looking forward to them and what they can do this event. And I'm really hoping they can win this event.
Wildcard are a team I love watching. I was speaking to you earlier, Dave, about Spiker. I think I'm not going to say the most underrated, but I think he is underrated as an ag.al sometimes, maybe overlooked. Phenomenal player, has a real impact on his team, and I love watching this team. We can't forget as well the link with Lagonis to Team Liquid Alien, who we're seeing now. He's been there previously. He's come into Wildcard and done a lot of work, but these guys, they need no introduction, Team Liquid Alien, where we saw them, win all the titles. They've done everything, and they are always going to be difficult to beat. But I will say, since they've separated with Herds and the roster's been switched up a little bit, we are seeing opportunities to beat them.
No, of course, and I feel like, too, talking to them before the game, they seem very relaxed. Talking to Philippe Hawk's close friend of mine, his parents are amazing. I met them when I was in Brazil, and I feel like this team, they're a family, and I feel like, obviously, with their experience, I feel like you can never count them out, especially it's just about the form they've been in the practicing, and I feel like qualifying against FaZe, they're going to be confident. They're coming into this tournament well prepared, and I'm excited to see what they can do, finally on the grand stage again.
This is a good point that you're making, of course. Since they split from that Furia organization, we see them miss out on Salt Lake City, right? This is only their first event as this new roster making it to an international stage. Casey is a player I want to highlight because he was having the time of his life during SAL and during playoffs. 20 bombs on the regular. Incredible player. He will be a big pillar for his team here. And speaking for Wildcard, for their opponents, what I really like about Wildcard is that they seem so prepared for every team that they go up against. I feel like that is their wildcard inside the NAL, and entries is something that is incredible for this roster as well.
I genuinely think that preparation, it really is Lagonis' input. You know, we saw him as a support player for a long time, and there was a bit of criticism that maybe the numbers weren't there, maybe he wasn't, having moved on to the coach, it's just been a match made in heaven for him. Doesn't need to worry about the in-game stats and all that sort of stuff, and all we're seeing is his big brain applied to the game, and that's why you're seeing Wildcard so prepared. He is a person who will just pay attention to every little detail, and I think him combined with Spiker, it's just an absolute dream combo.
And I feel like with this team, the main thing about them is they always talk about how every team, they're in the strat books. Every player, most teams, you have your main ag.al who knows a lot of the strats, but they make sure that each player is as knowledgeable as Spiker in these rounds, and it makes it so much easier for Spiker to make these calls, and the team is so much more in sync. So I feel like if any teams really want to take that next step, like Wildcard have done, it's really making sure that each team, or each player, should I say, really make sure that they know what they're doing inside and outside the server.
It makes sense. They're coming into this year as the first seed of NAL, winning NAL Stage 1. Now having to go up against Liquid on Fortress. Both these teams, in my opinion, are very good on the entries. We're seeing that from Liquid as well, with that sheer aggression that we know with this roster. Speaking of Fortress, in regards of mainly the entries, how is that going to work out, you think?
Fortress is a big entry map, especially with the shield play, like I said, making sure that you're putting your shield player in the map well, you're having people rotate behind him so he can really push the opponents back. And not only the attacking side, it's very dependent on how the defense wants to play. If they want to play the layer game, you can let them layer, you can play for your late round executes, and I feel like Wildcard have a good balance of early round rushes and late round executes, and their defense side is what's really strong, because like you said, Tim, Liquid isn't the strongest defending team. I'll let you pick up on that.
100%. This is, for me, going to be a real battle of the defense here on Fortress. When we look at the performances through the stage, Liquid, Wildcard, both excellent on the attack, both top in their region, and Wildcard top on entry, Liquid I think second on entry. So they are going to have those aggressive starts, they are big on the attack, but Liquid down at only 40-something% on defense, whereas Wildcard up at 60 plus in NAL. They are solid, so it's going to be two big questions for me. How well can Liquid Alienware actually defend today, and can that attack break down the Wildcard defense? So it's all defense focus for me.
So much to look out for in this game. Wildcard seems to be standing out on the defense here. They've already mentioned Casey as one of the standout players on the side of Liquid. With your expertise from the NA scene, who would be your standout player on the side of Wildcard?
I have to go with my boy 9-4 Bay. He's like super soldier, he's one of these new kids on the block, and he just has that mentality, and I'm just such a big fan of his. Watching him inside the game, he has just that great charisma, and honestly he's just a great teammate too, and you really see that he really adds that extra confidence too. And I cannot also not mention Baby Shark. He's a key lurker. He's always not afraid to give his life for the team, especially because a lot of the time the lurker has to make exact plays to stop any defensive win columns from below, or even have explosive rounds to make sure you can actually open up the attack. So I feel like watching Baby Shark at 9-4 right now is going to be big.
I cannot wait to see these players go up against each other here. Two star quality rosters going up against each other on Fortress.
Thank you very much, and let's get into this one then. Another day here at the Esports World Cup, and boy, have we got some bangers on the way for you, starting out with one of the biggest of the day. Wildcard versus Team Liquid Alienware, two teams that I think you'd agree, Dave, we could see easily lifting this trophy at the end of things. I would not be surprised if they both, or only one can, but if they both were to avoid that key crusher.
No, of course, but that's the thing about this. Not everyone can avoid the key crush, the soul crush. So let's see who can take this match right now. We're going to have the Wamai smoke ban. The smoke's a good ban too, because if you want to put your shield into the map, it stops the initial being able to stop your push through. Wildcard going to do the Blackbearded Snake. They usually do a double shield ban, so that you see that they're opting to get rid of some of this info. We're going to be going waiting first here. Like I was saying, waiting sometimes is a primary site for these teams because it's a very hard site to attack. Especially with Wildcard too, they have a very nice passive strat for this. You're going to see this horizontal extension, and they do a nice little medbay extension. They really make the attack have to get deep, and they play the crossfires extremely well right now.
Attackers must locate and defuse
Rehost.
the bomb.
Okay, we're going to a rehost right now. Looking at the attack lineup, a little Sins, Dokkaebi, Zofia, Recruit, and the Grim. They have a nice lineup here, but it's a little bit tough because you have the Dokkaebi for the info so you can help with the clear. I feel like that's important, to always have something for the clear.
That downstairs site, I think it always raises the verticality question for me. I think there is on the new Fortress, on the updated Fortress, there's a lot of verticality available, but we really see a split, Dave, between teams that will play the vertical on the attack of the downstairs site and teams that don't, and they just go for the horizontal pushes. And it feels like that's down to maybe a little bit of a limitation. We see the defensive teams just step back a little bit deeper and you can't really push them around from above. What do you think about that?
I feel like really just depends on the setup. You know, the vert kind of, it can bite you because if they retake the vert with a soloist, it makes some plant spots very hard. And obviously, like you said, there's spots that play in the site that are safe from the vert, and actually doesn't really do much because if you don't have enough horizontal space, you can't really get too much inside the map to actually execute on that horizontal floor. Because if you're forced into med and they have all of that control with the deep angles from sight, it's extremely hard just to even get into the map. So I feel like you need to make sure you have some sense of vertical control, but your horizontal pressure needs to be your main source of fueling your attack, because if they are playing for this horizontal layer and you go full top, it's going to bite you.
I mean, we've seen a few times kind of the hatch drop, the Capitao, the smoke employed. That seems to have dropped away a little bit. Was that a bit of a high-risk strategy?
I think just when teams start going more horizontal and you start to try to drop into the hatch and you have a guy in med and you have maybe your smoke or Tachanka playing inside of oven, it just becomes a kill box and you don't really have as much space in the round. So I feel like just giving yourself the best chance, maybe if you do the hatch drop in combination with the med hop, then you kind of reverse clear med from using the hatch can be very good and it can throw teams off. But ultimately dropping and just trying to go for the plant, I feel like it kind of gives the defense the advantage when taking some of the space towards the later end of the round can really just throw off the defense.
Yeah, then we're just getting a little mouse issue, I think it was, for JV92. Currently working on getting that one resolved, and we will get back on into this one just as soon as we can. Just having a quick look. Of course, the Club Championship is still a thing that is ongoing as well. Organisations need to be getting 2 top 8 finishers to be able to be eligible for that, and then it's all based on a point system, and that's alongside the prize money that you are winning for these individual game events. The club itself can be picking up big prizes as well along the way, so just a little bit of added pressure. But 2 wins here, 2 wins will get these teams through to the quarterfinals, through to that top 8 finish for their club as well. And I think one interesting point with this matchup, given that we've got Team Liquid Alienware coming in here, this is the one title that Brazil has not held inside of Rainbow Six Siege. We haven't had a Brazilian team win the Esports World Cup. They've won everything else. They've won the majors, they've won SI, they've won the leagues, they've won the Pro League, you know, back in the day. They've won absolutely everything else that there is to win, but not this one. Looking at the teams that we've got here at the minute, I'm a little bit concerned for Team Liquid Alienware out of the Brazilian teams for going on and winning this. Are they capable? Absolutely, of course they are. They've won absolutely everything of these guys, you know, multiple times over. But I'm just looking at their SAL results. They lost 3 games in the kind of regulation play through the stage. And all 3 of those were, I would say, against the top teams. They lost to Furia, they lost to FaZe, they lost to Loud. So they lost those big games. They were picking up the wins where they should, but struggling against the bigger teams. And it was the same in the playoffs. They got 1 win against FaZe to kick things off, but then lost to them later. Twice, I think it was. They lost in the upper bracket. No, they lost in the upper bracket and then dropped down to the lower bracket. They lost to Furia and then FaZe. So is that maybe going to have a bit of an impact here? They're against the top team. Is that something we can look towards and think, you know, actually Wildcard could exploit that a little bit? You know, if they're getting a little bit nervous maybe against the top team. I wouldn't expect it.
I don't think they get nervous though against these top teams, and I feel like that's the key mentality. You have to have the Lion mentality that, you know, when you step into the lobby, you're the best team, you've worked for this, and you're going to go after it. And you see what Maya said, that they're going to play confident, and I feel like this is a new chance, a new statement, just to show that, you know, we've been improving, we've been showing that we work every day, and you, of course, with Igor CTG too, of course, having a great head coach like that, you're going to be making those improvements incrementally, and that's the important thing. And looking at them, I feel like I'm excited, honestly. I feel like they can really show something that they haven't been able to kind of get together throughout their team.
Another one of the Brazilian teams that everybody, I'm sure, is going to be very keen to see. I don't know how much you saw of Furia over the regulation. I tell you now, for me, I'm not saying they're going to turn it. They're my sort of quiet favourite for the tournament. And the reason I say that and the reason I love watching them so much at the minute is they're doing something a little bit different.
Yeah.
It feels like there's a little bit of a different flavour, and I feel like Siege is in a great place at the minute, and we've seen a lot of good Siege recently, but it feels like a lot of the top teams are doing the same things, or they're doing things in very similar ways, and they have been for 6 months or so now. It's, you know, we haven't had too much of a shift at the pro level, and then we've all of a sudden had Furia come along, and watching that stage 1 from them, I was like, oh boy, this is something new.
Because for me, they were one of my favorites going into the last major. They kind of had a little bit of struggles. I feel like that's okay. First time as a roster, just being there. I'm really looking for them to really showcase their talent, because I feel like they have a great line of players. You know, Diaz Lucas, one of my old teammates, love him. Herds, Volps, Laura, all great players. And I just feel like they can really combine here off of Volps' calling, because he really does give you that edge inside of the game. And I feel like he's just such a great player. And I'm really excited to see what they can do this tournament.
Yeah, they are definitely going to be one to watch as well. But we've got 2 of the ones to watch here, ready to face off. It looks like this issue for JV92 is just continuing at the moment. The admin's working hard to get that one sorted, and we'll get into the game just as soon as we can. I've had a bit of a deeper look at the club championship there. I spoke about it earlier, and the way that these clubs can obviously compete for big prize money across the entire event of Esports World Cup by getting points in the titles that they're entered into. You've got to get 2 top 8 finishers to become eligible for that club championship. And having a look at Wildcard, they are in 3 titles. They're all yet to play, so they have got a real opportunity. They need 2 top 8 finishers, and I would certainly, if I'm Wildcard, be looking towards Siege and thinking, you know, that could be one of them there for sure. Could even be a win, you know, let's be honest. And then looking at the side of Team Liquid, they've played a few already. I think they've played 4 events already. We know that Team Liquid Alienware, you know, are heavily involved. They're across multiple titles here at Esports World Cup. They've got 4, I think it is, remaining, and they don't yet have a top 8 finish. So I'm sure that this is again going to be one of those titles that they are looking towards, thinking that's a real possibility there. That's where we should be picking up those top 8 finishers. So again, it's just a little bit of added pressure. Players might not be thinking about it too much just yet, but I'm sure that next game that will qualify them to the top 8, should they win here, it's going to be in their minds at least a little bit.
Of course, and 2, to talk about Wildcard while Spiker's on the screen, we actually tried him out on Astralis, so we were saw that early, and I feel like he's really just developed his game extremely well and turned into just a really good caller, and I'm very happy for him.
I love watching Spiker and Wildcard in general. I was saying earlier in the game, I think one of the things that I really enjoy about watching this team is I feel like he's one of the ag.als where you can really see his decision-making working during a round. You can see that pivotal point, that change, that shift, where maybe if something's not working, you can see the call come from him and you can see the action from his team. And it feels like it's just a very well-oiled machine. You know, for a young guy, he's in there and he's obviously speaking with an authoritative voice, and the listening and the action is taken, and it's really great to see.
Tech pause too, you cannot let this shake you. You have to make sure you keep that, because it's very hard when you start the game, you get that adrenaline going, and then there's the pause. You have to make sure you can kind of settle your body and then allow yourself to get back into it right now.
As you say, all the warm-ups and everything have kind of already been done previously, and then you've got this little bit of a period of sitting cold, but it is what it is. It's certainly part of esports. It's one of those things that happens, and like you say, as a player, it's just something you've got to be prepared and ready for. I wouldn't expect it to cause any issues within this lobby. We've got some seriously experienced players. I don't think there's many more experienced than the Team Liquid Alienware guys, and then on the side of Wildcard, they've certainly had their share of big stage matches ever since Munich, really, when they got themselves that fantastic run through. Didn't quite make it, to the final, but still had a phenomenal performance at Munich. And for me, I was saying to you earlier as well, I think if we look at the world of Siege, Wildcard for me are probably on the most consistent and most upward trajectory of any team that we've got this calendar year. I think since SI onwards, or even since Munich last year onwards, November, I think this team hasn't hit its ceiling yet. I think there's still more to come from them, which is scary considering they're already winning NAL.
Yep.
But I think there is genuinely a big title could come from them. We could have them win here at Esports World Cup. Could be a major, could even be an SI on the cards for them. And I think all they have to do is kind of keep working in the direction that they're already heading.
And I feel like, too, it's going to be interesting to see ENC, because you have Bay, who plays for Team USA, and then you have Baby Shark, who plays for Team France. So that's going to be an interesting matchup, too. teammates to rivals soon.
It's the story of the day. You know, this is what we're seeing. We've got Adrian here, of course, as a former Esports World Cup champion, won it last year with Team Secret, and then we've seen Team Secret kind of separate after that point. It's been a little bit of a change for them with June moving to Falcon, Savage to M80. We've had Adrian come in here to Wildcard. There's still Mowgli and Noah on the side of Team Secret, and then you've got one of the support staff over with Furia now as well. So certainly they've gone everywhere. We've got champions in Europe, we've got champions in North America, we've got champions in Brazil. You know, the title could be withheld by many different options.
And obviously, speaking to Twister too before the game, you know, they're very just focused on the process of the event, enjoying the event, not focused on the results here. So we have to see how that will go for them.
Hello, guys. Sorry for interrupting your little chat. I'm just so happy to yep. My favorite thing to do. So I thought I'd come here and talk with you guys a little bit more whilst we wait for the game to be fully ready and we can fully dive into the action for our first match of the day. I didn't quite catch the subject that we were talking about. We were talking about Secret, about the teams participating, I feel like, inside of this whole tournament. There's so much to talk about in regards to not just the teams, but also for the club championship, right? We're talking about Liquid. When we came into this tournament, Liquid were on the very bottom of the club championship. Not really any points so far. Still that pressure, of course, as a big organization who ended up really high last year in the club championship. The pressure to perform, I feel like Siege with Liquid would be a great opportunity for them to get some points on the board.
Definitely, the top 8 is there for them, or even more. You know, I think for both of these teams, we said, you know, they could not only get that top 8, but could go on to get the win. Wildcard as well. They've got 3 events that they're entered into, so it's going to have to be 2 out of 3 for them. Liquid, they've now got, I think it's 4 remaining. They've already, I'll double check now whilst we're talking. I think it's 4 that they've already played in. They've had, very unfortunately for Team Liquid Alienware, they've actually had 2 9th place. You're looking for those top 8 finishers. They had a 9th place in Dota and a 9th place in FC Pro, and so it's like so difficult. You're just outside of that area, and then the other 2 that they've had, the other 2 finishers as well, have been 13th.
Wow.
So they really haven't been a million miles away, but they do still have, like I say, 4 events remaining for Team Liquid Alienware where they can get themselves still involved in that club championship and try and get themselves up the rankings a little bit.
And not even speaking about the pressure of the club championship, but just playing for Liquid, playing for the Cavalry, having that immense fan base and that immense pressure for them that they've put on it. I see Igor TTG commenting a lot on it, making sure that the fans are just supportive of them in the wins and the losses, because it really does just affect them, because you really want your fans to be behind you and fully support you. And I feel like having that fear could honestly put pressure on you. So we have to see how that will affect them.
And I want to look towards the challengers as well, right?
Yes.
I mean, we currently have Falcons today. They have 2,400 points. Na'Vi is quite close behind them, only 150 points less. virtus.pro right below that as well. So even with a good result from virtus.pro, and should Falcons fall short, like we saw last year, where they get the pressure on their shoulders, there's a serious opportunity to overcome those spots here. But it seems like the players are fully ready now. I can only join you for just a few seconds, but I am very happy to let you know that the game will be starting. We see the fist bump, so it is all yours once again.
Well, it was a pleasure having you, and whilst you were able to join us for a quick little chat, but as you say, we are just about ready to get back into things. JV92 is back in the lobby, problems hopefully resolved.
Yes.
We can get underway. It is going to be, as we saw down on that first floor site, it's going to be waiting that will kick things off for us. That will still be the case from Wildcard, and we will have a look at the team lineup once we get in. There's nothing too wild there, Dave.
Nope.
Obviously, we'll see in a second on the stream. We've got the privilege of our little top-down view where we can see these lineups already. But Kaid, Mute, Warden, Azami, Aruni, nothing kind of game-breaking or, you know, any sort of generational ideas there. It's largely what we'd expect.
Yep, you got the Azami to hold med. You have the Warden just in case they want to run a Ying. Aruni's just great, the DMR shreds. And then you have the Mute 2 to counter the Deimos, counter the Dokubi calls. The Kaid 2 just to make sure that if they actually don't spot it, they have to bring something for it and it will slow them, because they're probably going to be playing a more horizontal extension here, cading the hatches off. Right now we're going to see Flores, Blitz, no breaching unless the Ying has cans right now. Yep, okay, Ying has cans, so they might do a little bit of a vertical take right now. They have the Thatcher for the Cade, should get the hatches right now. The Blitz is usually good on the med clear. He's going to be spawning lobby side right now.
Yeah, then we're going to see it's an interesting map pick, I think, as well. Wildcard have worked this well. We spoke about Team Liquid Alienware's attacking prowess so far in stage 1 of SAL, but if we have a look at Fortress for them specifically, over the last 3 times they've played it, they've only got a 41% attacking win rate here, so it's certainly one of the maps that they struggle to perform on the attack. So I think that's really smart by Wildcard. We're better defensively, so we're going to take you somewhere where we know you might actually struggle, so we might not have to nullify your attack. We can let the map do it for us.
Yes, and of course, too, Fortress being one of Wildcard's best maps, really did show they have a very deep bag on this map. Very exciting to see this game here. Liquid going for a top take right now. They're going to have a solo roamer up top, actually a double roam from white side. They have great information right now on Baby Shark. But Baby Shark, one of the best solo players in the game right now.
Certainly just brings that element of unpredictability to Wildcard. One of the players kind of, and I don't say this in a bad way, an ego player.
Yeah.
He's happy to, he will back himself in every single fight, and that makes him dangerous because he will go in, he will take those challenges, he will hold those tough spots.
And you talk about ego too. He doesn't let that get the most of him. He's just very in link with his team, and that just gives him that suave, that confidence, and I really like his play style. They're gonna be doing some top down right now. They have the Ying, they have the Thatch right now. They got the hatch open. Let's see if they opt to go med side right now. So that's a nice play. Thatching to see they have a pre-play C4 for the breaching charges. Very smart from JV. One of the best players in the game too.
Not going to manage to spot anybody out on these vertical angles just yet. This is what I was saying about this site particularly. It is easy for the defenders a lot of the time to keep themselves out of danger, keep those toes away from getting tickled by the bullets coming down from below. But here goes Felipox. He's looking for a hatch drop, I think, to start clearing a little bit of space. We hear the Candelas going in. We see the smokes as well. Is there going to be a plant on the cards? That's the question. Felipox does have diffuser in hand, but Kansan manages to take down KZ. The plant will start going through. Are they able to stick it? I think they will, as Nade manages to find a double. That Spiker taken down as well. Plant successful, and now Wildcard find themselves on the retake. This is not a place that they are scared to be. The best in NAL at the retakes. Nitro goes out. We see it over the top. Takes down Nade, but JV92 found Kansan along the way, and it's the Blitz causing the problem at the minute, but Adrian, he's able to remove him. Can he start getting onto the diffuser? He does. Is anybody able to stop him? He's going to try and stick this. I think he's going to get away with it as Bay goes big, and Wildcard win the round. They've done it over and over again in NAL. They had double the disables of any other team inside of the regional league, and they've just shown us why. They are happy to play the post plant.
And like I said, Ace, when you go for that hatch drop, it kind of flips on you because the post plant becomes so weak if you don't take med, because you have to drop the hatch to stop the plant. So it pushes you into an awkward spot. It kind of flips to becoming defender-sided at the end of the round there. And just great patience, too, from Adrian, from Beta, really work that retake together.
This is it. There certainly is not going to be any panic in this team once the diffuser's gone down. Stats that I'm talking about, through NAL, they had 9 diffuser disables throughout that regular stage, which is 9 successful post plants, essentially. The closest to them was 5. You know, that just shows the level that they're operating on. I know 9 doesn't sound a lot across, you know, an entire stage, but it is when you're playing against this level of teams. Once that diffuser goes down, you think about how many times do you honestly see the defenders come back and win those rounds? And it is not that common. So Wildcard showing that they've got a fantastic ability, and like you said, I think the thing that you picked up on there that's really important is how calm they stay. There's no panic in them. Adrian in the, you know, they're in a 2v2 there at the end. They've still got a Blitz in front of them. Bay and Adrian, just calm as you like. 28 seconds, you know what? Make it 18. Make it 10. We don't care. And they just get the job done. That's where the focus is. It's not focusing on the emotion. It's just focusing on what do we need to do here? How do we win this? And they get it done and tick the boxes.
And seeing Wildcard right now, they're really running a lot of electricity here. The Cade, the Bandit, they're making sure that Liquid have to work for these rounds. And right now, they're only going to have 4 sets of EMPs here, so they can really play to mess with Liquid's attack right now. Probably going to be running a layer scheme here with the Tachanka and the Warden, just to make sure they can't actually use this Ying to full capability here, and the Valk is going to be crucial for the info, because you know Wildcard, they love playing around the info. They love knowing where the opponents are to make their mini plays right now, because that's the one thing that Gonis is the best at, is always preparing them for C4 plays, for different types of mini plays they can make to get opening kills on the defensive side, and that's why they're such a strong defense team.
Baby Shark and Kansan currently tasked with holding down the office and horse.
Some Ying pull
side
here.
of the map here. We're going to have Candelas getting absolutely dumped into no effect at the minute. Baby Shark does manage to pick up JV92. Bay onto KZ as well. That's the dog could be down. Wildcard are absolutely solid here. Team Liquid Alienware have made little to no progress realistically. Inside of the map, they've not been able to take anything away from Wildcard. The best they can do is take away the Flawless. One kill will be all they get, and it's 2-0 Wildcard.
And you saw Liquid try to pull Old Tower aside with the Ying right now, but Wildcard not falling for that at all. And that really shows again to their calmness, because a lot of teams, they want to induce that chaos with a little bit of a bait play so they can pull pressure away and walk through your other zone. But we see Wildcard having that extension on the deep off the side. They had the bandits on the wall, or was it Cade? And they were really just holding their ground firm, and they weren't allowing that, we call it ghost pressure, or that just that fake pressure to really pull you.
Yeah, it was brilliant stuff from them. Like you say, Baby Shark, Kansan completely locked in on that other side of the map and just weren't giving any ground whatsoever to Team Liquid Alienware. So look, as far as the attackers go, sometimes you've got to take the chance, you've got to see what you can get out of it, but ultimately it did not pay off for them there in round 2. So we move on to round 3, and it is going to be what is often the first choice site for a lot of teams, but Wildcard kind of working in reverse here. They're going to go to office and bathroom as their third choice.
But Tim, I feel like working in reverse, you have to think Liquid come into this game expecting a site rotation, and when you throw that off, it throws off their whole game plan. And right now, too, I love this pulse, because right now, the Vert has been such a big thing on this site. You see so many teams going below with the Deimos and Zofia, but the pulse works backwards because you can pulse these people below and have that information on them, especially with the shotgun. You can shotgun them through the floor.
And that's really interesting, because that's not something that we generally associate with Pulse. We associate Pulse below, looking upwards, trying to get those nitros. So definitely something for everybody at home to keep an eye on, Adrian, in this round.
Let's see right now. They're going to bring more info here. The Dope Deimos right now. The Lion too, so they feel like they're moving a lot. They really want to try to slow them and pick their kills here. The Solus is great too, because it's just, this game is such information heavy, especially on the attacking side. Being able to see the entropy of their drones really allows you to just form your win con a lot quicker and make plays through the gaps right now. Grim's going to be nice for the horse side. They're just starting a lot of force pressure here. 3 outside right now. See Bay peeking hard. This is great, just showing that confidence.
I think JV92's just had a little look over towards that window. I think the concern is there that they're going to take a peek. Kansan is playing over on that side.
Here.
He's holding
they're walking horse
and doors, but Spiker again is there and ready to absorb that pressure. Manages to take down the Dokkaebi. That's the calls offline as well. Brilliant stuff from him. 5 versus 4 as Bay manages to find another. Maya onto Spiker, but it's now 4 versus 2 with Maya down. JV92 does manage to pick up Kansan, so he's gone into that other side and started clearing. I imagine a solo clear through games and dorms to try and create a little bit of room, but they've still got a big problem, and that is the intel on the side of Wildcard. You've got Baby Shark on the Solus. He's now come back upstairs, but you've got Adrian on the Pulse as well. The diffuser down. They really need to work for some kills here to Team Liquid Alienware, and they start that off with a big one onto the Solus.
Right now, too, no Kiba barriers left, no C4 left. It's up to the guns and the teamwork of Wildcard right now. KZ gonna put Adrian low, gonna nade through the hatch right now, trying to fish for a pick. Bomb being down ultimately is gonna slow the round up here. I'm not sure if Wildcard know it's down here, but let's see how they play this. Big style. Adrian.
Beautiful stuff from Adrian on the Reaper. Just manages to find his man. Is he going to go for 2?
No, the calmness.
As the shotgun switches across, he's just going to play his strength here, which is that close angle. He knows that he's going to have to push through the door. He's got a bit of cover, and he's ready for the challenge. Great decision from Adrian on the Pulse there. Not to over-engage, not to overdo it, and just to play that strength. Close quarters is where he wins, and he gets the round 3-0.
I feel a lot of people, you see him looking to think for the peak, but he stays tucked. He has Bay rotate. They have a crossfire. That is Siege at its finest. That is teamwork. That is what makes the difference. It is not these individual players, but it's how you can link up together. You see, they're going for a horse player. Bay is helping Spiker. You see Kansas make the flank on the horse player, and then they have Adrian come to the C4 to secure the down player. They're working in sync right now, and then I feel like Liquid, their pacing is a little bit off right now, kind of going for that horse play at the beginning of the round, especially without the Blackbeard. Well, the Blackbeard's down, but not even bringing a shield, maybe a blitz. It kind of hurts you because you're kind of going into their initial kill box at the very beginning of the round with all their utility up. I feel like Liquid need to kind of slow it down, play to let them layer, play to push them back, and to force them into the worst positions in the round here.
Another thing that Wildcard are doing really, really well here, Dave, is Team Liquid Alienware through the regular stage have got a really, really high trade rate. They're the best trading team inside of SAL, and we're not really seeing that here so far today. Wildcard are not really offering up those opportunities when they get a kill. Like Adrian there, he just locks it in. I'm now going to play it safe. I'm not going to give that advantage back to them. I'm not going to give them an opportunity to take that trade. And it's something Team Liquid Alienware have done fantastically well through the year so far, is to play as a team, is to impact on each other's deaths and to put teams in lose-lose situations. But Wildcard completely neutralising that. It's beautiful to see.
Yeah, it is. And we're going to have a Team Liquid timeout right now. We need to see a pace change coming out from them. So let's see what Igor's going to call here. We're going to see the Glass ban, and then we're going to see the Warden ban here. That's actually beautiful, though, because having the Warden ban, you're going to try to run more Ying, more Glass, but they have the Glass ban, too, to get rid of that. So they're only going to have to deal with the Ying here. We're going to see little Solus, Spiker on Solus, deadly Solus player, one of the best Solus players. Kanzi with the Mirror, Azami, Bella, Cade here.
I think just
going back, waiting here.
Just leaning in towards the possibility of that shield being brought along again. Felipox is going to look to switch onto the Monty, but with that Ela brought along, that's going to be one of your primary defences to those shields. So again, it just looks like Wildcard are kind of a step ahead all the time. It's like, right, what's the plan going to be? They struggled without Med last time, so they're probably going to prioritise Med this time. So we're going to need to deal with a shield. So along comes the Ela, and I love to see that from them.
And of course, that's also just about being able to anticipate what your opponent is going to do, what they're going to switch into. And I feel like Lagonas, too, being from that Brazil region, is going to have a very good read over what they're going to be adjusting to, even being an ex-member of Liquid here. So let's see what they can do. It looks like they messed up their setup. They don't have an extra wall for dining here. That should be okay right now. Doing a more horizontal extension right now with the mirror setup inside of Hammam here. Looks like they want to go for a horizontal clear. Like I said, they're going to opt away from the vert and go for more of the kills here.
Baby Shark is kind of just hovering around the stairs at the minute. He has been upstairs. He's going to head back down. We saw him as the primary roamer up there and solo roamer the last time they defended this site up on the top floor. And Team Liquid Alienware, to their credit, actually did a really good job of taking top floor last time. They didn't lose any bodies in doing it. They got control, got the hatch, got the verticality. They just didn't really get any benefit from it was the big problem. So this time around, it looks like Wildcard are giving them that ground. Team Liquid Alienware not really choosing to move in and take it too quickly this time because, as you've said, I think the focus much more going to be towards that horizontal.
And you see how this cage really messing with them right now. Only 2 more EMPs left, and they have the dining wall cated, and they can't get Hammam wall open right now. That's one of the biggest entry points to help clear out that side of the map right now. Wildcard just playing beautiful strategically here.
Just going to have Felipox just rotating around on the Monte. This is where now Team Liquid Alienware can go in and start grabbing a little bit of ground.
They're trying to kill Spiker right now. He has a dope called Damos track out, but he is playing the site side right now. Solus playing in site is a great roamer, and it's a great site player too, because if they're trying to ISO the site, you can have that information to see all the drone work and all the operators coming towards you. They're going to stack this Hammam side here, doubled up right now. Looking to clear this hatch out. Can we look for a C4 here?
It's not going to come forth, and there's an opportunity that is taken. Nade manages to find the opener onto Baby Shark. That's actually the first entry kill that Team Liquid Alienware have been able to secure here on Fortress. Can Wildcard fight back? Not at the moment. Adrian taken out by Maya. How about that from Kanzen? But there is the trade play that I mentioned from Team Liquid Alienware. They can do it. They just need to start delivering it a little bit more in the server today. 4 versus 2.
And you see how much space this Monty's able to take here. Especially on this execute. Felipe's going to run through. They have a track on 1. They look really nice right now. Team Liquid, that was a great timeout here. Switching to the shield play just to be able to get that initial foothold in the map. Great round from Team Liquid.
I think there's been a little bit of a discussion there in that timeout saying, right, actually, let's simplify things a little bit. Maybe we're trying to do a little bit too much with the Candela bait play on Old Tower, with the hatch drop and trying to hold from above. We're maybe just overcomplicating this a little bit. Let's take it back to basics. Just tick the boxes, go in, step by step, force them out, and it's worked really well.
Yeah, really well, because the Monty is just one of the operators, especially too, we used to have a call on the defensive side. If we see that Montaigne getting put in the map, we're going to fight it fully at that first point, because if you allow that Montaigne to get that momentum, you're always going to be on the back foot in the defensive round. You saw just the Monty pushing them out of that side. They got the hatch up, the Baby Shark dies to an angle above, and then Kansas left on the island alone. So really, they just need to make sure if this Monty is going to be in play, they need to make sure they're stopping it at the initial front.
I think there's an element there where Team Liquid Alienware can look at that and think, actually, we could. I think that was probably about 80% that round, because if we saw, they didn't have a lot of success from their utility. We saw Spiker soaking up so much of it. He took a Deimos track, he took a Dokkaebi call off them. The kills weren't coming in on the back of that utility being used. So that's why I say that kind of felt like about an 80% attack, because if they can then be even more efficient with the utility as well, it's going to give them that extra bit and they're going to be even more lethal. So heading into round 5, we're going to find ourselves in Games and Dome. So Wildcard just continuing with the same rotation that we saw previously. Not too much of a surprise there. And last time around, Team Liquid Alienware, this is the one. This was the bait player into Old Tower with the Candelas, tried to get into Eagle side, and it just didn't work.
I'm looking to see the blitz where they use it, because a lot of the time the blitz is usually the spearhead of the push. You put the blitz into the map and you have the attack flow around him. And again, like the Monty, it just creates this pressure on the defense to where they really have to worry about it. Looking like they want to go for this Old Tower side. They're going to put the buck below. They're going to have the Dokkaebi for the call. The map's going to be good too, because they've been running a lot of Cade here. They're taking this info too, because the big thing about Fortress is it's a map where you can't hold everything on the defensive side. So you can allow the round to settle and see what space they give you and what free space you can take, because taking that free space will influence the defense's reaction. So you can sometimes bait them into zones that they want to power back onto you, but you have your main play ready to go.
Nades on the Maverick here. Of course, you're going to want to breach that wall directly into sight. Having the Maverick as the sole source of doing that is a little bit risky, because he's got to get up and close personal with that wall. He's worrying about the window constantly. He's got a little bit of a line of sight through there, which does give him something, but it makes it tricky. But Leapox does manage to find and create a little bit of space, taking down Spiker, starting to bully them with the shield. They're having more success now out of those shield players. As I say that, they cast the curse.
Wow. Beautiful from Adrian, man. Great play here to stay alive right there. They have briefing control right now. Great split from Liquid right here. Where's Baby Shark at? Dormitory. He needs to work this kill on the Thatcher. Thatcher down. One below, one briefing. They should team up on this briefing guy. Cam is still up too. Difficult from Liquid, because you can shoot that cam from outside the window too. Coming back up the stairs here. Adrian. EWC champion in the 1v1.
Yeah, that's a really big mistake from Team Liquid Alienware. We'll come back to that one. But Maya versus Adrian. Adrian low health at the minute. Plenty of opportunity here for him to send in the Dokkaebi call, which he does. It's destroyed Adrian's phone, so there's going to be no more chances to do that. Adrian's playing on top of the diffuser here, but with 40 seconds left to go, there's all the time in the world for the Dokkaebi to force him away. There comes the challenge, and it's going to be Maya who picks up the kill with the secondary, and look what it means to Team Liquid Alienware. They knew that was a big round, and Maya there has, I think, just saved them from what was a pretty big mistake in the round. That default cam left up, and we saw it beautifully on the stream. We saw the ping coming out. Adrian, this is where he is. Adrian able to step out, get the kill, and that gives him the opportunity to just play on top of the diffuser. And that makes the round so much more difficult for what is an absolute basic. You should be taking that cam out. Team Liquid Alienware get away with one and manage to bring us back to 3-2.
And you see Maya too, one of the most fiery players on Team Liquid, really just gives you that energy, that fuel, and you see his reaction to just a passion. You love to see that.
Yeah, it really does mean a lot to them. This is it. These guys have won everything in the game several times over. And it never ceases to amaze me how much it still means, how much it still matters to them. Every round that they win, they will be cheering, they'll be on their feet. It means a lot, and it's beautiful to see. So 3-2 it stands. Wildcard came in strong, had a great defensive start. If you remember at the beginning of this, I said it was going to be a little bit of the battle of the defenses. Who could win out on that defense? Wildcard, it looked like they were going to run away with this on Fortress, but Team Liquid Alienware, after that timeout, we can't ignore Igor's impact on this game. Calls attack timeout, has a chat with the team. They've settled down. They're now just doing the basics really, really well. They were overcomplicating maybe a little bit beforehand, and it's worked.
Quick entry here. Do they know? Great opening kill from KZ. Great droning. Going to be close. The round's broken right now. Can they get the trade back here? We're going to see if Liquid's going to speed up or they're going to slow down off this 4v4. Looking to have Baby Shark get into this round right now, too. There's going to be big momentum going into the attacker side, too, for him.
Spiker it was that was taken down. And it leads me to, whilst we're still early in the round, it leads me to an interesting question for you actually. It's something I often wonder about. When you lose your ag.al early in the round, I'm not saying it's ever a good thing, but is that a good opening death to take rather than a bad one? Does it maybe free your ag.al up a little bit to sit and monitor the game and sort of command it?
Of course. I feel like being an ag.al, always just being able to see your teammates, it allows you to really just give great calls to your team. Because a lot of the time, these great teams, when they're playing and their ag.al is dead, the ag.al will be calling and putting the two players in sync, so they don't even have to think about what they're doing. They just listen to the ag.al, they make the plays, and they're already in sync. So it really it gives you a nice little read.
That's to say, you never really want to take the entry death, but if you're going to have to, then maybe not a bad thing that it's Spiker off the board and he's able to sit and just build plans. But it's all coming from the Eagle side at the minute. Team Liquid Alienware haven't pushed in to game and dorms, and that's a little bit of a concern for me, really. I think Nade is now starting to move through there, but it's a site that I like to see multiple angles of pressure. I like to see teams getting kind of turned around. You don't want to be able to focus too much, too heavily. He has a look, but B is there and ready. Takes him down. A minute left on the clock, and it's 3 versus 2 as Felipox fights back.
Very split up right now. Nade with a huge kill. Gonna leave Adrian alone right now. Adrian and Baby Shark here. Called for him. Want to see a big round from Baby Shark. Let's see if he can finish it out.
Team Liquid Alienware have managed to connect with each other a little bit quicker.
Adrian.
But it doesn't matter that Wildcard are separated. Adrian manages to get the double to finish it off, and that is the 4-2 half that Wildcard, I think, will feel that they deserved there with the way they performed in that first half.
Of course, and Adrian too. We talked about it before. One of the previous champions here, starting off 10-2. This may be his tournament. He's putting a show on.
Is it sometimes we do see those players that just are particularly great at SI, they're particularly great at majors. Maybe Adrian is particular, I mean, he's great everywhere, but maybe he's particularly great at the Esports World Cup. We will see. But he's certainly showing up so far today, 10-2, and just absolutely unstoppable at the moment. Now comes the big question. We get on to the second half. How are Team Liquid Alienware on the defense of Fortress? And they've been a little bit poor through SAL on the defense. If we have a look at their numbers for Fortress specifically, it's certainly not one of their favorite maps. 53% win rate on the defense for Team Liquid Alienware. So that won't be good enough. They need to perform better than they have historically on this map.
Of course. And looking at Wildcard right now, seeing just their team looking at Lagonis while speaking, I feel like that is one of the most impactful things of respect for your coach. When he's talking and you're listening to him, it just gives you that greater understanding. When you see these teams listening to their coach, they're facing forward, they're not really looking. It's very disrespectful to the coach, especially in these timeouts, because the coach is really trying to give you those calms, that synchronicity. So I feel like them looking back, them detaching from the game really just allows them to go into this next half extremely well.
Yeah, I think exactly right. I completely agree with you there. I think it just shows a real kind of demarcation. Right, you know, we're not in the server at the minute. This is where our focus is. You know, and it can give Lagonis that confidence as well that what I'm saying is being taken in, and it sort of speaks as, and it's not to say that, you know, the other teams aren't that, but it just speaks of a really cohesive team unit, that they are there, they're working together, and they're present.
Yes.
All present in the same discussion with each other.
And of course, too, Wildcard have some great attacking schemes, so I really want to see how Liquid react to it, because Wildcard, they will really put pressure on you because they always have a lurker, so you always have to be worried about the lurk combined with their main element of a push, because it's always happening around you. So if you're not mentally aware of what could be lurked on and where their actual main push is coming from, you can get sandwiched a lot against this Wildcard squad, because they're just a very in-sync team who knows what they're doing. See the Cade band coming out, Solid Snake band coming out, it's going to hurt the lurk. And then Bandit Dokkaebi. Okay, so they're banning out the info right now. They're going to leave shields up. Spiker, one of the best blitz players. Expect to see that coming out from him. Cade Bandit's just going to stop them from playing the layer game right now. They're going to be able to run the ace and just play splits. Because basically, if you spin your the beginning of the round, Tim, just putting that pressure, clearing the traps out, they're usually going to layer whatever opposite side they're playing on, and you can sweep your ace through and just get those walls for free here. We're going to be starting off dorms, or should I say office side.
Team Liquid taking a little bit of a kind of, I don't want to say a default approach to the bans, but they're definitely more targeting the group of operators rather than what Wildcard do, because we don't see Wildcard actually play too much Solid Snake. It seems like the sort of operator that Baby Shark could absolutely love.
Loves it.
But if we'd look through NAL, he's not been one of his most played. But I think, Team Liquid Alienware definitely just locking in there to Snake, Dokkaebi. We don't want any of these intel issues. We're actually going to see Deimos switch the Aurora. As well. This is a set play.
Yeah.
This is definitely a set play. We've got the Sense coming along. We've got the Aurora coming along. This is keep an eye on where Bay and Adrian go, because that's going to be your execute.
And I feel like too, this is going to put pressure on the defense going for a quick play, a set play. It allows you just to really test them. And I feel like here, if Liquid aren't reacting well, it can really throw them off. And if you go 5-2 off the rip, it's going to be really big.
We had the recent change to the Dom panels as well. They deploy a lot easier. They also deploy quicker, and they raise much slower for the defenders. If Team Liquid Alienware come in there and try to raise them, it's on about 6 seconds now for it to. There's plenty of opportunity for shots to fly underneath, so it's definitely a power move for Raura. She's also got the DMR. Brings a lot of value. Smokes on top of that. So they are definitely going to be looking for an execute heavy push here. Adrian manages to find one. They've lost the Sense though. Not ideal at the start. Kansan takes out the Blitz himself. Wildcard. They're doing more damage to themselves than Team Liquid Alienware here.
Let's see, walking the hall right now, Kansan. Gonna die from side. Yeah, this round's broken from them right here. Losing the Blitz just lost all of their push power here. Very unlucky, but I still like Wildcard going for it here. Especially going for something quick too. Liquid's always gonna have to respect the possibility in this game of them going quick again, so something to watch for. Especially if you want to pull off of that, they're gonna have to react because you've already shown you've done it once.
That was a beautiful shot from Baby Shark, showing the F2 that may have been available on the Solid Snake had it not been banned out, but he's now going to find himself from a 1v4 to a 1v2. Nade half health as well. More than doable. He loses a little bit to the chip damage, continues being challenged here. KZ finds him on the tight angle. There was really an opportunity there for Baby Shark to bring that to the 1v1, but credit where it's due to Team Liquid Alienware. That was a nice defense from them. They were ready for that quick push, and also you couldn't have asked for 2 operators to take out at the beginning any better. They got the Sense, they got the Blitz. It just wiped out the attack of Wildcard. That was the whole focus. Create space with the Blitz, use the Sense and the smoke, and get a plant down, and it just completely destroyed that.
And also too, Nade with a big kill on Adrian, because Adrian gets that kill on Nade. They have the site split from top white and horse side, so that was pretty much the round right there. Nade, great kill, one of the best support players in the region. Calm, very calm.
Moving on to round 8 then. 4-3 we find ourselves as this one continues to be close, and it's going to be moving down to that south side of the map as we would expect. It's going to be Dorms and Games. The big question here is, which side will the push come from Wildcard? Will it be that top-sided Eagle sweep all the way through the map, claim that ground, or will it be a little bit more direct to site? Old Tower, wall breach, and straight in.
Glaz going to drop. They're going to have the Ying somewhere, probably close to him. The Damus is going to be below here. Oh no, it's going to be they have a main wall rush here, where they're going to ash the Dorms wall. They're going to have the Glass go through the wall. We're going to probably see Ying on the Old Tower side here. So yeah, let's look for this right now. The Wamai should be big because usually you throw disc outside of the Dorms wall to stop that. So he should be able to slow these ash charges out right now. So let's see.
We will see how it plays out then, where Philippox has got his utility placed, and if they are prepared for the possibility, as you say, all stacking up towards that Dorms wall for the time being, and a little bit of presence out towards Old Tower as well. They're going to have to manage the vending window, of course.
They already got it. They got it.
Problem. They're going to get the wall open though, and that's going to give the opportunity now. No Wamai magnets in sight to be able to deal with that, and the Glass can start holding that long range angle.
Drone activated.
So we see only one ace left right now. Baby Shark going to be in below here. It's all going to be on the Glass Ying to really catalyze this push for them here. Ace going to be protecting the horsepower. Baby Shark already on central stairs to lurk so they can deny matches right now. No Warden on the board. It's going to be big on the Chonka Flames here.
We hear that smoke popping. That's going to give an opportunity for the Glass to start searching inside a site. But Philippe sends out a nitro, newly given to Amai and used beautifully. Gets a kill onto the Glass as well, but Kansan goes big. We find ourselves quickly in a 1v2. Spiker picks up Nade. It is now going to be JV92 versus Spiker, but look at the health. Spiker's going to have to find him unawares. JV92 knows exactly where he is. You'd have to back the Brazilian in this matchup, but Spiker, he's giving it a little bit of time, a gentle peek. I don't think he knows exactly where JV is, so the drone is going to go in.
TCSG2 here, one of the best guns in the game, especially being on 1 HP. Spiker gets the information on him. Gonna cross through here. If anyone can do it, it's Spiker.
He's certainly trying to use that big brain to get himself in a position for this challenge, but JV is not going to be easily fooled. Holding a tight angle now, just hoping for a little bit of movement, but I don't see JV exposing himself out the side of the lockers there because he knows that he doesn't really need to. Spiker does rush in. Doesn't have diffuser in hand, so he just needs to keep moving for the kill here. There's nothing that he can really do to kind of bait JV out of position, and JV just needs to remain confident and calm here. Doesn't want to give any opportunity away. Sees his man, and all it's going to take is a tickle.
Oh. I love how Spiker's playing this so patiently, making JV really nervous right now. Big jiggle peeks right now. JV going for the aggressive peek. Gets the information, bring out the shotgun. Spiker chasing him down. Probably gonna go for the bomb here. He's pushing him out of sight right now. If anything, Spiker can win this here. Because he's gonna force a close fight here. And the shotgun for Ming is so good on this here. This becomes attacker-sided right now.
Just start
putting He's gonna pull off.
Down.
Oh!
Goes to the Reaper, but JV, I think there's many players in the world that Spiker might have got that done with, but JV92, it really is about as difficult as it gets in a 1v1. Beautiful stuff from him. No fear whatsoever, no panic. Just played it perfectly. Finds his man. That's going to be Team Liquid Alienware leveling it up 4-4, and this match is turning into everything we had hoped. Wildcard, they call the tactical timeout.
And two, Tim, it's big because Liquid start showing they can start out well on the defensive side. That was the biggest question mark for them from us. So I feel like this is a great thing for them. But Wildcard kind of going for two set pieces off the rip. I feel like Lagonis is going to tell them, slow it down. Let's go for more of our splits here. Let's work these guys slower because they're really finding very good success in the trade game right now. You know, that 5-man execute goes into a 1v1. That's very good for Liquid right there.
I think maybe just, like you say, maybe give them fewer opportunities, really. You know, it's almost not too dissimilar to maybe what Igor was saying to Team Liquid Alienware in the first half. You know, let's slow things down. Let's go back to basics. Let's just tick that list and make things difficult for them. Let's make them play a defensive game rather than a bit of a TDM game where they can come out and just take the fights and win the fights. Because, you know, the players like we've got on the side of Team Liquid Alienware, they're always going to compete well in that division. So, good stuff so far, and a brilliant matchup that we are witnessing here at the Esports World Cup between two of the behemoths that we've got in the Siege competition, Wildcard and Team Liquid Alienware. It's going to be the third choice site, and for me, this could be decisive. Yep. This could be the big one, because if Team Liquid Alienware can hold on to this, it's panic stations for Wildcard.
It really is here. We're going to see what they're going to go into right now. They're going to be doing a Hori extend with the Mirror, the Goyo, the Zombie, the Thorn, the Ella. The double traps is going to be very good against the Blitz here. No Twitch coming out too, so they won't be able to clear through any of these traps. But they run the Ying, Thatcher. Might be a little bit of a med ISO right now. They're bringing the Twitch out. That's a great pick here, so they can clear some of these traps right now for the Blitz. Clear his way through. The Ram gives me a sense they're going to take some part of the Vert right now. It's going to be interesting to see where they end right now. I'm trying to see if Ying has cans. I'm pretty sure he should. Yep, okay. It'll be great. They have a great line right now. Great opening from Baby Shark.
Oh, Baby Shark putting that F2 to use once again. Not the first time we've seen it from him today. KZ off the board, and that's the Thorn gone as well. I'd expect at least a majority of the Razor Blooms to be out there, but there may well have been one or two in pocket to try and deal with that shield when they knew where the push was going to come from.
But I really don't like that from KZ because, you know, this site is very good on the 5-man for the defensive side, and you're giving them an opening kill when they've already been struggling to get that opening footing into the map. And I feel like this is just going to make this round very attacker-sided for Wildcard, because the defense side is going to be very lopsided. If they put pressure Hammam side and they put pressure Med side, there's only 4 people to react to that, so there's going to be a gap somewhere.
Wildcard very quickly taking what's being given to them as well. They are in the top floor now. Nobody from Team Liquid Alienware in position to be able to deal with it. Nade, the Nitro is already, I'm not going to say gone, it looks like it's deployed. It's on a surface somewhere. So we've got the pre-place. That's something for Wildcard to consider. They need to make sure that those drones are doing their job. Maybe the Twitch goes and finds it and takes it out.
2 Elements in pocket 2, so we expect JV to rotate towards the shield wherever it's going to be here. So he should be one of the main floaters right now. 5 Kiba barriers from Philippe Talk, so that's going to be great late round here to really create a fort. Playing in med here. C4 ready for the hatch drop. I like to see them reverse clear med right now, really get rid of this med bay player. Probably going to run the blitz through courtyard or hop in med window, or he might drop the hatch here and sprint through. Gonna have to care for the C4 off of that.
Start seeing those boogie drones getting to work, so that's a little bit of the verticality opened up as well. So now it's going to be very difficult for Team Liquid Alienware to play inside of sight, but as we've said, for this ground floor, that's not the end of the world. Felipox, to me, seems to be in the key position here, holding on to med. He's going to be challenged with the Candelas. In goes the Ying. They should find the kill.
Beautiful.
It's nice and... Oh! They've somehow not got it. They go around again, and Kansan manages to pick it up. 4 versus 3, but we've got Nade down, and this continues to be a flurry of kills towards the end of things here. 45 seconds left to go, and now a 3 versus 2.
Retaking the mirror on side set right now. Right now, you really have to isolate one of these players here. You can't really make the plant your first priority, because if you do, it can turn into a 2v2 here. So I feel like they need to just isolate JV or Maya right now. They just isolate JV. Beautiful from Bay on the hatch here. 3v1. Now you can work the plant.
And they know exactly where the last man is. Maya taking out the Twitch drone, so Baby Shark's going to be feeding that intel back in. But how about this? Maya starts to get aggressive. Rather than playing the mirror window, he steps around and manages to find the kill. They are going chasing, looking for him, but they're giving him the opportunities in 1v1s. Maya almost pulls off the 1v3, but Wildcard stands strong at the very end, and Kansan gets that final kill. For a second, you were worried for the NA side. They were giving him the 1v1s. They weren't quite in position, and that is the fine margins we deal with in Siege. It can be half a second, but if you are not there ready to hit that trade as the death comes in, it means that Maya can re-engage, and he does that twice.
Yes.
Whew, that was close for Wildcard, but they get it done. 5-4.
Kansan, longtime veteran, going all the way back to the E United, was his first start here. Seeing how calm, how composed he is after that big round. 4-4 clutch, no reaction, ice. Nice from the Chiari.
Okay, then heading into round 10, we're going to see ourselves back on the same rotation. We've got the Goyo and the Ying taken away as the second battle. No surprise to see that Ying taken.
The Ying was just put so much pressure on that old tower side. You saw the players had a sight when Kansan hit that walkthrough on Mattress. They were fully blind. Great play, too. They're just using it really well, too, on the end right there to clear med. So just a great operator to get rid of. The Goyo, too, is going to make sure that they can't really have that stall potential at the beginning. They're going to only rely on the smoke here. We're going to see a ton of traps coming out. The Thorn, the Denari, and the Fenrir here. I feel like maybe you could keep the L out because they're running so many more shields than the Fenrir, but they're going to bring the BP right now here. So let's see. The BB usually tells me they're going to go for Old Tower over here. I'm going to switch to the Deimos. Might be a vertical take on white. Bring the Aurora out. Okay, let's see. Aurora has Ace 2 here. Aurora could be for the horse queen, so they might go white over and then have the horse take at the end.
Last time around, we did see them use the Aurora. It was the bathroom door from horse, close that off, and it just allows you to get in there without being challenged from that side. Like we said, now that it's on such a slow lift, once the defenders shoot it out, it gives you that time and that freedom to be able to do so. Let's see then.
Also, another one that's really good too, Ace, is the mattress door when you do it from the window, because as you saw, when Team Liquid went for a horse take and they had that player retake out of mattress, that Aurora gate will stop that retake, so you can really have control inside the horse hall as an attacker.
Loading new mag.
At the minute, Maya is playing over there in dorms, so
they're outside a horse. That's a bad BP, JV.
Down the bulletproof camera, it was left at an angle that it could be done from the external, which, as you say, is a little bit easy for Wildcard there. Bit of a mistake from Team Liquid Alienware. The cams have not been their friends today, whether it's bulletproof or default. But that is going to be a Retero going in and opening up one of those soft angles, and the Fenrir FNAT is going to be activated above horse door as well, now that they feel where that pressure's coming from.
You're going to see them lurking. They see they're giving them the dorm side right now. They're going to probably have someone lurk through there here with the ace just to get the walls open. Spiker taking vertical control. Baby Shark lurking outside the courtyard. They open the con wall for Flores for a walk in here because when you do pressure this top right side, there's so many gaps if you can split courtyard and con side here. Especially with this ace pressure through bathroom because they really don't know if you're going dorms over or if you're just baiting for the white split. They have good info inside of the site too, so to expose his gap. It's only a foam they're trying to hold off of, so probably have Baby Shark walk to activate bait through the side here. But if Flores is Kiba. Gonna get info on this Thorn now. Thorn has been spotted. Denari on the flank, so you see that they think they're going dorms over right now fully, but it's just Kansan. I wonder if Kansan knows about the flank here. JV getting Grimbead. Kansan does not know. Great flank right there.
Yeah, absolutely no idea. And KZ able to punish him, so a bit of a misstep from Wildcard leaves them now with a man down. Instead, they're going to start trying to move in through bedroom from tower. Ooh. Beautiful kill from Bay. We know he's got it in his locker. Baby Shark works in from courtyard. He's been patient. Another beauty from Bay as he takes the head off fully Pox. Baby Shark doubles down. That's KZ taken out. It's all up to JB92. He has a look. He has a go, but he can't get it done. Wildcard go onto match point.
You see a beautiful use of the Aurora, the teamwork right there. Amazing shots from 9-4 entering through. Call him Super Soldier, guys. Talking in Portuguese to him, too.
Really good stuff from Wildcard. Obviously, enjoying their siege, enjoying the game so far today. And they find themselves now 2 rounds ahead and 2 chances to be able to close it out. If there was one mistake from them in the round, it was that little bit of a lack of intel. They didn't have a handle on KZ, on his location, and you feel like he could have done a lot more damage had it not been for Bay walking in and just getting 2 absolutely killer headshots.
Of course. I feel like 2 have to speak to Lagones' timeout too. 4-4, 6-4 now. Both coaches finding impact with their timeouts. That's big to see from them.
Yeah, definitely is. I mean, we're looking at 2 of the best in the game realistically, and they're showing it. You know, if you're maybe a little bit of a newer viewer to Siege and you're looking thinking, you know, what's the coach's role? How much impact can they really have? You know, how much can they change? They're not in the server. It's been a perfect example of it. Like you say, both tactical timeouts have then seen effective. If you add them both up across, it's been 4 rounds consecutively won on the back of them, just showing how much of a change can be made. So we go into what could be our final round. It's round 11. One more will do it for Wildcard. Team Liquid Alien, where they need 2 without mistake if they want to take this into overtime. Don't count them out. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. The Brazilians have certainly had flashes of greatness here on Fortress so far, but Wildcard, they've consistently been able to just dampen that spirit.
Of course. Great opening kill there. Cheese to the Chanka, that's big. Oh, that's just so much denial down here. 20 flames gone. Gonna put immense pressure on the defensive side right now. That's the worst thing you could do if you were looking for this comeback right now from Liquid side here. Now it really gives Wildcard the capability to just slow this round down and really milk them. Make Liquid make the mistakes here, so they have to be very careful not to give another kill back into that 5v3 here.
As you say, there's going to be a gap somewhere now that they've lost that to Chanka. It's going to mean it's likely on site.
Yes.
That's where you're going to expect to find him. So they do start pressuring towards that dorms wall straight away. They know maybe the window's going to be, the vending window's going to be a little bit more sort of free territory. They don't need to worry about that as much, and they can start pressuring directly. Felipox is still worrying about this old tower drop. They know his position there in behind the shield. There is 2 stacked up from Wildcard, ready to go in there and pressure him.
No Warden though, so the glass is going to be really good here. Going to be baiting a smoke right now. The Blackbeard too going to be huge on the entry. Nothing to stop this, especially since the Chonka's gone right now. They're giving so much space Liquid here. This should be a Wildcard closeout.
Felipox is just trying to get up close and personal with the Blackbeard there. The Razor Bloom is maybe just slowing things down a little bit, but there is absolutely no rush for Kansan as he manages to find that long angle through onto Maya. 5 versus 3, opportunity to get the diffuser down, and they're going to take it quickly.
Laz on the main wall too right now, cutting the whole cross. No plant to knock capability here. JV gets 1. Bay with another. 3v1 here, all on JV.
Successful plant then just puts him on the clock. 1 versus 3 with a shield in his face. You've got to think it's going to be very, very difficult. He knows that there's one outside of the window here, but Bay's going to give him absolutely nothing. There's no reason to. All they're going to do here, Wildcard, is just play this behind the shield because he's all the intel they need. He's not going to make the challenge, isn't Kansan, because there's absolutely no reason to. Bay just supporting this fellow Siege player. I don't think he does have it though. As the final kill comes in, it's Kansan on the Blackbeard. Ultimately, JV had to turn his back on him eventually, and the shield drops down, the kill comes in, and Wildcard take the first win here at the Esports World Cup. Adrian, one step closer on a long journey to defending that title.
Clean game from Wildcard too. Very composed. Great discipline towards the end round too. Even when you're feeling that confidence to match point, you can get a little bit aggressive in that 3v1, but Bay showing complete and utter discipline to not even peek at all.
Yeah, it shows why Wildcard is one of the best Fortress teams that we have seen since the introduction of Fortress in the map pool as well. They keep calm, they hold their nerves, and as you mentioned, Adrian, a great performance from him. He was the MVP last year of the Esports World Cup. He's doing a good job to try and keep that one in his pocket for now, and what a close game we saw in regards of rounds, right? Many of these rounds coming down to 1vx's, 1v1s as well. Maya trying his very best to hard carry, but Wildcard ultimately were better in this one.
We said that it was likely to come down to the defenses, and I feel like it did there.
Yeah.
Team Liquid Alienware just unable to contain the attack of Wildcard, whereas Wildcard were very capable on the other side of things. I think we've also got to look back to the map choice as well. We said coming in, Team Liquid Alienware, fantastic attacking team. So what do? You take them to a map where they've only got a 40% attacking win rate. It's a brilliant way of neutralizing one of their strengths, and it worked perfectly.
Yeah, beautiful game plan too from Lagonas. You have to give him credit a lot.
Yeah.
Incredible stuff now for Wildcard. A matchup for them on the table with Falcons or M80. So from here on, it doesn't get easier.
any easier, does it? Good
It's never going to get
heavens.
easier. You want to be the best, you got to beat the best.
Exactly. I feel like a lot of players will echo that opinion. If you want to be the best, you got to beat any team that you got to beat on this event here. Looking at the highlights, we already talked about it. Some close rounds, big individual moments with these 1vx's. As we mentioned, Maya getting a really important 1v1 there. So this could have even been more dominant for the side of Wildcard. But just in general, talking about that composure as well, right? Once you do get that bet point, you don't want to let that slip away. You want to keep it clean. You want to make sure you lock it in from there because this is only your very first game at the Esports World Cup. You have so many more to play.
And if we're talking about map points, look at Shopify, exactly in that same position, 6-3, and then they let the round slip. They're out of the tournament now. You know, it's a small step, but it can snowball into a loss, so you have to make sure you're treating each round with the respect.
Yeah, definitely something that I like from Wildcard was that clinical finish, and I think we've got to give Bay some credit there as well for that. He'd had a good game anyway, but he just seemed to find another gear in those last couple of rounds. And how important is that when you've got that player on your team and in that kind of situation, you know, you want to win that match first time, first round, and you know you've got Bay in pocket and he's going to come out and do that.
It makes a difference because like a round where it doesn't seem too winnable, Bay comes in, gets a two-piece, completely opens up the round, and really allows his team to get into it. So I feel like just having a player like that without fear, really with that confidence, just gives you deeper bag and deeper capability. Because if you already have great strategy and great team play, but then you have a great player in that too, it's just even better for you.
And on the side of Team Liquid Alienware, a player that we saw have a rough start to this matchup, JV92, he got the round-winning clutch to send his team to this tournament to qualify to Esports World Cup. And he was a reason as to why the tech issue happened. Funny story, I'm not sure if you guys caught this one yet.
No.
Apparently JV92's mouse stopped working right before the game was supposed to start. So he went around, as you do, in the crowd, asking people, who has a mouse? Who has a similar mouse to me? And then he ended up speaking to Fabian, and they went back to the M80 prep room, got the similar mouse as he has, and he was able to play with it. But given his stat line, I'm not sure how much that really helped in this one here.
You know, my mom always told me to make sure you always have two mouses, two keyboards, so always coming prepared for anything. And even inside the game, you have to have redundancy. You have to make sure that if something goes wrong, you always have a backup plan. So just preparation is key here.
Well, this is, you know, we had the conversation the other day. You said as a player, you love to have everything the same. You know, that comfort, that level, and any change is going to be a tough one.
Exactly.
Will absolutely be. I'm excited to hear from the players, though. Spiker is standing by with Lexing for a chat.
Thank you, guys. I am here with Spiker, the NAL champion. You never could say that before until this year coming into the stage, but obviously a very good performance against T-Loss, 7-4. How are you feeling so far?
Feeling good. We started out hot and then kind of let us slip a little bit. Our attack started a little bit slow, but Lagonas called a timeout and got us back on track, and, you know, good win.
Yeah, that was something that the desk was talking about very early on, is your guys' composure always seems to be there when it matters most, and especially, you know, you're giving praise to Lagonis there in those timeouts. I mean, what is he saying to you guys in those moments to get you guys back on track?
Yeah, and he's just saying to reset and kind of guiding us through what he thinks like the best game plan is going forward, kind of what things we should kind of look for and adapt and change what we did the first couple rounds. So those are the main things.
Listen, I know this is your first EWC, but you have an EWC champion in Adrian, and he's already putting up big numbers. He was the MVP last year. He was the MVP of this match. I mean, what are his expectations coming into this EWC?
I don't know. I mean, he shows up here and he's just 8 times the player, so I don't know if he's not trying any other timer or just tries during EWC. I don't know, but, you know, he's the GOAT, so.
All right, well, before I let you go, is there anything you want to say to the fans? Maybe a skin shout out, anything like that?
Yeah, we got a new wildcard Goyo skin. Go buy it. It's in the shop right now. Thank you, everybody who supports us. We'll be back tomorrow.
All right, sounds good. You heard it from Spiker and the boys. They are hot on their tracks right now. I'm going to send you guys back to our desk.
Good stuff and great words from Spiker as well about this game here. And as they have many more to play, already speaking about Agent a little bit, of course, the potential for him to go back-to-back. For Secret, that same potential is there, but they had a rough opening game. On the A stream earlier today, they played against Dark Zero. 7-3 for Dark Zero. I feel like, is that what we expect from that game? They were able to get a few rounds on the side of Secret. Is that enough in this one, or?
I think, yeah, from what we've seen from Team Secret through AML, I've got to say that it is. You know, you've got Dark Zero. They've just won at Salt Lake City. They've been consistent in NA as well. And it was always going to be a tough start for Team Secret coming in here. They've got their spot as the defending champion, of course, but it's been a rough ride through AML. They have improved towards the end of it. I will say that, towards the end of Stage 1. But it's going to be welcome to big school, I think, here at the Esports World Cup.
Of course, like I said, Twitch was saying they're more focused on the process, just enjoying the event, not really the results. And I feel like Dark Zero, you know, they're just churning, man. They've been just working extremely hard. I'm glad they're finding the results, and I feel like they have a lot of pressure on their shoulders coming off of that major championship. And I feel like what's really good about their system is they don't allow that pressure to really influence them. So having them start out with a win is a very important thing for the tournament.
Absolutely. I feel like Wildcard will now have to move their seats over towards the A stream because they're going to watch their future opponent play there with Falcons versus MAT on the A stream very soon. We're going to divert our attention towards All Gamers and CAG after the break.
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We're getting ready for our second game here on the B stream. CAG going up against All Gamers. For this one, we're also joined by Jesse. Jesse, are you ready for some CAGing?
Oh, I absolutely am, and it's been a great morning so far of Siege for the North American fans. 2 victories already on the day, and well, CAG have a little bit of a history of making North American fans sad, but maybe they'll do the same thing now to the CNL fans.
No, of course, too. You saw yesterday, too, on Twitter, how many people came out to support CAG, how many just fans they really do have that aren't Japanese. So I just really feel like it's amazing to see just how worldwide they are. Yeah. And I'm really happy just to see them at the stage again, because they really did struggle across this last year, except for Reload. So it's finally good to see them find that footing again.
Yeah, both these teams getting eliminated rather fast from their most recent tournament. CAG is already making an improvement from that compared to the last tournament. In fact, they crashed 3 keys in total with the play-in so far. Incredible results for this roster here.
And a tune.
As we hear the players getting loud in the bracket, of course. Edison is one of the players that we need to mention right on the shield. Has been so incredibly good inside this meta.
Yeah, no doubt. Anaton is really finding his footing here, I think, on this team. CAG, they've kind of struggled over the last couple of years. I think that's fair to say, but Anaton has always remained constant. He's been on this team for almost a decade, it feels like at this point, with how consistent he's been on this roster, but he's such a core piece of the puzzle, being that shield player from years and years ago, and it really has kind of allowed CAG to evolve into this meta and have real success at international level.
Of course, but I can't get away from this crushing video. I think he did a great job here, DD, especially when he's about to bite it down. Oh, I love this scene right here.
He really gets into it, right? Like, the whole guys on CAG, they've done this a few times now.
They're used to it.
And they've crushed, what, 3 keys? So they're having a good time with it, and they're looking to crush even more.
Yeah. They are absolutely loving it as well. We're seeing that here. A little bit of a flex, of course, with the bicep curl. That was really one of my favorite moments so far that we have seen with the key crushes. And not just making NA set, making 3 teams sad in total. It must be such a good feeling as a team, especially inside the Esports World Cup, where it gets so visual how you destroy your hopes and dreams of the enemy team with what CAG are doing here so far.
Yeah, exactly. And Anaton, of course, I think he probably could just snap those keys in half with the muscles that he's got himself, but using the crusher, it's part of the scenery, right? It's part of the whole show, so they all did a great job of crushing these keys, and it signifies just how devastating they've been to their opponents at this tournament.
Yes, and the Shopify key getting crushed right there. Just devastating to see my team, one of my favorite teams, go out. You know, Spoit, one of my close friends.
Right.
I was really wishing for them to just find success again like they did in the last major. But of course, they're a team that really is able to take bad results and form them into a good run and really just have that mentality to really improve from making mistakes. So I'm excited to see what they do in stage 2.
It does really make you wonder though for CAG, you know, they've played so much Siege already here. So many games, close games as well, especially that one where they had to come back in the Shopify Rebellion game. They've shown us a lot of different strategies, a lot of different maps. It makes you kind of curious when they're really going to run out of steam inside this matchup. And maybe the time is now with this best of 1 here against All Gamers. The roster that they'll be going up against, the representation from CNL, their first matchup here. I mean, if we look at their most recent result, their elimination was also pretty fast. I do think their most notable result though was that victory over Furia. I feel like for All Gamers, the first time for CNL on the international stage to take down a rather big club. That's a good start at least.
Yeah, I remember before the Salt Lake City Major started, I may have said that Furia were dark horses to win the whole thing, and they didn't win a map, but that's okay because All Gamers certainly did, and I think they really made history getting the first international win for a CNL team. For a long time, the only international win for a CNL team. Tai Lu got the second one just the other day here at the Esports World Cup, so we're starting to see some real growth from the CNL region. Now All Gamers are back here at international competition, and they're willing to prove that they can do it again.
No, of course, too. Being back is such a big step, too, because they've already shown they can take that first win. Now it's time to build upon that and say, how can we get as far in this tournament as we can. They've been putting in the work. They're going to be comfortable too because they've already played a LAN, they played an event, they kind of know the emotions behind it. So I'm really excited to see how they improve on that mentally and inside the server.
Yeah, they've really got like so much history with this roster and experience too. You know, the different players that they have coming into this team, and the coach as well coming in from EU. It just feels like they've got the whole package from CNL.
Yeah, 4 of their players are in the top 10 rated players of CNL, so really putting up numbers all throughout the whole of CNL. Entry seems to be a really good one as well. 4 players positive on the entry is incredible stats for them here. And even for All Gamers, right, the Club Championship is so important too. They are currently 5th inside the Club Championship, not yet eligible for a win because they haven't yet won a competition inside of Esports World Cup, but they can compete for top 2, especially given how close all these clubs are with each other.
Yeah, of course, it's all going to be about the club championship and like proving yourself for your club, right? Making sure you can have that impact. To do so, they've got to start here at the Esports World Cup with their journey on Consulate. And I'm kind of shocked to see this map come through, Dave, because while All Gamers love it, they played it 4 times just in stage 1 alone. CAG have not played this map at all since the season began in March.
Of course, too, you don't obviously know if they haven't played it in scrims, so it's going to be very dependent to see if they've actually hidden this map, and if they have, that's going to be a very upper hand tool for CAG because, you know, they've played a lot of maps in this play-in phase, so showing a map you haven't played yet is obviously a great start, especially in a matchup where you win and you're going into BO3s again. So I feel like it's very important for CAG to start off on a good foot, and they're starting on defense side too, so I feel like it's a very defender-sided map on Consulate, so if All Gamers can't come out and put this pressure on the attacking side and make sure they split them well, it can be very difficult for them.
That is a very good point. Now, of course, for CAG, it makes you wonder as well, how deep is their map pool, really? Because they've shown us many different maps, not this one is the whole of this year, not inside this competition either. So, looking at this matchup, looking at the 2 opponents that we have going up against each other, Jesse, who takes it?
I'm going to give it to All Gamers. I just feel like they're coming in here a bit more fresh, a bit more relaxed. They're going to be having a lot of footage to look back on for CAG. Even if not this particular map, they're a lot more comfortable on Consulate. And while I'm sure CAG have been practicing this map when they've been scrimming it, it's very different when you're playing it for the first time on a game day.
Of course. I think, you know, since CAG, I feel like no one really, people believed in them, but we really didn't think they would beat Shopify. But now that they're here, I'm going with CAG.
All right. Ooh, okay. I love it when we're going up against each other inside this one here. CAG's key on our screen. They have crushed many keys themselves inside of this competition. Any players as well that we're looking to keep our eyes on. We talked about Anaton a little bit. That main player on the shields can either be really good or he's been struggling with it against Fnatic, for example. Any players on the other side, really, that we need to keep our eyes on for people that have not seen so much CNL?
Yeah, I think the big name that sticks out to me is probably MC. You know, he's a guy that used to play in Tier 2 in Europe, so he's had that international experience already. Spent a couple of years there on some of those lower level Tier 2 EU teams. Then he went over to Southeast Asia. He played on Elevate, made it to the Montreal Major. Now he's come and joined the CNL. It's been a big part of the puzzle for All Gamers to find the success that they've had. So lots of big names on this roster, but MC's the one that stands out to me.
I think for CAG, I'm going with the big 3, Chibusu, Shirup, and Zaka. I feel like when they're really firing, getting kills, playing well together, it really helps enable Anatune and DD. And I feel like Anatune getting that success on the shield will only improve their attacking side. So if he can really find that footing and really play that well, I feel like CAG can really do damage here in this tournament.
And even for players like Yes and Solomid on the side of all gamers, they have 13 clutches combined inside the CNL. So that is a crazy stat. They'll be hoping to replicate that here. Of course, inside this matchup, a best of one between these two teams, and it goes down on Consulates.
Thank you so much, and indeed, it's the debut for all gamers here at the Esports World Cup for Rainbow Six Siege. They are hoping to get a first victory on the board in this best of one versus their rivals here, CAG. They've already played many games over the last couple days, Dave, and they shocked everyone, being one of only 2 teams to qualify in from Phase 1. But now the real test begins. You've got to play against the other top 16 teams in the world, and it starts on Consulate.
Of course, Jesse, you mentioned you already spent so much energy to just get into the tournament. So now that you're here, how much do you have left? What can you find left to give? That's the big question here.
Well, we'll go through the operator bands, and this is a map, I feel, Dave, where you can get so creative with your op bands. I'm already seeing a Goyo to Chonka.
Beautiful bands.
Talk to me about this.
There's so much denial capability, especially on the CEO. The Goyo to Chonka, they waste so much time. So that really allows the attack to open up the map, and the denial can't really stop them. So we're going to see them probably lean into a more trap-heavy setup. I actually like this Teller's side start, because Teller's is one of those sites that is very difficult to attack, especially if you play it very intentfully, especially with the K, the Souls. There's a lot of win con, because Conflict's a big map. The staircases are extremely close. So it's a very difficult map on the attacking side when the defenders get lost and they start to retake ground above and below you. It can get very confusing. So if all gamers aren't very tuned into the rotations of CAG, it can be very difficult for them.
And it's also just not a bomb site that they play very often in CNL. I mentioned it before the game started. All gamers have played this map 4 times in Stage 1. They played it a bunch in Kickoff as well. Throughout both of those competitions, they only had to attack this split site a single time. That was versus Tai Lu just a little while ago in July, and they did get the victory on that attack, but still, it's a bomb site that all gamers will not be as practiced with. So I like this game plan for
prep work on that.
Coming in and having a real trick up their sleeve.
And that's what makes the best teams. They're going to attack the other team's weaknesses. You have to in this game. A lot spawn yellow right now. Going for a spawn peek 2 on the first round. It's very nice. Going to use the blitz to spearhead the clear.
And this is cool too, because every operator that they played, all gamers, in that previous attack on this bomb site is the same, with the exception of the Thatcher, which they brought from MC, and the Monty, which they brought from Solo Mid.
See the Thatcher band too, so they're really, it's a deep game plan from CAG. They're really counter-shotting them right now, so we're going to have to see how well all gamers can adjust.
Now we're bringing in this Striker instead. We've got those Impact EMPs, can do much of the same job, and Solo Mid on this Blitz. A suitable replacement for the Monty when you don't have it at your disposal, but all gamers, a little bit of a stall so far. I mean, what are they looking to accomplish early in this round, Dave?
Looking to take Garage Side right now. They have a little top yellow split right here. Going to be looking to clear across the top. The Snake getting a lot of info with the Dokkaebi right here. Should look to get some sense of piano control right now. They do have a defender in there. They're really playing very nice right now. They have the Mute Jammer Rat going up above so they can really counter the Snake gadget.
They've barricaded these doorways.
Look for Shoe here.
Can be a couple of players that can be creeping around this top floor. Shoe is not moving a muscle inside of meeting. He knows he's safe on this Mute Jammer. They're not going to have good positions on where he's at. The Impact EMP goes out, hoping to find the Mute Jammer, but he doesn't do so. Both Shoe and Shibisu sitting on jammers, so this Snake from Moonlight isn't able to find any information.
Trying to go for a Garage ISO right now. Looking to split the lower floor here. Using the Snake to just to clear with the Blitz here. They're stacked up for this right now though. 3 in sight.
Finally, they find some value with this Snake scanner. They spot a person who's not sitting on a Mute Jammer, so they can start to push forward through this bottom floor, deal with the default cameras, take some space for your team. Yet to really engage RCAG. They're happy to allow their opponents into construction.
Shoe on the flank right now too.
Yes, here he goes, and he hits the shot onto Yaz. Perfectly played by Shoe Reap. Was able to catch that player out on the top floor. Everybody else from All Gamers is down in the basement, so now they've really got to worry about their flank.
Of course, right now with All Gamers, you have to... Wow. You see CAG, they really know the entropy of the strat they're running. They have the wall reinforced. They're playing a hard inside the site with a 2-round of slow. All gamers look prepped out right now. They need to make a game plan switch off for this first round. I'm already seeing.
Another from Zaka. Finally one back, but Shuri will find one as Railgun trying to fit this vert. He will be able to take down Zaka, so that's only a double for the One player on CAG, but 3 guys still in sight. You've got a lot to do if your Railgun knows that DD's inside of Electrical. He sees the cross just there, but it's not going to be quite enough. Going to pick up the teammate, maybe? Looks like they got Zaka up. So there's 2 players on this vert. With a pistol, he'll finally finish off Zaka, but there's so much difficulty here. The shotgun through the floor will end it, and a great strategy to start from CAG.
No, of course. You see, that's fully on the prep right there. They know the strategy. They know they want to go garage over. They had the rat up top to kill the flanker, and the site setup was extremely strong, too. They had the tube route. They had the walls reinforced. They really funneled them in. And I think all gamers, they need to really just see that they're playing to counter what they've already shown. Yep. They need to find a way to switch that up and throw CAG off right now.
Well, it's a great curveball to start round number 1 here between CAG and All Gamers. Again, this round really just did come down to the prep work that CAG put in. Some great flanks up above. They were never able to clear those players out with the mute. Might see a mute ban if this continues to be such an issue. We do see that from time to time on Consulate, but there's so many difficulties, of course, coming in for these first rounds when your opponents are so prepped.
Of course. Going up top to CEO right now. Going to see the Clash. Clash will be big too because the Goyo Tachanka ban just gives you that plant stop ability on CEO side. You can cross the Clash into the corner, have the retake going below. The K2 is going to be big. I want to see how they use this, if it's on the pro wall or towards the admin side here.
Yeah, Clash.
4 C4s too, so wow. C4 is going to be big here. Hiding the Clash too.
I like that.
Nothing for the Clash. No Zofia, no Capital. Going to be tough for all gamers here. CAG playing very smart Siege right now.
Anaton has played more rounds on Clash at the Esports World Cup than any other defending operator. He's got a 60% win rate when he's on this op, so it's definitely one that CAG know how to play around. Yeah. They're big fans of this Clash. All gamers, they probably weren't expecting, because as you said, they hit it through the prep phase, so solo mid on this blitz is going to have a really tough time getting past Anaton.
Of course here. And of course, Clash too, with the introduction of being able to place down your shield, makes it so mobile, so you can really just be across the map in a few seconds, and being able to plant your shield and help your teammates here.
Already pressured in towards yellow. Chibisu is going to be playing at the top of the staircase, try to make sure nobody can drop too safely through that skylight. MC's doing some good work on the Flores drones, trying to deal with this barbed wire. He should get the barb there. He connects it to the wall and will blow up the barbed wire. So that's going to be a little bit more information that is gone on the side of CAG.
Flipping the Clash now. Looks like they want to go for some sort of CEO yellow take here with the blitz right now, but the Clash should help stop this here. They're going to need to have a C4 ready to stop this Ying swinging through, and it's going to be on the people who are splitting off of the pressure they're creating on yellow and CEO right now. Maybe a bathroom hop, maybe a top spiral hop here. Do a mine stacking against the Clash here. They have a mute retaking lower yellow right now. CAG is working beautifully here.
Movement could be huge. We're just waiting for all gamers to get off the roof and go for the go. They've certainly did some good job burning out this utility. The last Candela will fire, so that's going to be maybe prompting the push, but Dave, they're really not getting into the building. All of
stalling hard here.
Gone. Here come the Candelas in now doing their best, but the Clash just found this blitz. It's going to be brutal on the vert angle. Moonlight's the first one to fall. Chibisu was chasing his kills. A little bit over-aggressive, but he hits the jab. Oh! Going to get down there in the end. Everything coming up CAG, and Yaz is the last player alive. Didi will kill his teammate of Shoe Reap. I don't know how that happened, but regardless, a 4v1 still for CAG. This should be so winnable with Yaz not even in the building. He'll give away his position, tossing out that Sens roller, hoping to be able to draw some players back over towards that window, then go back towards the yellow side to grab his defuse kit. So much work to do now for the young player on All Gamers. Yaz is just desperately trying to find an angle into the building, but they know where he's at. They've got eyes on his position. One more roller, 2 can openers he likely won't be able to use. And here comes the swing from Chibisu to end it out. What a defense from CAG.
I think all gamers right now, they're just telegraphing too much. You know, they didn't put any pressure admin side. They go to the direct yellow skylight. It's just really, it's too simple of Siege right now. You can't let CAG fully read into what you want to do because, like I said, they're just rotating the Clash. They're playing aggressive on the initial front, and they have people helping hold for the other gaps right now. And there's no people hitting deep admin top spiral. So all they have to worry about is yellow and CEO. So it's just too simple right now from all gamers. And you're gonna see the timeout because of that here.
Yeah, again, this is a really early tactical timeout coming through from the coach of All Gamers after just 2 rounds. Does not like the way that CAG have been playing here against his boys on All Gamers. Head coach crazy. Here, yeah, I mean, you're just really going for the kill. Then the air jab hits like both players.
But the Clash, you see how good the Clash is. He can sprint down, drop his shield, and that's what it is. He can just help his teammates really stay alive, and that's the beauty of it.
The French coach here of All Gamers, Phenom, is going to be trying to talk to his boys to get them back on track. A lot of these lower level teams will bring international coaches, and certainly both CAG and All Gamers have done that to this tournament. Sparky, the head coach of Cyclops, will be talking with his guys as well, the Italian head coach, trying to pilot this Japanese team. So we'll see what the adjustments get made after this TAC timeout. Clearly, they're being read into, and their strategies have been predicted on the side of All Gamers. What are you hoping changes up here? Is it just kind of masking where you're pushing from and not being so obvious?
Exactly. You have to run a variation or new strategy. I feel like coming into a tournament, you really should be preparing differently, because if you have to think, what have I showed in my regional league? Because that's what they're going to be looking to prep. So if you come in with different information and different strategy, they're going to be off sync to the prep. So all gamers need to try to just work differently and try to really throw off what CAG think they're doing. Yep. And they can still even do the same things, but they just can't start the same way. They need to put pressure admin. If they want to go yellow, they need to just throw them off here.
Yeah. It's interesting seeing solo mid, the shield ag.al player, jumping on the Ashe for round number 3. Not an operator we typically see from him. He's usually on the shields for this mid-floor push, so that might be a bit of a suggestion that they are going to change things up. The presence of both the Buck and the Ram says to me that they're going to want to take top floor control here, Dave.
Yes, of course. Here we see the Pulse coming out. Pulse, one of the best operators on this piano site, just being able to get this info on admin side here. Then obviously, too, for the late round C4 on piano with the shotgun. Mirror going to be on the top side. The smoke's going to be nice. The band is going to be stalling on the top, so they can't get the pro wall open. Thorn has 2 Thorns pocketed for any shield play. But like you said, he switched to the Ashe here.
Yep.
Contesting admin, and you just see CAG always probing, always contesting initial entry, shooting info, making them waste this utility where they have no walls at, and they're making them use all of these bodies to take these zones, not for free, but they're just kind of giving it. They're giving it to them, but they're not giving it to them for free. They're destroying their info.
Yeah, and it's risk-free, right?
Exactly.
For CAG, Zach has already got
right here. This guy admin, this guy in Visa.
Potential for a nitro cell on these players up above, but of course with Yaz down here as well, he's trying to prevent any shenanigans coming on through. Anatsun's over there on the mid floor. We've got DD down in the basement trying to read for some information. Of course, the rest of the team just above Yaz, taking the space up on the top floor.
It's very one-sided right now again. Good kill.
Nice.
Very nice.
MC on the skylight's going to be able to take down the angle onto Zaka. He had a lot to worry about there on the top floor of Rome, so Zaka's going to have to rethink that one, but his teammates are still in strong positions in and around the site. Chibisu and Shureep up above the bomb site. DD and Anatun inside the site.
It'd all be on the top floor clear right now. They have 3 C4, so they can play nice C4 capability. One's up top, though. Ooh. Cheese play. I don't think they know he's here.
Oh, they're going to flash him out. So Shureep, he's going to be full blind. He sprints packs through the meeting hallway, trying to make his way back to the mirror window, and he does do so, but Railgun, he was there to try to catch him. He eats the C4 from Anatun. That's a huge play to keep Shureep alive, and all of a sudden, this push is starting to get messy for All Gamers. They have some decent map control, but they need to keep pushing through the top floor if they want to get value of their Buck-Ram combo that they brought to this lineup specifically to start working the Vert.
This is their counter pressure down, too, so they're all funneling into this mirror, into the smoke grenades on Oreo. So it's going to be very difficult right now for All Gamers. Either look to flip side and keep one above so you can, because here you can still plant safely and you have the cross right now, but it's very difficult because it looks like they're going to go into this top floor clean.
Worried about a stall here, Dave. We're kind of just standing around. They got to start making some moves to fight these players. The flashes will go in. You heard the nitro cell rip. Shureep got it, but instead the gun's in his hand. Finds Solo and another quick shotter to MC. He wants a third, repelling in. Beautiful shots on a moonlight. Shureep has done so much for CAG this round. It's surely over. Wants the 4K, slots the player down below.
They're going
hungry for this frag. Yaz yet to find one in this game. He will not be granted a frag. Beautifully done by CAG. They're looking unstoppable on console.
This one might get away from them right here, especially after that quick timeout, not finding any success, any change of play. Going to be very difficult for All Gamers here.
And now after the tactical timeout does not give them any hope, they will just have a single operator ban to try to tilt things back in their favor. All Gamers, what do they remove? Will it be the Clash? Will it be the Mute? It'll be the Kaid. Okay, what do you feel about this ban?
It's difficult because they were running the Kaid, but I feel like they can swap into more a zombie contest here. They have a zombie, they have Omai up, they have the Clash up still.
Yep.
I'm expected to see them bring that out here. They're going to bring out the Echo, they're going to do a Garage Room, double trap right now. They're probably going to play to give them not a lot of space. And they're also bringing that wall denial still just to make them have that element in their attack to solve for that. So it's really good lineups right now from CAG.
Well, Dave, I'm going to teach you a new casting term today.
Yes.
This is your first big tournament here at the Esports World Cup. So far, CAG have played 3 bomb sites. They won all 3 of them. That's a perfect rotation. That's awesome. But now they're playing the 4th site. They're looking to go on a world tour, winning all 4 bomb sites on Consulate. They've done the split site, top floor, mid floor. If they can do this one, they'll have an accomplishment that very few teams can pull off on a map like this, especially.
The world tour, but I feel like on Consulate, all 4 sites are extremely strong, especially the mid floor sites too, the piano and the tellers, because it's always below, because you have admin and then you have the basement that can stop the plants, and it's the same for both sides, the garage side and the CEO side.
Right.
So you have to be very intentful with your attacking position and knowing what angles you can cut off and what spots you can cut off for them to deny the plant from here.
And we're going to see Railgun pick up the shield. Again, usually it's going to be the ag.al solo mid who's going to be running these shield operators, but perhaps with the Blackbeard, you want to get a bit more aggressive. They're going to throw it onto Railgun instead. How do you feel about this attacking lineup?
Attacking line, Mav, Abana, Doke, Sledge. I'm not the biggest fan. They don't have much clear potential besides the Dokubi here.
Right.
So they're probably going to do a back ISO right now just based off of where they are, stacking up side of Visa. But I do think they start the round extremely stacked here, using the Blackbeard to protect the wall, getting open on the secret side here.
Yep.
But this is going to be telegraphed because honestly, a lot of the time here when you're going into this play, the defense has you kind of pinned into the basement, and whenever they let you in, they can make their flank play through Visa here.
You can tell CAG are reading this push. They're applying pressure outside the building on these players trying to work their way in through secret. They have gotten in successfully. They can move their way down towards the basement now, but it's a little bit scary because the information's flowing on CAG. In comes the Blackbeard. Railgun starts to make his way in through servers. They've got their drones as well, starting to clear up these positions. There's nobody down here with them, but there will be players up above and, of course, a few on site.
Yes, and it's going to be big how they use the Echo for the flanks right now and the mine side of site. Moonlight, one above here. They had to see this Echo info was huge here.
This is absolutely massive. They've just got perfect information on Railgun for the Blackbeard, so they don't have to take any fights if they don't like the look of them. Good work from the Maverick, starting to work on this main breach. The Bandit not going to be so effective to stall that out. Just getting some angles for his team. Here comes Moonlight inside Piano. He's just drawn a circle over the head of Anaton. That's brutal. The Nitrocell gives him a bit more of a wide angle to try to look into Piano, but Moonlight's really just trying to harass these players, draw their attention, stay alive. Right. Instead, Shoereep's down the stairs. He gets 7-1 from Shoereep. He's playing out of his mind right now. A massive play, and as you said, assisted by those Echo drones from DD. It's a full team effort from CAG. They still got pings on the Blackbeard. There goes Railgun to Zaka. Outside, Yaz will get 2 kills. It's nice, but it's not quite going to be enough. Dies to the fire in the end there. All going to be on Moonlight in the 1v3. The monster of Shoereep still lurking down in the basement, hiding amongst the lockers, sees an opportunity. His phone blows up through the wall. Another brilliant shot, and Shoereep is playing out of his mind on Consulate.
Just beautiful rounds here. You know, they're really working together, making sure they're actually taking fights together and off the info. And you see they still have a guy isolated in the backside. They're not letting him have that space for free. They're making sure they're sinking the pop through of the breach with Shoereep's flank. You know, CAG is really working well together. And I feel like this ultimately has to show, too, kind of the effective play-ins. You know, you kind of come in, you make mistakes, you lose these first game, and then you're kind of coming into this actual tournament, but you have kind of a run-up, you have a warm-up, and you actually are operating much better because all gamers are coming in, and they're kind of making mistakes and learning live, but you learn live, then you're going into another game, and it's an elimination game tomorrow, and your back's against the wall already. So CAG's already been there, they have that experience, and they're really showing this confidence to not be afraid to play.
Yep. I love seeing all of this play, especially coming out of Shoereep. It feels like he's completely taken over this game, Dave. And we saw that back during the Phase 1 as well. He had 110 EPS through those games. He was the second highest rated player on CAG, just barely behind Chibisu. They were really the two putting in work. And one thing that we noticed is that he was always so aggressive on the defense, getting engaged in 2/3 of all of the opening duels on the defensive side. He loves to roam around the map, get active, surprise the enemy with his positions. It's a full world tour from CAG. And now 2 rounds just separate them from a perfect half.
And here we go again. We see that zombie, the Wamai combo I was talking about with the clash here. It's going to be very deadly for CAG. They have a bunch of utility here. They're going to be able to stall the admin side, and the Wamai C4 is going to be huge too. They're going to be forced towards yellow again. And again, the operators are a little bit lackluster from solo. I mean, from all gamers right now.
Back towards the top floor again. You want to see all gamers take some space. They're completely changing up their attacking strat, as you say, right? They're over towards admin this time, but they left that clash up. So Anathon's going to continue to bring this and make it really awkward if they telegraph their push as they have been.
And two, going admin into the Wamai Azami is extremely hard here. Seeing a light layer here, they're just going to not play it too hard. Swinging in, they have admin control right now. Good take from all gamers to get this control here. But it's all going to be on the soda clear.
Right, this is all the space they wanted, but Shurip, double digits. He just can't miss tonight. It feels like Shurip is unstoppable. Here comes some breaching in towards the break room, but exactly, they've already gotten their frag. They don't need to continue to pressure over towards break room. They can just fall back towards the vending machine, play passive if they want to. This is all looking CAG.
Yeah. Just out of sync from all gamers walking before the breach gets open, because if you get the breach open, it just nullifies that angle. You get the drone work up too. You have the control you need.
Anaton will soon spot the player starting to push in through admin. I believe it's Solo mid starting to apply pressure. He does get on the drone and spot out that clash. They've got players down below, which can be a good clash counter, but they don't have the Zofia, they don't have the Deimos, they don't have the Buck. It's going to be tough to actually apply pressure.
Yeah, exactly, too. I feel like the floors, they're just in the wrong spots, because the floors should be on the spiral skylight, getting rid of this bar, getting rid of the desk here, getting rid of these foams. The floors has no real presence below here. Just they're powering into this too. Oh, geez.
What is this? This is so disrespectful. Shurip is hungry for more picks, and the clash is going to enable it. Zach is the one who finds it instead. They're both flanking from different dimensions, making it impossible to be inside of admin. Finally, Shurip gets shut down, but it's all for naught. MC, the last one alive at a 1v4. Top of spiral, zapped by the clash. No hope in this situation. Good shot on Zaka, but through the window, it's DD. What's he doing outside the building? Getting a frag, I suppose. Perfectly done once again, 5-0.
Clean round again. You know, just not bringing the proper utility. If you want to go through that side of the map, you need to Capital walking up the staircase, or you need some type of utility going through the drone hole, making sure you get the long disc cleared out so you can actually push the opponents back off the soda position. They don't really have the ops in the right spots. And two, CAG is doing a beautiful job of identifying when they're leaving these zones, and when they have one person in the zone, they're taking 3 people to the zone with each other in sync. And Anitude's doing a great job off the clash too, just being able to coordinate all of that here.
Well, Dave, so far through the Esports World Cup, we've been blessed with 0 7-0s. We've not seen a full blowout
might be the first one here.
This one is starting to look tough. Not only are CAG almost the full way there, just 2 rounds separate them from a flawless game, but the way they've been winning these rounds just feels so dominant. From the early game plan to how they're executing, it feels like CAG are playing on another level. If all gamers, they want to try to find some hope in this matchup, I mean, it's going to be tough.
So Jesse, the game's gone. Okay, he's off the Yana. If he stuck the Yana, that would have been it.
Yana in 2026, that certainly would have been a sight. We don't
Only KZ can do that.
Shaiko too.
Shaiko too, okay, yeah.
Here we go, 3 minutes, separate the perfect half.
With the nades.
Oh, he's a nightmare on that operator for sure. Now solo mid.
The blitz, they haven't really gotten much impact out of the blitz either, too. So it's very awkward. They're going to the double shield lineup.
Yep.
Let's see how they want to use this. Piano 2 here. Starting with a kind of similar top setup, bringing more trap on the top here. No bandit either.
Do you think they're going to try to take full top floor control like they did last time? I mean, it didn't really go
They're probably going to go yellow split here to try to get the top right now, because they had to go admin over, but it was into the mirror. But they need to use the shield on yellow to get this yellow control. Then if they want to do a CEO window repellent, they need someone hopping the site to put pressure on Anitude to stop the C4 below. Because if you do that in sync, you can catch Anitude off guard. You have the site, you get yellow, and then you can go for a direct site plant here. So this depends how they want to do this. Looks like they're going to have the Blackbeard pressuring site here.
Okay. And they need to have good coordination when they time this. That's a big thing, and we haven't really seen it from all gamers so far today. Shurip gets a kill. It's another Tuesday. He goes down to the track singers and will be finished off by MC, but still, that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. It's going to continue to slow this push down. CAG lose their best fragger here on Consulate, but it might not be enough. Anaton ready for the C4. You were worried about the hop-in. There's nobody directly ready for it. Instead, the nade actually falls through the floorboards and almost finds Anaton. We'll say he meant to do it. We'll say it was intentional, regardless of whether it was or not.
Oh, go.
Yeah, if Railgun repels in there, this is going to be a nightmare. Chibisu will certainly hear it. Anaton will too.
They're just stalling out on this yellow side. They know exactly where they're coming from here. They're all positioned on the side of the map here. Blitz is going to drop, go into yellow. Smokes go out. They have the cuts. CEO window dead from the C4.
Perfectly played. Now Chibisu can stall them even farther here from top yellow. He knows that one's over towards the bathroom window too. Zaka's trying to make a play to come help out his teammates. There's the second nitro. It does get shot. Good coordination coming through from all gamers, but they're still stalling out. Very little map control just in yellow. Solomid wants to clear these top floors, but there's many different angles he's got to worry about. So he'll smoke off the ones to his right and try to focus down Zaka. Instantly dies to the shin shots. That's going to be tough. Zaka takes down the secondary shield, and now it's MC and Yaz, the last two alive. The rotate out the building to get back to safety. Why not? You know where these last two players are at, so you can make that rotate without any worry at all. Yaz and MC desperately trying to hunt down these last couple of players. Zaka is towards the admin side, just at the top of the Visa steps, but something tells me they're not going to be able to find him. They don't have any time on the clock there.
Yeah, they're fighting Ghost right now, Jesse.
Just a nightmare position to be in for all gamers. They're over by the hatch. If they drop this, they're certainly doomed. MC's got no more utility to try to play with here. Down the spiral stairs, Yaz is trying to open up the site for his teammate. Finds ahead of Didi. That's a good shot.
Top though here. Yep, bomb down.
Perfect from Zaka. He will take down MC, and now Yaz has to do everything without the defuse kit. He doesn't have time to find these kills. It's going to be a flawless 6-0 half for CAG by Varel.
Beautiful rounds here, because you see how those staircases are so close. Zaka can back all the way up, and then he has to retake. He can stop. He has top win con. It's beautiful from CAG right now. Really using the map extremely well. And we even saw when it was in the 3v4, when the Blitz was still alive, that they were able to back up inside of CEO after they got the kill on CEO window. They had their player playing Oreo, and they were playing a great crossfire off of each other in sync. They're not losing respect for their opponent. They're just staying as a team, and it's very good to see them here. Looking very good, very warm.
Well, Dave, it doesn't take an expert to say that CAG are in a good position here at the halftime timeout, 6-0 over their opponents. And rather than talking too much about how the second half might go, I'm curious about your thoughts on CAG, because they surprised a lot of people qualifying out of Phase 1. Now we're getting to cast them here on Consulate. It's not the toughest opponent that they'll have to face today, of course, or face through the tournaments, but just based on what you're seeing from CAG today in the last couple days, how deep do you think this team can really go? Because I've been super impressed with them so far.
I mean, I feel like right now, Shopify win was everything, because they are really in a position to lose that game 6-3 down, and being able to have the mentality to bring that back, I feel like it gave them a lot of confidence here. And if you can beat Shopify, you know, coming off of that grand final in Salt Lake City, beating that team, it's not easy. You know, you have to have respect for your opponent. So I feel like CAG, they're working really well together, and seeing them playing as a team, that's what really matters in Siege. Like, you're going to have like your good players, you know, you're going to have Shuri popping off and stuff like that, but making sure he's popping off in coordination with his team, not making these solo plays. It's all in coordination. He's flanking off the Echo drones. He's playing with his team. It's just, that's the key really in these matchups. It's being able to go the distance as a team, because in these tournaments, there's so much pressure on each player to perform. But if you guys are helping each other out, you guys are relying on each other, there's a foundation of teamwork, the kills are going to come, because you're always going to be in their positions. You're going to be putting yourself in the position to win.
It's great to see the evolution from a lot of these players too. I mean, we talk about Chibisu and Shurip in particular, the MVP so far through this game, having a monster performance. You mentioned it, being supported by his teammates for sure, but for a guy that's been on this team for over 2 years now, he joined back in 2024, just 22 years old. He's never really had the spotlight on him, it feels. Like, he's been around, everybody knows who Shurip is, but nobody's talked about him as a high-level player, as someone who can pop off and dominate a game the way that he is today. I think it's good to see the growth of these individuals, the growth of the team, maybe empowering those individuals to step up and show their full potential, and it's been a real show here at the Esports World Cup.
Of course, going to see the Monty band coming out. It's directed toward Attitude. Could do a double shield ban here. Let's see it. Glass, okay.
Interesting.
Flash too, so we're kind of going to be running shields here.
All right, well, they've been doing their homework. They clearly know what all gamers like to play. They've banned out some of these critical operators to try to defend things out. And with CAG, you know this is going to be a shield team. Anaton really wrote the book on how to play shields in Rainbow Six Siege, even before it was meta. Anaton was spamming these shields, and as shields have become even more powerful, he has found his home in Rainbow Six on this role. Without the Clash, there aren't going to be very many strong tools from all gamers to slow that down. You can see they brought a few of them. I really like the Thorn here, but is it going to be enough, Dave?
No, I think against the shield, the Elo is just the best, because the Thorn, like the Razor Bloom, doesn't actually destroy the shield unless it actually gets popped. And a lot of the time you have the BB has nade to destroy the Thorn mines, so having that Ela be able to rotate with the push to stop the shield from getting that space in, it just changes everything for them.
Totally. Bit of an interesting extension from All Gamers. They've got a lot of rotates out of break
here. They're
gonna
contest this, but I feel like even if you're doing a setup, you should have a zombies plus the Wamai combo right now. Bring in the mute just to stop with this Damus and the snake. I want to see if they go admin or CEO side right now.
Currently looking like it might be admin, just where they're spawning.
Off the pipe.
Gonna have some pressure down below too. Shurip gonna likely try to get down there with the Deimos, maybe go for some tracks and for those break room players. At the same time, DD on this Ying can start to apply pressure. Anaton will of course be the spearhead, trying to make his way through this east side of the map.
The mute jammers are gonna throw off the snake scans too here.
True. The Grim canisters might still be able to find some player positions.
Good Grim.
Who starts to throw them in.
See him below right now.
Information flowing on the side of All Gamers. That's what they need to see, but you have to stop this entry. Here come the Candelas. Anathem's already inside of admin. Moonlight gets the first one into Zaka. That's a big frag. Still players fighting inside of admin. This is going to be Anaton fighting for his life, and with the nade, caught by the magnet, still finds the Wamai. That's not what you want to see from Moonlight. MC's got a lot on his shoulders. He needs to be able to get a kill back, and he might be able to find one on the Blackbeard, but it misses his shots. Now it gets awkward. Now the position is known. The nades will start to force him back. That magnet won't get a kill. That's okay. Still can try to put a pressure on this player. With this wall being hard, it's going to be kind of devastating, but perfectly played by Shurip. He's got the pistol downstairs. They have really good information on CAG, and they're finding kills because of it.
Great teamwork right there, too. And he didn't overextend. He pinged him. He used the player below. Yep. That's what's important, too, is being able to use where your attackers are and how you can get kills easily here. Going to put the pro pressure. The Grim's going to be extremely good in the late round, too, because you're going to be able to Grim everything close. So if they want to play aggressive, they're going to be getting spotted the whole round. Plus, the Deimos below too doesn't even have to track them, can just wallbang them off the Grim Bees here.
Solomid, the captain of All Gamers, yet to find a frag in this match. You don't want to see James Bond 007 rearing his ugly head, so Solomid needs to start getting involved in this game if they want any chance of extending it beyond 7 rounds. Yaz at the top of Spiral, Solo inside of Meeting alongside Railgun. They're going to just try to stop these players so they get in towards the site. Bit of a pixel here from Chibisu. He sees the feet of the Tachanka. He wants to find Railgun. Railgun's aware too. He wants this fight as well. This might be a risk worth taking, but if you lose your Tachanka, it can be so devastating.
That comes out.
The Grim will deny the position.
Sword
Down the
flank is
spiral
big.
stairs. Yeah, Yaz is trying to make something happen here at the bottom of Spiral. He wants to surprise them and get some value.
He needs
but
to go, though.
He's not doing anything. Dave, Shurip's still finding some value. Yaz gets a kill, but it's a little too late. Here come the Candelas. Now he's not on site to support Railgun, so Railgun has to really stall out this push. 25 seconds is a brilliant shot at a Chibisu. That might give them some hope, buy them some time, but Yaz's return to site does not go as planned. DD's planted a diffuser. Anaton's applying the pressure, holding this push from Railgun. Has to be able to stop this while Kit's going down, but isn't going to do so. The Tachanka fire will force the Blackbeard back, but Anaton doesn't have to fight this. He's rotating back to try to find his teammates, stalling him back, forcing him passive. And this might be a kill, but he pushes him back into it, and Anaton finds the final kill. It's a flawless 7-0 win for CAG.
Very nice round from them. It's a great game, too. Very composed, smooth. That was clean. Bad way to start the tournament for All Gamers. Bad way.
Yeah, not ideal, especially against a team who came in from play-ins. But I mean, destroying some of the best teams in the world in play-ins. Maybe CAG are one of the most difficult opponents that All Gamers will have to play. They continue in the upper bracket, and CAG just look red hot.
CAG are on a run because not only have they crushed 3 keys so far inside this tournament, they now have gotten away with a 7-0 against All Gamers. All Gamers could not win a single round against CAG, and what a dominant performance. I mean, we know it's defender favorite, but what are you supposed to do when Shurip goes 11-1? And on the side of All Gamers, after 6 rounds, 3 players combined only have 2 kills. It is just a complete difference in regards to skill, in regards to the teams going up against each other here.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they're playing on 2 different levels, and CAG should arguably be on another level than All Gamers. I mean, CAG have been playing Rainbow Six at an international level for like 6 years at this point, and All Gamers, this is only their 2nd ever tournament, so it's maybe not a big surprise, but I'm definitely impressed with how dominant CAG looked in this game.
CAG just looking really nice right now, too. Like, just great team play, and honestly, too, the prep work was extremely crucial because you really saw how it affected All Gamers. And so All Gamers right now, I just really want to say, you know, they need to just work on their operator lines because the game is such information heavy that when you have the Deimos, the Snake, and the Dokkaebi up, you need to really be using that to really put the defenders on the back foot. And I just don't think they really brought a good combination of operators here.
I love these highlights from Shurip. Like, every single clip is just a masterful shot. Like, these are insane.
Just frying them.
Sometimes you see a player hit double digits and it's like, okay, yeah, you know, they got some C4 kills, they got some standard lineup, they traded their teammates, but Shuri really put on a highlight reel for us today.
And only had quite a little amount of rounds to do so as well, right? You know, the longer the game goes, the more likely it is that you will see those double digits. But for CAG, this is an incredible result. They will have to go up against Dark Zero after this, as Dark Zero was able to take down Secret earlier today on the A stream. They've already destroyed the hopes and dreams of one NA team. How do you feel like their chances are against Dark Zero? I mean, Dark Zero looks strong, though.
That's my team, Dark Zero, the favorites for me. So I feel like Dark Zero, they're going to have a good prep. They're going to have a good game plan. And obviously, too, it's a very different team because Dark Zero, they have such good mentality and they really do treat every opponent the same. So it's going to just be a real battle and a real test of where CAG are, because I feel like they've already made some great steps, because we have to remember they've gone 400 days without winning a map in a tournament, and now they're here finally winning. So they've taken a great step, but to beat Dark Zero, now that's a tall task.
Yeah, no doubt Dark Zero will be the best team that CAG have had to play against at the Esports World Cup so far. But also, if I'm CAG, the way I'm playing, I'm not scared of anybody. I'm ready to come into that match versus Dark Zero and turn some heads.
I don't know, Jane, I know.
Okay, we'll see.
Yeah, pretty scary player to go up against, but I feel like for CAG, that confidence is something we're seeing inside the game as well, right? You know, once they get to these moments where they have a 4v1 on defense, they're not letting that final player live or breathe or get any more centimeters of the map. Like, it was the middle 4 bomb side, and they were sending everybody down to this player to chase him, to not make that round last any longer, to not give them any opportunities. And adding to that, the fact that we've seen so many different maps from CAG, so many different rounds, so many different opponents that they've played against. It keeps on adding to the list of positives that we're seeing from this roster that makes them a very fair contender here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, I think so. You got to give a lot of credit to the support staff as well. I know Sparky, the head coach, they might have some analysts that they're working with the team as well. Clearly, they've been doing their homework, and even though it's a crazy schedule, like at the Esports World Cup, you're playing 2 games a day, you're going back-to-back, there's no off days here for CAG, but their prep work has still been incredible. I cannot imagine the support staff are getting much sleep, but they seemingly have a great read on every opponent they play.
No, of course, and that really is the key, because the information you can get before the game can really allow you to just make the game a lot easier, because you can see if they're doing the same things, you already know what they're going to do. If they're doing something different, you're just playing it kind of like a scrim, you're just playing free, reactive. But if they're not really changing much, the game's just going to be so much easier, especially with CAG not showing this map at all, and you can see all gamers not really changing much from their CNL games. It wasn't very good.
Rough for them there. They have to go up again in the lower bracket. Their 1 extra life is now gone, and they are 1 game potentially away from being eliminated at the Esports World Cup. Now, we're pretty in sync with the A stream, because their game has also just finished. I'm not trying to bring the spoiler alert too hard.
Who won?
Who do you think won? Falcons, M80?
Oh, boy.
Falcons?
They did. Yes, they did.
What was the score?
It seemed like I don't know like the exact score, but it seemed like a big stomp at the beginning, and then it got a little bit closer.
Okay.
But still, Falcons, I think they didn't take them down at all, M80, by the way. Like the last time they played, of course, at the Munich Major Finals. That obviously didn't end very well for Falcons. We all remember that. So it's a big moment for Falcons for them to take down M80 on the A stream. But as both our games have ended at a similar time, we now have Lexing standing by with CAG for a quick chat.
Thank you, guys. A 7-0. I wanted to ask you if you're feeling better, but I mean, I think with a quick 7-0, you also on top of the leaderboard, you got to be feeling pretty good.
It feels amazing to 7-0. In Consulate, when we play scrims against them, like they always like 3-9, 2-10. We always get like crushed, so it feels good to win on a 7-0.
Absolutely. Now, I want to talk about one of your teammates, Sharif, another MVP of the series. He came into this today being the #1 rated player coming into EWC. I mean, what is this guy doing differently that just no one else is doing?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know what's in his brain. I think maybe he has cheats on his brain. I don't know.
Well, I asked Anderton yesterday, I kind of want to ask you, back in Reload, you guys had a miracle run. You guys got to that grand final. You guys look to be on that same form, if not better. What is going to continue? What's going to be the process to continue to make sure that you guys keep getting these wins and keep pushing yourself 1 game close away to qualifying for playoffs?
Yeah, it's just never underestimate your opponent, and just instead of thinking what they're gonna do, we're just gonna think what we want to do, and then just play the game per map, per round. Like just keep the pace to ourselves.
All right, Zach, well, congratulations on the win. I'll let you go celebrate with the team. Focus on themselves. That's the best that they can do, and they are looking damn good. I'm going to send you guys back to our desk.
Great words from Zaka there, and kind of what you guys were suspecting as well. Hearing from the very first question, yes, they have been scrimming this map. In fact, they've also been scrimming it, apparently, against All Gamers, and we're losing it. So once again, it seems the teams that seems to lose, maybe even in preparation, learn a lot from their mistakes.
Of course, I remember before our Charlotte's run, we used to say it was a whole lot of red the month of January. We probably didn't win a scrim. It was brutal, but ultimately losing is learning. So being able to take those losses and form them into wins is ultimately what makes great teams.
Yeah, that's usually the difference maker, right? Anybody can show up and have a great best of one where they dominate their opponents, they maybe get lucky on the op bands, something goes their way, but to be able to consistently do that as CAG has, it shows that they're learning from their mistakes, it shows that they're growing as a roster, and it shows they've got real potential to bring that more into the future.
And we are moving fast here on the B stream, of course, to the 7-0. We are going through these matches pretty fast. We're halfway on our day. 2 more best of ones remaining, and the one after the break is virtus.pro versus Edward Gaming.
Throwing fresh.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Puff, blow the house down.
You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
We are at the halfway point of our day here on the B stream at the Esports World Cup. 2 more best of ones to go. I am Anne. We're still joined by Jesse, and we have Ace with us as well. Ace, you happy to be casting some European teams despite being at an international stage?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I love virtus.pro. I've been kind of backing them for the last 2 years, and it's finally paying off.
Yeah.
They're here. So yeah, any opportunity to have a look at these guys, because they're just so entertaining to watch now with the changes they've made.
Yeah.
A lot more dynamic than they used to be, and Pasha and Dan are just always a pleasure, aren't they? So
yeah, already through the play-ins, we've had some real support for these EML teams. We saw Fnatic doing so well through Phase 1. Now we get to see another one of these EML squads, VP, come through and show their stuff. Up against an underdog here in EDG, who are certainly looking to cut their teeth against some of the best opponents in the world.
I'm glad you mentioned Fnatic, because especially with the EML fans, they'll have to move over to the A stream as well. Fnatic plays Phase there right now, and we're going to be focusing on virtus.pro going up against Edward Gaming, as you already said. If you look at these two teams on their last last international event. Despite having completely different results, I will feel like both these teams probably hoped and expected to get more out of it. Especially if you look at Edward, you know, they had the visa issues with Direction, with their ag.al not being able to play with their intended lineup, led to them winning 7 rounds in total over 3 games. Not ideal. And then for the side of virtus.pro, I feel like main stage was possible for them, but they played so many EML teams. They had to play like their own region despite making it to international events, and that was really rough. They got so close, but still so far away from main stage.
Yeah, I think for Edward Gaming particularly, they've just got to take Salt Lake for what it was, and that's a learning opportunity. You know, all these CNL teams are new. Obviously, there was the unfortunate situation with one of their players, but that's not going to be the case here today. It's now get in there and just get the experience out of this. It's the same process for them. You know, do they realistically expect to come in and absolutely dominate Virtus? Probably not. But they've gone from strength to strength, and they've moved up in the CNL to the top spot. Yep. But ultimately, they're coming up against a bit of a different beast here today, virtus.pro.
Yeah, VP will certainly be the favorites coming into this matchup, especially with the CNL performance we just watched earlier. All Gamers versus CAG. Not exactly a strong showing from All Gamers. So this is going to be an opportunity for EDG to get CNL back on top, on the right foot. virtus.pro have been dominant throughout the Siege years, but this new rendition with Nako, Skies, and Rourke joining the roster, it feels like a modern version of virtus.pro where they can play the shields, they can play these cheese strategies, and they really lean into the meta in, I think, a way that they haven't for the last couple of years.
I mean, even Nako telling us in the interview, he doesn't really like playing the shields, but he is exceptionally good at it, being the ag.al for this roster as well. I feel like they have a big recipe for success. I was impressed by them during kickoff, impressed once again during stage 1. And Pasha, the guy you're seeing on your screen right now, we crowned him as the MVP of stage 1. He keeps up putting numbers. He says, you know, I do my 20%. Everybody does their 20%, but sometimes it feels like Pasha is doing just a little bit more than that inside this roster. It's been working out so well for them, for the likes of virtus.pro. And on the side of Edward, I mean, if we look at them coming in as the #1 representative from CNL, winning the stage out there, very impressive stuff. And then I'm happy to see them play with their intended lineup. I feel like that's going to change things a lot for them.
Yeah, I'm glad we finally get to see Direction on an international stage. This guy was hyped up non-stop during kickoff. EDG were like, Direction's our guy, he's our best player, he's our ag.al, and then he couldn't make it to Salt Lake City. And we all know the result of that. It ended up being a horrendous performance coming out from EDG, but now they're back at full strength. Now they can finally show us what they're made of as a roster. So I've got high expectations for Direction. I'm really excited to see what he can do.
Yeah, for those who haven't seen Edward Gaming before, who are you needing to look at particularly? Direction, Reef, and Carpe. They've been 3 out of, I think it's the top 6 in CNL. Yep. Like, they have absolutely dominated the stats. They've had like upwards of like 2 KDs across the entire stage. Yeah. They've really been on top of things. So they're the 3 particularly that you want to be watching out for.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Reef in particular. This is a guy who kind of came out of nowhere, wasn't on the roster back during kickoff. We weren't talking about him in Salt Lake City, and then at least from an international perspective, joined this roster. It was a bit of a weird pickup. People didn't know who he was, and then he drops over 300 kills in CNL, the highest frag player of that competition. So clearly he is a force to be reckoned with. We don't necessarily know what we're getting with a guy like Reef, but clearly it's going to be something good.
Yeah, and Carpe especially as well. The star boy, if we look at stats inside the CNL, leading almost every single stat line when it comes to KD and the entry, so he will be the player that I look towards inside this game. Maybe going up against somebody like Pasha or Den inside of that head-to-head here.
The thing is, they're going to need those big performances. They might need 300 kills from Virtus in this game, to be honest with you. If they want to get anything out of virtus.pro, everybody's going to have to step up. Let's not make any, mistake about this. virtus.pro are going to make this extremely difficult without even really trying. They just need to turn up and play their game. The best teams in the world are going to struggle to beat virtus.pro. So, yeah, Edward Gaming are up in and getting stick, but you know what? Stranger things have happened. They just need to come out here, throw it all down, and see what sticks.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, we're hyping up a lot of these guys on EDG, and I think there's a lot to be excited about. But virtus.pro are virtus.pro, and this is going to be a really hard matchup for Edward Gaming to come out on top of. You can show some good stuff, maybe get an upset. It's a best of 1 at the end of the day. Could be some huge results for them.
Yeah, the map might play a big part in this, of course, as well. It's always been a conversation topic when it comes to virtus.pro, their map pool being shallow a few years ago, but that has definitely improved, and Bank historically has always been a great map for them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a really important point for Virtus.pro. But we talk about the players, we talk about the changes on the roster that they've made, but we've also got to factor in the change to the coaching. We've got to factor in the change to the setup for the team as a whole, and map pool is a massive part of it. Yep. We used to see if they didn't go to one of 3 maps, they were going to lose. It was as simple as that. And then when they did get the maps that they wanted, you just knew what they were going to do because it had been rinsed and repeated so many times. They just basically ran out of road, but now they have the depth that they need. They've got these extra maps. They've got the ability where you feel like they can go absolutely anywhere and get wins. Bank is going to be tough for Edward Gaming because Virtus.pro are going to have a lot of space.
Exactly. It's hard not to see this map veto as a win for Virtus.pro. They are 3-0 undefeated on Bank since the season began. They love playing on this map. And meanwhile, for EDG, it's been one of their weaker maps. They've lost it a couple of times recently to teams like All Gamers and Tyloo. So I'm really hoping that we can see some good stuff coming out of them. But Virtus.pro should feel right at home on Bank.
And something that makes Esports World Cup so unique as well as the Club Championship. I love doing little updates about that as we dive into our games. The players almost ready for this best of one. Now, Virtus.pro, they are currently 3rd in the Club Championship. In fact, they're even eligible to win it, right? Due to the top two top 8 finishes that they've had and a win in one of the earlier competitions. And a good result here could really help them overcome the people above them because Na'Vi is technically only 50 points above them, right? So it's really close. I think Falcons as well, only just 200 points. That is the difference between a 1st place and a 2nd place inside a tournament. We're talking about a lot of money there as well, but that, of course, is the bigger picture. It starts here with this best of one on Bank.
Thank you very much, and let's get on into it then. Virtus.pro versus Edward Gaming. We're going to see these two teams get their Esports World Cup campaign underway here in Paris, and we know that this is a David Goliath matchup. There's no point trying to paint it any other way. The expectation here, I'm sure for everybody watching, is that maybe there's a few Edward Gaming fans that might feel differently, but Virtus.pro are going to be heavily favoured to take the win here. But does that mean it's going to happen? Absolutely not. Shopify Rebellion were favourites to go through from phase 1. It didn't happen. These upsets come along, so we will see how it plays out. We're going to get right on into it. It's going to be lockers for the first site down in the basement. No surprises there, Jesse.
Yeah, no surprises on the bomb site, but a couple surprises here in the operator bans, I'd argue, Tim. Some really powerful operators on Bank that are getting let through the map veto phase. Kaid currently has a 100% ban rate on Bank throughout the Esports World Cup. He survives the ban phase, Tubrau and Mira being taken out instead, and the Habana usually being paired with the ace on those operator bans so that you can keep the elevator wall closed on the top floor, so that you can keep some of those hatches closed as well and force them to bring more can openers. This is definitely leaving a lot on the table, and I think it comes down to just the experience that both of these teams have on this map. Virtus.pro will have VODs on EDG on how they like to play the map. EDG will have VODs on Virtus.pro on what type of operators they want to bring, so it definitely feels like we're going off meta a little bit in the operator bans and are trying to dive into some of the more specifics between these two squads.
I don't know if it's a bad omen for Edward Gaming or not, but I'm just looking at Virtus.pro's history on Bank recently, and they've won it. They're 3-0 over the last couple of months, but they've won it once a month. They like to win it once a month. They won back in May, they won in June, they won in July, and I'm really sorry to tell Edward Gaming, but we're in August, so Virtus.pro might just be due another win on Bank. And if we look at the teams they've beaten on there as well, Jesse, they've beaten some serious pedigree on Bank. They've beaten Falcons, they've beaten G2, they've beaten GK, 3 of the top 4 EML teams. You know, it's a serious map here for Virtus.pro. No messing about whatsoever. If we have a look at their stats, they're going to be starting on the defensive side. And defensive win rate 65%, and that does not bode well for Edward Gaming. When you're coming in here in a best of one, you really want to make a good start, and it's going to be very, very difficult. We're going to expect a minimum of a 4-2 half from Virtus.pro here. Could be 5-1, and so that second half, Edward Gaming, may need to show us some real mental resilience.
Definitely. I mean, I want to see EDG trying to play around their strengths, right? We know how this team kind of likes to play on their offensive side of things. They'll bring a lot of that Deimos. They'll bring a lot of that Twitch. The Habana is a really popular operator for Bottom Love in particular to bring on this map. So I'm really hoping that we can see some of these operators come through and try to punish the play style of Virtus.pro, which can sometimes be a bit more aggressive. They certainly can play down to their old slow and steady style as well here on Bank, but it's really going to come down to kind of how they can read their opponents, what they've been able to to predict so far, and the fact that they're even losing on the calendar stats, I mean, that's a new one being brought out of the desk, Tim, but I do love it. That's a bad omen for sure.
We'll see how it goes. But look, I think what Virtus.pro are going to try to do here, I think if I'm Virtus.pro, I'm looking at this, and I'm going to try to stretch Edward Gaming here. Sure. I'm going to try to put as many obstacles, as many puzzles for them to solve as I can. I'm going to, if I'm on basement, I'm going to have people up on top floor. I'm going to have roamers, but I'm going to have them moving around. Maybe a little vigil play here and there. You know, somebody to just really keep them guessing. Somebody who can keep themselves off the radar. Scopos. Somebody who can be out there on the roam, switch back to site. They can never really be sure. Keep them checking and double checking everything. Mute Mozzie combo, make it so they've got to face check everything going in. Just so many little things that you can do to keep Edward Gaming guessing and to use that space that Bank offers, because that's the big thing. Bank is a massive map, and if you're getting in there as Edward Gaming, it's already difficult enough going up against Virtus.pro. If you've got to clear all 3 floors every single time, that's going to become a real drain on resources, on your time, even on the mental.
And we're just starting to, we got a quick little delay before this game gets underway, of course. We're making sure that everything is ready before we load into the lobby. A familiar face, perhaps, standing behind the EDG camp. It's going to be Rise, the man calling attack timeouts behind the team today. They've had some switches in their coaching position. Mingoran is on this roster as well, but is not going to be in the head coach role for this specific tournament, so they're going to have Rise here instead. Was coaching them throughout Stage 1, used to coach Stella Gaming down in Tier 2 for South America, and of course has some history as a player as well. Was on that Los roster for quite a bit of time through 2023 and that one roster through 2022 as well. So we see this from a lot of international teams, especially in CNL and APAC. They're bringing in those international coaches to try to give them that support to win the match.
I think it's a good idea ultimately. You know, like we've said already, CNL are quite a ways behind the other teams in terms of development, and I'm going to say again what I did the other day. I'm really impressed with the CNL teams and how quickly they are catching up to the standard that we're seeing set from, you know, the rest of the teams have had a lot more time. So it makes perfect sense. I think it's, you know, you've got to, you know, bring on the players locally, but by bringing in a little bit of external experience, even if it's just for now, it's really going to help you get up to speed quicker and be competitive at this kind of top level. So I don't think a bad idea at all. But we are ready to go. I'm excited for this one. We're into round 1. It's down into basement. Virtus.pro kickers off on the defense. What are we seeing on? We're not going to Chanka, interestingly. We're just going to be sticking with the smoke.
Yeah, and no Kaid either. This is something a little bit behind the scenes. We were watching the players as they were loading on in, and they had Kaid selected for most of that technical timeout. They swapped it at the last moment, and when you leave a Kaid up, you kind of assume your opponents will be bringing something to counter. Expect direction to be on that Thatcher most of the time, trying specifically to counter the Kaid. So Virtus.pro deciding they don't want to bring that powerful operator, and instead will just rely back on their strats that they built, assuming that Kaid would be banned.
I love this from Carpe, just using the knock to have a little sneaky peek into Garage. There's nobody there, so he can get himself established now. And the problem is, VP are going to have no idea about this. And if he's patient, he can hold. I don't know if he's going to wander on into sight of the trade. I don't think he needs to. Just wait here. Pasha is now aware. He really needed to hit that kill. He does. That's brilliant stuff from Carpe. Yes, they are aware of it at this point, but the damage may be done there. The FNATs are stuck in position. They now can't be altered with Fenrir off the board. And Virtus.pro, they are on the back foot in round 1.
That's one of the best plays that we see here on Bank. A classic, the nook in through Garage. And when you've got such a heavy roam game like Virtus.pro are this round, it's so powerful to be able to sneak your way in through that part of the building. There's no way that you can stop that with barbed wire or anything, of course. So Carpe gets really good value early. and was hyping him up as one of the highest rated players in CNL. He actually tied, I believe, Reef for the highest rated player in CNL Stage 1, so lots of firepower on this team. Good start for Carpe.
As the round ticks by then, Virtus.pro not panicking, which they won't. They've not, tried to take any kind of drastic action to get themselves back into things. Dan is still active on that middle floor. He's now dropped away, as I say that. He's going to drop down the hatch. So at the minute mark, that's the call-in point for Virtus.pro, but they are going to continue. Oh, it's a bad throw on the nade, but the second one should get the job done. Direction manages to find Rorik. 5 versus 3, and we're going to find ourselves now with Virtus.pro hurt into that garage push.
3 Toxic Babes still in the pocket for Nako, so if they do go for a plant strat, they might be able to stall this out with only 40 seconds remaining, but you have to imagine EDG will be trying to flood the site and win on kills.
Virtus.pro are just trying to get aggressive now, playing the angles up the hatches. Nako manages to find one, takes down direction. 25 seconds left to go. Time, as you say, Jesse, quite rightly could be the factor, but Virtus.pro are missing some of those denial operators that we mentioned. The Goyo, the Tachanka, we can hear the Capitao utility coming in, manages to get the kill onto the smoke. That's the denial gone. Reef is managing to find one. Carpe on the last. Virtus.pro, honestly, they looked a little bit ineffective on that round. They had no idea about the garage walk. They suffered to it. 2 kills came from that direction. Carpe actually gets the 3rd walking in at the end as well. And Virtus.pro never really had any hand. It was weird. It felt like they had no teeth in that round whatsoever.
Yeah, already doing better than their fellow CNL team, All Gamers, getting the first round here on the board versus VP, and you mentioned it, right? It was really Carpe who's cracks that round wide open, gives them a massive advantage, not just 1, but 2 kills. And you got to think maybe for Virtus.pro, a little disrespectful on how they handled that. Whilst they didn't know his position immediately, when they went for that first frag, of course, they knew he was there. He missed a couple of shots, and still we saw Virtus.pro swinging out to try to take that engagement. Then it was another just raw engagement coming out. I believe it was Rorik and Pasha. So you saw these players trying to get active and trying to just take 1v1s versus Carpe, who's playing long range with the DMR. Those just aren't fights you're going to be favored to take. And then EDG, great job focusing down the smoke so that they could play that objective focused game plan. Seems like everything is going exactly how they planned it through the first round, and now they just got to keep that up.
Virtus.pro will move on with their site choice. They're going to go to open area. Virtus.pro, one of the teams leaning into, I feel like, this theory that I've spoken about a little bit now about avoiding those top floors. It started with my hatred of Cafe top floor.
Yeah.
And it's kind of spread, Jesse, why not? So the reason that I say this about these top floors, and I think the reason teams are starting to avoid them, I really do need to speak to a couple of the coaches and see if this is the reasoning behind it. I feel like you do just restrict yourself a little bit on those top floors sometimes, because vertical play upwards is really difficult for defenders. You've maybe got Soulish, you've maybe got Pulse, but other than that, we don't tend to see too much. So it's much easier for the attackers. You've got like the Buck that can get in there underneath, just open everything up, no problem. You've got the Deimos who can be a nightmare from below. So we're starting to see that when you play those top floors, naturally the defensive teams are much more restricted to site. They play in and around site, they set themselves up, and it's almost a turtle defense every time, maybe a small extension within the top floor itself. So that's a big restriction to me. Whereas if you're playing in basement, if you're playing open area here, you've got the option of playing those roamers up above. It can waste you a minute straight away. So if you're playing top floor, that's a minute that the attackers, have just gained. And so we're starting to see this lean. I've noticed it, particularly through EML, and I think it will spread internationally as well, where we start seeing those top floor sites actually becoming second and third choice sites rather than, the first pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good lesson as well to teach to any ranked players watching, because I feel like half the time they're just clicking the first site on the list, and that will be the top floor sites. But certainly on a lot of these maps, I think like Bank, like Cafe is a great example too, where there's just not that much space on the top floor. Layering becomes really difficult, and layering is such a powerful option for defenders today in Rainbow Six Siege. It's the main strategy that defense teams will try to run to stall out time while still getting value and wasting resources from the attackers. I think there are some maps where you can successfully layer on the top floor. Clubhouse seems like the obvious example with CC and Jim. Even Consulate on the top floor, extending an admin. There's definitely ways you can do that, but I agree, like some of these maps, it really feels like the top floor is falling out of favor heavily.
I think Lair still has a pretty good top floor, just because of the size of it. I think that, again, you can get away with it, but like you say, the more compact ones, I'm thinking Nighthaven Labs.
Okay, I can't back you on that. I think Nighthaven top floor is
Nighthaven top floor, I feel like you're under pressure immediately. As soon as that round starts, you've got teams straight away, external breach into connector, and then start putting pressure onto Catwalk immediately. And it's just such a tough site, I think, to hold on to.
I will fight you. I think the big thing that separates Nighthaven Labs is that there's no real windows. There's no exterior windows for attackers to play around. There's E-Box, but it's like that's not going to give you many good angles. There's Meeting, but nobody plays in Meeting. So it's like you really only have those breaches, and teams have gotten really good at fighting their opponents on those breaches, whether they bring those mirror windows, they bring the bandits, whatever they might have to stop you from getting in, and even still, you've got some strong angles to play inside the site. So, listen, we'll see what the stats turn up throughout this tournament, Tim. Maybe it'll have a win rate of 20%, and you can pat yourself on the back, and look at this, virtus.pro clearly thinking that your strategy is incorrect, Tim, because they will change their site after the rehost, deciding they don't like how much information that EDG may have gotten, and they will go to the top floor site.
I mean, yeah, it is worth, it is worth saying, ultimately, you're still going to end up playing 3 sites generally. They are still going to rotate through. So you're going to have to go there at some point. But we are definitely seeing a little bit of a leaning away from it. But for the time being, we can get on back into things. It is round 2. It is top floor this time. And we're going to have the clash. So that's going to be a focal point straight away. What can Nako do with it? And how are EDG going to deal with it? They've got plenty of options here. They've got the Capito. They've got the Zofia, they've got the Nomad, all of whom can directly counter that clash. They've also got the Thatcher, who can impact on the electrification of that shield as well. So there are no excuses for Nako having a big round on the clash, apart from Nako doing Nako things.
And I mean, this will be expected for sure by EDG. Nako has played clash every single time, 6 rounds in a row that they've defended on the top floor of Bank. So this is not going to be a shock to come through. Again, the Kaid was being left up. This is super rare, so this might not be as telegraphed, but you can always expect that if Kaid's available, teams will lean into it. Posh is going to be bringing this operator now. You've got Rorik locking down this VIP side with the Azami as well, so I really like the setup that we're seeing early from virtus.pro. Edward Gaming going to have to really do their best to try to crack their way in through this map.
Yeah, there's a heavy focus on the windows at the minute from Edward Gaming. 3 of them playing out there. We can actually see those silhouettes on the outside of the map there. I like that attention from Nomad underneath as well. Carpe going down there, trying to make sure that they're not going to be getting hit on any flanks up onto square. So now that they've got established, they just need to move the clash. They can focus on that. Nako has dipped across over to the elevator side, so they're getting aggressive here. Smoke goes in. Might be an opportunity to get this diffuser down. You want to keep yourself out of sight, though. That much is for sure. Reef gets taken down. The glass off the window. They know where the plant's going down, but they can't stop it. 4 versus 3, though, in favour of virtus.pro. They are now on the retake. There is nobody outside on those windows at the minute. That is going to be the big key. Instead, Bottom is up on the roof. Carpe has now managed to get himself onto the rappel from going out a square window, taken down by Dan, and this could be won by virtus.pro because Bottom will not get an angle from here. They are going to successfully defuse this. Edward Gaming really had the chance there.
Wow, really nice attempt. I think that plant completely caught VP off guard. They didn't realize how fast that would come through. It's a really bold play from Mosquito. Gets that defuse kit down at 1:26. So starts planting before even 90 seconds have passed in the round. You just don't see that very often in Siege. But huge credit to the shot that we saw from Skies. That was so nasty. Yeah. One taps the glass on rappel. Just reads where he's going to be.
I think it wins the round. I think if the glass stays alive there and the plant goes down, it's done.
Yeah, so really ridiculous shot from Skies that starts things off nicely for virtus.pro, and then the response is immediate. The fact that Skies is on the Solus there and can instantly call to his teammates, hey, the plant is happening, it's kind of been happening, they're probably going to get it down, and the fact they're still able to battle back, that is one of the toughest post plants to win for a defending team, but they just did a great job of getting kills before those players got back outside the building, got established on the windows, and really were able to close things down. That's the one tap. So brilliant to take that kill down, and then Rorik close to the windows too. I think a player that deserves a lot of credit.
Yeah, 100%. I think a lesson to be learnt there for Edward Gaming as well about the positioning in that post plant. Bottom taking that wide angle up on the rooftop, but realistically, he's there to try and cover the jump outs so that Carpe can play on the windows. Like, I get that, but he's also just too far away to be able to make an impact. You've got 7 seconds if they start getting on to, so it's like he puts himself in a must-win situation. He has to protect Carpe. If he doesn't, the round is almost certainly going to be lost because virtus.pro immediately going to say, there's nobody on the windows, get on the diffuser, and he doesn't have time to get round there. So it was a gamble. It didn't pay off for them. It leaves us now 1-1.
We always see that from Skies as well, of course, playing here in his hometown of Paris. He's certainly going to have some fans in the crowd when they do make it towards the top 8 on the final weekend. And even here, if he's got any friends or family, we do have an audience open for anybody who wants to come and watch the games. There's a couple of bodies sitting here in the crowd, getting excited for the team and trying to support the best they can. But it's all going to come down to what happens in the server, of course, at the end of the day. It's good to see virtus.pro battle back. If we had seen Edward Gaming get away with that strategy, a plant 90 seconds deep, and then go up 2-0 versus virtus.pro, we might be having a different conversation of, like, this could get a little scary for the team that should be the favorites.
Got another quick little technical pause coming along. We're getting everybody back into the lobby as we speak, so hopefully shouldn't be too long until we're back on into this one. But 1-1 at the moment. I think we're going to see virtus.pro now move on to open area, which was the site that they chose before the last tech pause, but they decided to switch it up. So Edward Gaming is going to be about that top floor control again. It's going to be about going in there, taking over the top, getting that verticality down into site. You've then got a big choice to make. Do you go for the hatch play, or do you move across and try to open up that wall bottom square and move in to that side of the site to put the diffuser down in behind the counter? That's going to be the big choice for Edward Gaming.
Yeah, I agree 100%. There is another option for VP. They could run the basement back, and just based on how they lost it, like, do you let Carpe get 3 kills from Garage a second time if you run that basement back? Probably not. And if you do play basement in round 3, that allows you to play it again in round 6. Whereas if you don't, you'll only get one more chance to defend it before the half swap. So I think both are good choices from Virtus.pro, whether they go mid floor or the bottom floor. It's going to come down to personal preference and what they value as a team. But as we're loading into the lobby now, Tim, it looks like everything is back underway. We can confirm we're starting in the basements.
Yeah, and I think it is a smart... Looking at the lineup that VP are bringing, I think it's a smart choice because we're going to see a very different setup from them than the last one. Like I said, last time around, it just felt like they didn't really have any teeth in the round, whereas this time we saw that Edward Gaming struggled a little bit on time. It didn't matter because they went in there and got the kills, but it was towards the end of the round. It was last 20, 30 seconds they were pushing in looking for those kills. But now they look like they're going to be facing off against things like the Tachanka, the Goyo, that we commented last time weren't a part of the lineup. So if that's the case, if that's what Virtus.pro stick with, I think it's going to have a much bigger impact on Edward Gaming's round. But I think we'll see how we go. It looks like we've got a slight pause loading into the game.
That's my bad. I said that we had fixed it and we're loaded the lobby. I will take the L on that one. Sorry, chat.
We might have another little rebuild of the lobby.
That's okay. We're getting it sorted out. I think they've figured out the source of the tech issues now. They were just talking in chat about what it might be, and I think they might have cracked it. So hopefully we won't have any more issues going forward once this one does get fixed up. But yeah, I mean, for both of these teams, they're making their debut here at the Esports World Cup. They didn't get to play through plans, so this is kind of their first matchup to warm up into things. They've been scrimming, of course. They've been in Paris for a little while, but it's nice to see them finally getting out, and we're seeing all the top 16 teams play today. So really good to get a showcase of all the teams that will be participating and trying to fight for that championship.
That's why I love this first day in this format, in this next stage, because, like you said, we get to see everybody now. We get to see everybody all at once today. We just get that little snippet. They're all best of ones, and we see how people are shaping up. And then we can go on to making some decisions tomorrow and onwards. Teams being eliminated, teams moving through. Oh, there's that lovely Key Crusher getting back into action. And we can see a few more on their way. But we are rebuilding as we speak, so hopefully not too long on this one, and we can get into round 3. And it's going to be the final round for Virtus.pro before we see that next ban coming in as well. I don't know, which way Edward Gaming are going to lean on that. The clash wasn't really a problem for them on the top floor. They kind of just ignored it and dived in through the windows for a plant. So I don't think they go down that route. But it's going to be a big question, I think, of what happens on this basement defense. That actually might really influence the way those bans go.
Yeah, and again, the fact that so many strong operators made it through the first phase makes the second phase of the operator bans really interesting, because we could see a Kaid taken off the board, but if we don't see a Kaid taken off the board, we could see VP potentially ban the Thatcher, and then Kaid becomes so powerful on that bottom floor site in particular. So we'll see what they want to lean into. They liked that on the second bomb site. They didn't seem to want to play the Kaid down on the first floor. Maybe after a Thatcher ban, that'd be something they want to load into, but this time for real, we are loading back into the game. Virtus.pro and Edward Gaming 1-1 so far here on Bank, and we go back down to the bottom floor for a second time.
And it is that lineup that I was speaking about there. We've got the Smoke, we've got the Goyo, we've got the Tachanka. So that to me is Virtus.pro adapting based on what they've seen. They're saying there, look, they've had a little wander in through Garage. They've got away with a couple of kills. Other than that, they haven't really stretched us too much. Dan kept hold of cafeteria open area for 2 minutes before he dropped back into sight. So I think that's Virtus.pro recognizing that, saying, look, they haven't really moved us around too much. They haven't done too much. So if we kind of just sit on that, if we just sit on our hands a little bit, they're going to then come in towards site, maybe the final minute of the round, and we can just deny. And I think that's what the play is going to be here. Don't engage them too early. Don't give them any opportunities. Watch Garage and make sure that you're into that final minute with all your denial, and virtus.pro, I think, are going to feel fairly comfortable they can get it done like that.
For sure. And Carpe not going to be running the Nook this time around, so understands that probably won't work twice. There's going to be somebody watching out for that. Pasha's actually starting inside Garage on the bottom floor with the DMR on Aruni, so he is absolutely ready to make sure that they do not lose 3 kills to a player like that once again. The job for EDG is clear. You've got to take control of these top 2 floors before you can start working on those hatches and playing down below. It is less of a roam game, certainly, like you said, than we saw previously, but it's not 0 roam game. Both Skies and Dan locking down open area on the Goyo and Solar, so I'm interested to see how involved they want to get with it. They will probably just drop back to site without taking too many fights, but there's always the possibility, especially for a guy like Dan, to do something a little crazy.
Yeah, Skies has just dropped away. He's gone down the hatch, decides to take that TCSG back to site. But yes, Dan, I think, will not play his life here necessarily. He will hope to get himself back to site, but he'll back himself to get 1 or 2 along the way. Saying that, he has dropped away, so not holding on to this too hard, and I like that from virtus.pro. They're recognizing what's our win condition here. Our win condition is the denial operators that we've got. It's the Tachanka, it's the Goyo. The Tachanka can burn out about 1 minute and 10 if you absolutely maximize it. So if we say a minute, you know, they're going to feel pretty comfortable behind Neko for that, and they've got the Goyos on top, and they've got the smokes as redundancy as well. So with 1 minute 15 left to go before Edward Gaming are now able to get into sight, this is looking pretty good for virtus.pro.
You're forcing them to execute, right? That's the goal for virtus.pro. Make them do the hardest thing in Siege, which is coordinate for that final push, and they're going to have to do it without bottom love. They lose one of their most important players. The Habana had already gotten a lot of those hatches open. I don't think the hard breach is really going to be something they're worried about, but still losing that body is going to be tough. The game plan for Edward Gaming seems like it's going to be coming in for that server plant, trying to get in and play the objective as the standard push goes, but you're right, Sam. There's so much utility they're going to have to wait past. Those toxic baits from Rorik, the fire grenades coming out from Neko. They kind of have to pressure the back if they want any chance of winning.
I love Rorik's position here. He's just going to hold back. Oh, what a great shot actually from Reef there, just to give himself the opportunity to pressure. That is brilliant from him. It stops any possible flank. It takes the smoke off the board, and now it puts a huge amount of pressure on virtus.pro within about 10 seconds. Brilliant stuff from Reef. 3 versus 2, 15 seconds left to go. Here is where time becomes a factor. Can Mosquito get in and get this diffuser down? He's going to use that smoke to make sure he can get through into a spot to do it. He goes through the bullets that are raining around him to give him that space, and we've got the kill coming in from Reef on the hatch as well. Pasha taken down, but somehow they stop that plant going down and the clock runs out. Edward Gaming have let that one slip. They had done so much great work through the kind of minute to 30 seconds phase of that round, and then they've let virtus.pro off the hook. They had him. They just needed to reel him in, Jesse.
It was Dan. It was always Dan. He's playing in that goal position. He goes out and he stops the plant at the last possible second. Mosquito had just a fraction of a second left when he gets downed in the midst of that. Dan gets credited with the kill, taking him out as he's trying to go for the plants through the smoke as well, let me remind you, but Dan's on that Solus. He's got the information. It's really well played to come through from VP. They just barely stop it, but EDG, they gave us one hell of a scare.
They really did. Like, virtus.pro should not have been winning that round realistically. It's always difficult if you've not been able to deal with the Solus, and that's virtus.pro's experience there. Just coming through and saying, look, you know, we need to keep this operator safe. That's one of our big win conditions. We prevent that plant going down. We know even if they bring smokes or any other utility, we can still get it dealt with. So good stuff from the EML side. They get themselves 2-1 up, and I think that's just a real message to Edward Gaming of the scale of the challenge. They'd had a great moment in that round where Reef takes down Rorik, completely nullifies any mainstairs threat, also turns the head of the defenders as well, because now they can't rely on the Tachanka in the same way because there's that threat from mainstairs. Just brilliant stuff, but it still wasn't enough.
Right, and I think it's also a good showing from EDG too. The 3 players we hyped up before this game began were Carpe, Reef, and Direction. Carpe single-handedly winning in the first round. Direction and Reef really coming alive with 2 kills from each. Reef having that fantastic play on the main stairs to counter out the smoke. smoke. Felt like they were doing a great job, and the players that we were excited to see are coming alive for EDG. But you need to have more. You need to be able to focus that objective down. It came so close from EDG, but this game is far from over. 2-1, we'll see the open area site for the first time. Of course, there is that extension up towards the top floor. Rorik, Dan, and Pasha going to be playing up above the site. Bit of a creep through the bottom floor. We saw Carpe for a little bit there on the solid snake. He can easily tell that there's not going to be any real pressure contesting him down here on the bottom floor, but he can hold these main stairs, and when the time is right, he can start to push his way up.
That's it, he's just up and down there at the moment, wanting to be as aggressive as he can be, supporting Dan and Pasha as well. This is all about a waiting game for Virtus.pro, waiting for Edward Gaming to decide where this pressure is going to come from. They're concerned about the possibility of some pressure coming from stock, which is absolutely right, because Rorik has moved into that position. So going into top square is a little bit dangerous for Mosquito. He needs to make sure he's not pushing too far back now. It's forward all the way. He's got to chase them down. He's got to get that shield in between him and his enemy.
Dan's phone's ringing, but he doesn't need to answer it because he knows he's holding the repellent. He will let the phone explode, and he can now start to get a little bit more aggressive as the position will be harder to pin down. They've even got castle barricades up here to really prevent the jump in, but he's got an angle over towards Mosquito. Thought he had a shot there, but couldn't quite find it in the end. We'll get aggressive in lobby to try to hunt these window players, and that'll be good for a kill, unless the bars betray him, which they do. 90% damage to bottom love, but it's not enough.
He needs to be careful here, Dan, because he's got Mosquito chasing him on the blitz at the minute. We can see he gets himself back up those gold stairs to continue supporting with the effort above, but 55 seconds left to go. At this point, Carpe manages to find the opener onto Skies. That's the mute off the board, but Reef, Bottom, both with low health at this point. Need to be careful about any engagements that they're getting into, and I'm just a little bit concerned for Edward Gaming. They've not really pinned Virtus.pro in here. They're still very spread out.
Good information from the Snake, though. Carpe is just letting his blitz take that fight. Perfectly executed. They'll get the down on Dan. Now it's a 5v3. They've got full top floor control team. They've got everything they need to win this round.
Yep, time to start putting some pressure directly onto site now. The problem is they haven't really cleared a lot of utility ahead of them. They are still going to have to play in to fire to utility, and that's where the time is maybe going to bite them. We see Mosquito dashing upstairs now. Look at the low HP across the board. Direction does get Neko. Can they hold on? 5 seconds left to go. Rorik gets one, gets another, now finds himself 1v1. He wins the round. Unbelievable stuff from Virtus.pro. Edward Gaming letting another one slip through their fingers.
They had everything they needed, Tim. That was surely going to be the kill. They had 4 frags in the midst of that. It's a 1v5 from Rorik, but there's 7 seconds to go. He kills both players, dropping him through stock, and the players panicking, trying to get him through the doorway as well. Edward Gaming, I mean, they had the kills, they had the positioning, they just didn't have the time.
They had it all in the basket, Jesse. They just needed to go to the checkout, but they couldn't get there. And that one, I'm sure, is going to sting. There's lessons to be learned about chip damage there.
Yeah.
I've mentioned it several times, all this damage that had been done along the way, the utility that they hadn't cleared. They had to come in through fire, they take damage, so then it makes the fights a lot easier for Rorik. He kills 3 of them with, I think, practically 3 bullets.
Yeah.
And that is the big problem for Edward Gaming.
And you know what? I was confused why Rorik only got a triple kill in the midst of that, because he got 4 of those frags, but there was actually a team kill on the side of EDG as well.
It was panic.
The blitz, as he was dropping, got killed by Direction up above. They dropped together. They knew that they just had to kill this last guy, but Direction shoots the blitz in the back of the head. Then he loses the gunfight to Rorik. Then it's panic from the rest of those players trying to get him through the Goyo canisters. They had no hope of surviving past that utility, so really well played by Rorik and EDG. Just too much chaos in these dying seconds.
And it comes back to what I said at the beginning. If you remember, I said for Virtus.pro, if I'm Virtus.pro, I'm looking at this thinking, let's just give Edward Gaming as many problems, as many puzzles to solve as possible, burn all that time, because this is what's going to happen. It's only your very top teams in the world, like FaZe, who can come in with 10 seconds left to go and still be clinical and still be accurate and still just do, you know, everything they need to do efficiently. Those are the very top teams, and I think it's one of the hardest skills inside of Siege to be able to get all those moving parts moving in the same correct direction with 10 seconds left to go. And Edward Gaming incapable of doing that in that situation. It's tough for them, and it drew out the tactical timeout as well that we saw in the break there.
At the same time, though, it kind of is a maybe silver lining that everything else is going
They're doing
quite
a
well
lot
for
right.
EDG. Exactly. If they can figure out those last 10 seconds, if they can get the comms a little bit less chaotic, if they can problem solve in the face of low time and a lot of utility, they could be a very scary team.
I'll go back to an old line that I've said countless times before, and that is Edward Gaming are winning 80% of these rounds. They're just not winning the 20% that matters, and that's the problem.
Trying to clear out these magnets. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like they were able to take out that castle barricade there on the top floor. The castle strategy supported by the newly buffed Wamai is so powerful here on the top floor of Bank. Sometimes you'll see an Azami to support that as well. Rourke's going to be bringing that over towards Stock just as he did last time. And Nako on the Clash, his perma operator pick here for the top floor. So no surprises from VP.
I don't mean to be critical.
Okay.
But I'm going to be. Okay. It's only a little thing, but the castle barricade is on the wrong side of the double windows. I will say that. If you're using castle in your rank stacks on this top floor, try and put it on the exterior side of those double windows, because the reason for that is you don't leave a window ledge. This way they can just land a nade on there. They can land a nade on there, it'll take the castle barricade out. You remove that possibility by putting it, and it's very difficult to get it taken out with a nade from the floor.
Yeah.
It's a tiny little thing. It's just something I noticed.
I think it matters a lot less too when you have those magnets trying to protect from
That's what they're focusing on, yeah.
That's the game plan, I think, here from VP, but you're right, it can be a little bit easier to nade that out based on where they put those castle barricades down. Opening frag comes for Dan. He will take down bottom level on the Capitao. That's going to provide a lot of pressure that's no longer on the board for EDG.
Nako is still alive with the Clash as well. Capitao, of course, being really one of the focal points for dealing with that shield. It's all up to Carpe now, and they've got 2 stun grenades left out of the 3, so they need to make sure that they're keeping a hold of them to deal with that shield should it become a problem. Nako has planted it for the time being and was looking to get aggressive across. Might just need to reposition to help deal with this Blackbeard. Mosquito has got himself inside now, actually using that castle barricade to his favour at the minute. He's backed up to it, and he's using it for cover before he pushes through. Takes a little bit of damage from Pasha as this fight starts to come on. Pasha just distracted beautifully there, so Mosquito able to get the kill. 3 versus 3 with 25 seconds left to go. Direction still on the window with the diffuser in hand. Edward Gaming need to make sure that they are not leaving it down to those final seconds again, where chaos can reign supreme and cause them a problem. Carpe goes down, but Direction is getting this diffuser down on the ground. Rorik is going to try to go in, but the cover is there from Mosquito. Beautiful team play from Edward Gaming. Are they able to hold on?
Mosquito's done so much work to get him to the post plant, but now he has to do more in the 1v2. He's going up against the Clash. SMG will be out, and it will find the mark. There's going to be Rorik for the final kill, and a Mosquito winning the post plant one more time on the top floor.
Well, Jesse, I hate to say it, but Edward Gaming won about 80% of that round again.
They really did. How many times are they going to get a plant down? Are they going to get a man advantage and still lose the round?
Virtus.pro are actually leaning into it really well.
Yeah.
They know that they can play this style. They know that they can frustrate them, burn time, cause them to then have to have that chaotic finish to the round and take full advantage of it. They are confident in their ability to retake sites, to win the post plants. It's... I know we keep sort of talking about Edward Gaming, but we've got to talk about Virtus.pro as well here. They're actually playing this. It might not appear like it because they lose in large portions of these rounds. Edward Gaming look like they're in charge, but ultimately Virtus.pro have got a clear game plan here. Things are going in line with it, and they are actually playing really, really well. They are controlling this game fantastically.
And I like the VP aren't panicking, you know, because these rounds are getting into scary spots for sure. Like EDG, they're planting the diffuser. They're getting these pieces of map control. They're getting these opening picks. And Virtus.pro, they're not overextending to try to fix the situation. They're recognizing that, hey, as long as we play calm and we play together, we're going to be in the better spot in these late rounds. Edward Gaming are going to be kicking themselves for how some of these rounds have gone, but they have to keep their head on their shoulders. A 5-1 split in the cards for Virtus.pro as they go back down towards this bottom floor bomb sites. They lost it once in the very first round. They ran it back in round 3 and seemingly want to do so one more time. They're bringing that smoke again. They're still bringing the Goyo, but the Tachanka has been left off the board for this one, Tim. So I think we're going to see a bit more of an aggressive roam strategy from Virtus.pro.
I think maybe Virtus.pro getting into their final defensive round and saying, you know, enough's enough now. Let's, you know, we're not going to have them putting that diffuser down again. Let's give them a little bit more to deal with. Starting to just move their way up through the gears, I think, realistically here, accelerating through these rounds and definitely taking advantage of that 4-1 lead that they've got now to give themselves a little bit more freedom.
Well, we're going to have to problem solve one more time on the side of EDG. They know that these roamers are up and about, and there's no mute being played here on the board for VP, so the Snakes should be able to get really good value in finding these roamers out. There's actually 0 players currently in the basement for virtus.pro, so they could even go for another Nook play in through Garage, but unfortunately EDG didn't bring those tools. They're going to have to find other ways to get the man advantage. Starting to pressure in through lobby now. They've got control up above the bomb site too. With all of these players in the mid floor, they're going to start feeling the pressure pretty quick here.
Yeah, I mean, there's not actually really much of an excuse for time being an issue here, I don't feel, for Edward Gaming. They've moved really, really quickly. A minute and a half. They've got everybody pushed back down to site now. Well, Nako's gone down there. You've got an elevator presence, otherwise it's all staff and open. So like you said, they've got them contained. They've got them in one place. So now it's about going in there and closing the net. They want pressure from both sides, from marble stairs and from electric like they're doing. Push them and just force them back down to site. Get them into crossfires like this. This is good from Edward Gaming.
Rough timing from Dan, you're right. They've got them contained to one area of the map, but this is where they're happy to be on the side of VP. They've used the castle barricades and the Azamis to make a fortress here in Cafeteria, and that's exactly why it's so dangerous. Rourke's able to hit a nice shot on a Carpe, predict the movement in, and you're seeing EDG be a little bit too solo. There's no trade potential as they're just a little bit on their own. Carpe's not able to get that frag, and now they don't know where Rourke has gone.
Yeah, this is a big problem for them now. Letting Rorik slip away is taking their time, taking their attention. You know, I said a minute 30 into the round, they were looking okay, but now we're down to 30 seconds. They haven't gone anywhere near sight. We've still got Rorik just sat waiting. He's biding his time. Direction comes in. Absolute freebie. That is the round almost certainly for virtus.pro because Rorik's just going to play from the hatch now. So getting this diffuser down is going to be almost impossible. Edward Gaming don't really have much of a choice other than to play for it. Mosquito takes a ton of damage there. Skies manages to finish him off. It's all up to bottom. He's only got 1 kill so far. He's going to have to make it a few more if he wants to win this, but he can't as Skies takes him down and virtus.pro snag a 5-1 half.
Just perfectly played from VP. What I love from them is that they play 3 different times on the bottom floor bomb site, and they bring 3 completely different strategies. The first time, it's a really aggressive roam on the top floor and the mid floor. The second time, it's full in on the anchor with the Tachanka, the smoke, the Goyo. And the third time, it's a smaller extension, locking down open area and cafeteria with the castle barricades, the Kiba barriers. It felt like they had 3 different problems to present to EDG. And when you're a newer team, like Edward Gaming are, when you haven't had all of that international experience, it's really tricky when you keep finding new strategies after new strats after new strats that you have to go against. With the exception of the top floor where they ran a similar setup on both sites, it was really 5 different strategies that EDG had to attack, and it made it really difficult for them to get any momentum.
And it's another one of the strengths that we've seen virtus.pro really developing. We've spoken about how the map pool has become deeper, but the strat pool has become deeper as well. You know, we've seen this once upon a day. 12 months ago, you'd look at VP, and like I said, even if you took them to one of those good maps that they could play, you knew what they were going to do because there wasn't really that depth of strategy. They would just come out, do the same thing and hope that they could do it better. They'd rely on Pasha and Dan just outgunning people, whereas that's really not the case anymore. And I love that from virtus.pro. They're showing us here on day 1 of the Esports World Cup, for them at least, that they are capable of just throwing all sorts of different curveballs at you and keeping Edward Gaming guessing. Like I said, Edward Gaming, I think, have played pretty well overall. They've done well. They've had opportunities. If this had finished 4-2 or even maybe a 3-3, I'd have said, okay, Edward Gaming have had a couple of rounds there where they've got the diffuser down with a better post plant, couple of gunfights go their way, and this is a different score. But that just goes to show at the same time the quality of a team like virtus.pro, and it's the fine margins that you're dealing with. You cannot rely on nearly wins. You cannot rely on nearly rounds because they will punish you so heavily and so quickly.
I don't think 5-1 is an accurate perception of how close this game has been. Like, a lot of these rounds could have gone either way. VP have just been that little bit better and the most important times. Edward Gaming have done a great job in the early round. They've done a great job focusing the plans, but virtus.pro have been the team with the composure when we get late into it, and I think that's made all the difference in the world here for VP. just 2 rounds away now from securing their first win here at the Esports World Cup. Continuing on in the upper brackets, they will have to move over towards the attack. They'll start to remove the operators off the board. Clash going to be our first stop, taken outs here, and the Mira as well. So again, Kaid being left up, Mira being, Havana being left up. Very similar operator bands to what we just saw in that first half.
I don't think things are going to get any easier for Edward Gaming in the second half. Virtus.pro generally are better on the defensive bank. Their attacks are better 50-50. But it certainly does, at this point at least, feel like, especially if round 7 goes their way, they are on their way to their August win on bank, so that they can make that 4 months in a row consecutively with wins on bank.
This is okay, but here's the key though, right? If you're future opponents of Virtus.pro, do you test them on bank again? Because they've already won it once in August.
We're moving into uncharted territory there, Jesse, because we've only seen them play it once each month. So who knows which way the second play goes. Okay. But well, the other thing is, you know, as you say there, is it a good thing or is it bad? By playing all these different strats, Virtus.pro are kind of giving people a look at everything they do on bank, but at the same time, you're having to prepare for a lot more, and you still don't know what they're going to do.
Exactly.
You know, it's like you just then having to recognize within 20 seconds, right, okay, we're on to plan D because it's set up for, you know, and it's very, very difficult. So I do like that from Virtus.pro as well. They are giving a lot away, but in a way that makes it difficult to actually use.
Well, this hold from EDG is going to look a little bit more like the second defense of the bottom floor that we saw from Virtus.pro, where they're leaning back into that stall mechanics. We've got the Tachanka, the Smoke, the Goyo, even the Tubrau ready to slow things down here. And interesting to see direction on the Jaeger coming through even after Wamai's gotten his buffs and is typically the more popular operator. We do see direction play a lot of Jaeger on this site, so it's not maybe a big surprise, but just comes down to kind of that personal preference. Bit of an extension here inside of the elevators. Reef probably won't take a fight. No, he's just going to shoot some drones and fall back.
I think he knows that the Blitz was likely going to be chasing him down. Nitro goes out. Rorik will manage to take it down mid-air. Impact Nade goes out. Doesn't do too much damage, just a tickle to Neko. That's going to allow him the space to drop into elevator. Should he wish, but I don't think that will be the case at the moment. He's just going to allow Reef to exist down there. He's not too much of a threat in that location.
Everybody's falling back down to the bottom floor. Neko on the shield in particular doing a lot of good work. I once called him the only professional FPS player who does not use a gun because he is only ever on shields, and he does such a great job of taking space for his team. He's cleared up the entirety of these mid 2 floors, and now they can start to work their way down to the bottom. Of course, they brought Skies on that Thatcher. Again, if you don't ban Kaid, I don't think you can afford not bringing the Thatcher on this bomb site. It's just way too risky with Kaid being a potential operator. Now then, there's no cause that they have to worry about. They can use these to burn out the ADSs. You see him staring at all this utility put down by direction. You can also maybe spot some of those bulletproof cameras inside the site as well.
The reason they want to take those ADSs is so that they can then attack the Tachanka, who's deep inside of lockers, and he's going to be doing this denial. I think they want to be able to get in there. Not sure if he's got a deployable shield in front of him. He likely does, and it's an old VP tactic is to get on that long angle with something like a Gon 6 or a Nade or the Zofia, send it in, clear that shield away, and that's going to be, I think, what they're looking to do. But the Zofia is now out of commission, so it's going to be difficult for them possibly to do that. The timing is there, the Nade goes in, and I think that we see the shield being pinged actually. I think that's going to clear it out, so that might just give them the opportunity. 35 seconds left to go.
The fire is still a problem, though. I mean, they've got so much ammo in that Tachanka, so they've got to be really worried about where they plant. They could try to go deep and get a plant down where they're not using the smokes and toxic babes, but even that's going to be late.
Neko is now putting the diffuser down on the ground. He's got low health. If they can get something onto him, which they do, Reef manages to find one onto Skies. This is all going wrong for Virtus.pro at the minute. They've got about 10 seconds left to rescue this. That's a big kill, though. Taking the Tachanka down gives them the opportunity. Will they be able to get in and stop this? The cover is there from Rorik. This would be an absolute steal from Virtus.pro if they can hold on. Rorik is doing some serious work. He is death from above right now, one after another. But how about that direction on the flank? Rescues the round, or does he, Jesse?
Oh my god, Neko in the 1v1. Gets close range with Mosquito. He's got the shotgun, but he's awful blind. Neko gets in the end there. He finds the 1v2 for Virtus.pro. And Tim, this has got to be the closest 6-1 game of all time.
It's so true. Every round is there for the taking for Edward Gaming, but they just can't get it done. They had a 4v2, and somehow Virtus.pro turned it around. Look, that was heads-up play coming out of Rorik and Neko. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah.
For that, the confidence that Neko has got in his teammate there, when there is a comm that says, go for the plant, he's got about 40 HP max, and he's being told, we've got the Tachanka, go for the plant, get your shield on your back. Rorik is saying, I've got you, bro, just go for the plant. And he does have him, covers his back fantastically, gets a double from the hatch, and the 1v1 at the end, how cool he is to just step back, increase that distance. It's again just such smart play. It was something I spoke to Iconic about the other day, about this fog that you can experience when you're under so much stress, but it just didn't apply. And this is what I'm saying about the best players. They can keep that critical thinking. I'm against a shotgun, I increase the distance. Brilliant stuff.
5 seconds.
Oh, this has been a joy to watch, Virtus.pro versus EDG. It's a shame it might be ending rather soon, as Virtus.pro will have 5 opportunities to win this game out in regulation. They sit on match point now. It just feels like, I mean, they're always so aware of their win con, right? What's the next step? Clearing the shield, killing the Tachanka, getting the plant down, covering from above. Every possible thing they could think about, Virtus.pro had in their minds, and they played that so perfectly in the dying moments, despite EDG getting some good picks in and amongst that round. Now it'll be the top floor for Edward Gaming. Again, flawless is what's needed, so the rotation of the bomb sites doesn't matter much at this point. You've got to play them all, and you've got to win them all, too. They'll start to work their way in towards this top floor. It's the window pressure continues to be quite strong from VP.
I think this is going to be a tough site for Edward Gaming to hold on to, if I'm honest. They've got no clash because it's been banned out. They've chosen not to bring the castle along, so they're going to be quite exposed inside of site. We've got 2 of VP already putting pressure on from the windows. Pasha is going to dip away from that up onto the rooftop, but they will still be held by Skies on the Grim. And yeah, I think VP are just going to work to kind of tighten the net a little bit here. They're going to try and put some pressure onto Stock, so Mosquito is going to be in a particularly important position on the Azami at the minute.
That angle right there is why Habana's one of the most banned operators on Bank. Getting that long angle up through the lobby makes it really difficult to play in this hallway. It means Mosquito is kind of trapped, and now as he's getting pressured out by the Blitz, he's forced back into this angle being held by the Habana. He loses almost all of his HP. He somehow lives to fight another day, but still the damage has been kind of brutal.
Reef does manage to pick up the entry though, takes down Dan. That's going to be the Roteros off the board, but they're not going to be needed now to take those Kiba barricades down. Can Neko pressure the player inside of Janitor? You feel if they can get direction down, that's going to open things up because it will give them complete control. Reef is getting aggressive onto the windows elsewhere though, manages to take Skies down. That is massive. Carpe getting the Nitro kill onto the Blitz. Edward Gaming yet another round in the driving seat. Can they get it over the line this time?
Surely this one goes their way. Diffuse kit's been dropped over towards Janitor. They can hold it like a hawk with direction, having that close range weaponry to be able to make sure they lock that down. Pasha doesn't need to overpace this. He needs to be slowing down so that Rorik can get into position to play alongside him, pushing him through square and stock. They have to be perfect if they want any chance of winning this 2v4.
Exactly that. Pasha just holding this angle. He's just basically preventing himself being pushed. The second that he goes for the reload, that's when the peak comes in. Carpe times it absolutely perfectly, and now it is all up to Rorik. 1v4, and I like the way that this is being played by Edward Gaming. They're not getting overly aggressive here. They're not chasing the kill. They know where the man is, and they know that they can let him just come to them. 10 seconds left to go. Very unlikely that Rorik has even the time needed to do this. Mosquito goes to stock, gets the angle onto top square, and this time Edward Gaming able to get it over the line. It's going to be 6-2.
Let it be known that nobody wins 7 straight rounds against Edward Gaming. You might find 6, but 7 straight round victories.
They draw a line. That is a hard line for them, Jesse.
They will not be losing 7 straight in a row to lose this game. Instead, they put together probably their best round of the game so far, Tim. I thought that was really well controlled. We saw a lot of the pressure happening towards Janitor with Direction and also Carpe playing together. The fact that we had a Warden inside of Blitz meant that Neko couldn't go for the flash, because what's he going to do? Blind a Warden, the goggles are going to come on. He's not really going to be able to get much value with the pistol versus the shotgun. So Nako kind of stalled out trying to take that space. And at the same time, while we didn't catch it on the primary feed, Rafe was just hitting heads. He gets a long angle shot over to Dan, who's playing square. Then he hits another long range headshot onto Skies, who's playing outside of the window. And so the man count just went lower and lower and lower as VP were stalling
He
out.
actually got really aggressive onto Skies. He just ran round the bookcase and was like, you know what? The opportunity's there. I'm going to front him out.
Yeah.
And it just worked perfectly. Carpe had him covered as well. Really nice from Edward Gaming. They got themselves settled in the round and they get themselves their first defense, their second round overall. They will continue here. Virtus.pro just looking for one more round, and it is going to continue to be the same question that I ask of Edward Gaming here. How do they deal with the shield? Nako has already proved effective. He's already proved a nuisance for them, and they're going to have an answer again.
Technically, Tim, we're on pace for a 6-6 game and heading to overtime because VP, they lost their first defense and then won 5 straight. EDG lost their first defense and now have won the first of the 5 that they'll need to force the overtime. So technically on the same schedule for both of these teams, but Virtus.pro will be doing so with much less pressure as they will hold that match point for the rest of this game until we approach round 13 and things reset a little bit. For this bottom floor bomb site, again, they're choosing not to go for any of those mid-floor sites. They want to lock down this basement and get a victory so that they can play it again through that fourth quarter. A lot of these players trying to extend with their nitro cells. Carpace has already missed, but at some point you've got to imagine these players will just fall back. They do not want to die on their own.
Nako at the minute is on that shield, pushing down marble stairs. He's moving himself across to elevator. He's done the same job as he did last time, and he's done it fantastically well again. Reef has been forced to drop down. Carpe will be pushed back as well. Nako's done such a good job here. A minute 15 into the round, and he's basically bullied all of Edward Gaming back onto site. And now VP can start opening those hatches, putting the pressure on towards site. They might just have one stuck on blue stairs as well.
Yeah, with these toxic babes, it's really just going to put the brakes on for Virtus.pro. They can't get past this. They need to start opening the hatch so that they can get a cutoff so that the direction doesn't get back towards the bomb sites. The hatch should get open now. There's a 2-brow on the board, but he's not in position to stop that one out, so they'll have the good angle, but it feels like direction is just continuing to play here with his life. He will die in this round, Tim, but the question is how much time does he waste and who does he take with him?
Exactly that. Pasha does manage to find Mosquito elsewhere. It feels like Direction's days must be numbered. Look at the utility that he's soaking up at the minute, but this is the point. He's out of toxic babes now. The push can come through. Unfortunate team kill. It doesn't matter. I think Direction would have got the kill onto the blitz there anyway, but the important point was taking the smoke out. 4 versus 3. Virtus.pro now have server and can start thinking about the push towards the plant site. They still have Zafir on side, so they are also able to take that shield away from the Tachanka.
The problem is the time here, Tim. 30 seconds left on the board. Virtus.pro need to use their man advantage and go deep to try to force some of these kills. I want to see Rourke getting active. I want to see Pasha getting active. If they just try to plant, they might just die to the Tachanka.
The big first step there was taking the shield out. They've done that. Dan manages to find the long-range kill. Surely that opens up the round for them. Pasha, this is your moment. Move in. Start getting that diffuser down. He will do so. 3 versus 2 as the popped Goyo canister manages to get the kill onto the Thatcher. Dan is down as well, but they have the plant that they wanted. However, 1 versus 2 now. It's all up to Pasha. Can he hold on? He doesn't have above. He's having to play this from blue stairs. He doesn't know if he's going to be flanked. He is going to be as the push comes through. The TCSG at this range could be deadly. Pasha manages to get the down. Can he get back down and protect this case?
What's going to happen here? 1v1, Carpe and Pasha. Now, Dan's finally been finished off, but can Pasha get the kill? Yes, he can! Virtus.pro find the final one that they need. They shut this game down and will take that first win at the Esports World Cup.
An important lesson learned for Edward Gaming there, and that is against a team like Virtus.pro. A round is never won until the number is on the scoreboard. Pasha there just proving his class, closing it out, and Virtus.pro a confident 7-2 win to get their Esports World Cup underway.
A victory for Virtus.pro is the expected result here, and I laughed at your comment, Jesse. The closest 6-1 we have ever seen. I mean,
so
yes,
true.
It's true. Looking at these rounds, the way they're playing out, you look at this very first round, like, okay, Edward Gaming, they come to play. They seem competitive inside this matchup, and then we're looking at a later round, round 4, for example, with Rorik. That 1v5.
Yeah.
I jumped up from the couch in the green room. That was absolutely incredible. Winning it just a bit on time. Good kills. A team kill on the side of EDG as well. A little unfortunate, but it is just a class that we're seeing on the side of virtus.pro, right? This recipe of success with the shield play. That nice clutch by Nako as well. It has been working out for them. It works out once again here.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. VP have shown that they are a team that do not panic when things get difficult. Despite how the scoreline was, this was a really tough game. I thought that EDG did a great job of applying pressure in the early game. They were focusing those plants. They were getting themselves into man advantages. They were making things messy, but man, VP sure showed that they knew how to clean up.
I like the confidence out of Edward Gaming. They weren't, you went in against Pasha, Dan, that's not even mentioning everybody else, but they weren't scared to take the gunfights. We saw them going in and getting entry kills. We saw them having multiple man advantages, 5v1, 4v2. The big problem is that they lost the 5v1 and the 4v2. That's the issue for them, is getting it over the line, and I think there's maybe just a little bit of that mental playing in. It's their first, big tournament like this. They've had Salt Lake, but now they're here at Esports World Cup. There's a lot of siege ahead of them, and it maybe just gets in there, 4v2, and they're kind of snatching at it. They're short on time, and they've just been punished heavily. But look, they've certainly performed well today, Edward Gaming.
Yeah, so much class in the individuals too. Like, these were tough rounds to win on the side of virtus.pro, and still at every moment when things got chaotic, they were making the right decisions, and they were hitting some nasty shots. Even some of the earlier ones, like Skies on that Solus up on the top floor. Some of their positioning was really strong, like Rorik here on the castle just completely missed drone. They didn't have time to check where he might have gone. Even this round where they're focusing on the Tachanka and the shield, they somehow win in the post plant. Nako hits this nasty first shot. Okay, it took him 2 shots, but still took down the player down below. It just feels like they were so on point today.
They absolutely were. It's just a class difference, as you were mentioning as well. And for Edward Gaming, of course, it'll come with time, right? This is the first time we see this roster play with their full intended lineup at an international tournament. You're going to get these game reps in. For them, unfortunately, it'll have to be in the lower bracket from now on, as that will be their next game for virtus.pro. They will move on, and it seems like their next opponent is going to be FaZe, because they took down Fnatic earlier on the A stream. Not a big surprise either, I would say. I mean, Fnatic did win a few rounds. They looked competitive at the beginning as well, but it's kind of what we were expecting to see there.
No major upsets today so far. I think, on the whole, I think a lot of teams coming through and just showing that they're here to play. Did we expect anything other than a FaZe win? Did we expect anything other than a virtus.pro win? I don't think we really did. It's that lower brackets where it's going to get really, really tasty. Exactly. And look, this could have been 7-3, it could have been 7-4, maybe not 7-5, but it could have been closer. Definitely. And I think Edward Gaming will give somebody a good game down in that lower bracket.
Yeah, it's good to see that already the top teams that didn't get to play through play-ins, who we thought maybe they're going to come in cold because they didn't have those last couple days of practice, have shown up, and they've just brought everything for these first couple of days. As this tournament progresses and these top teams start to go head-to-head, we're going to get some incredible games at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, we absolutely do, of course. That's the beauty of having these best of ones, right? So much can happen inside these games. You can get away with a bit of cheesing here and there. You can get away with a 1v5 clutch and get more rounds on the board in what is a very close game for these two players or teams here on the B stream. That is our 3rd game already. I feel like the day is flying by extremely fast. I mean, we've come back off best of 3s. Those tend to last a little bit longer than your average best of 1. But still, it's flying by today.
Those couple of quick results have done it for us, haven't they? They've got us that early finish that we've, that we've been dreaming of. We've been here till midnight the last couple of days. We've had these really long best of 3s playing out, and it looks like tonight we're destined to maybe just get that little bit sooner and a good night's rest before we're back into best of 3s tomorrow. But I mean, we've still got another one yet to come. Who knows? That might hold us here a little bit longer.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen some really strong results from our best teams. We saw the first 7-0 of the tournament in the match before this one as maybe the team to beat, CAG by Veril, looking kind of crazy. I don't know. Could be. But yeah, it's been a really great day here despite how fast it's gone.
Well, I'm excited to check in with the players. Lexing is talking to Pasha.
Thank you, guys. Pasha, what a series from you guys, 7-2. Great way to start your campaign. I want to talk about that last round, that big 2v1 clutch out of you. What was going through your mind?
Well, I had full info on both guys. Just needed to do my job, that's it.
All you need to do is do your job. I want to talk about Rorik, 11-4 in that series. I mean, it really seemed like your guys' defensive half kind of plays into the VP style where you guys just really hunker down, force your style of play, and Edward Gaming really couldn't get a foothold.
Well, realistically speaking, I think Rorik is one of the best rookies to touch the game so far. And I think it's time for him to shine. And how can I say? I had an interview before, like on Media Day, and people were asking me like, who's the best aim in Siege right now? I think I said Rorik, not gonna lie. Like at least out of 3 people, I said Rorik as well.
You always want to uplift your teammates. Well, we're talking about that experience versus inexperience. Your guys' next matchup is going to be FaZe Clan. Last time you guys played them was in Boston SI, lost 2-1. Going into that series, are you a little nervous going against the 2-time world champions?
No, I think it's finally a chance for us to play like top tier team another time. And also like we didn't play with this roster before FaZe Clan, we never faced them. And I just hope we will get on the server like without any shakes or anything and just like show our game. I think we prepped well, that's it.
All right, well, before I let you go, celebrate with the team and have the rest of the night off, is there anything you want to say to the fans, any skin promotions, anything like that?
Well, skin is coming, that's all I can say. And also everybody who's cheering for us, thanks a lot. I haven't been on interviews for like, I don't know, like half a year, maybe a year. And see you soon, I hope.
All right, well, that's it from Pasha and the boys here on VP. A strong start, one more game ahead of them, a big hurdle in the world champions from FaZe Clan. We'll see what happens, but we don't know until tomorrow. I'm going to send you guys back to our desk.
Little spoiler there. I'm excited to hear that. Virtus.pro skin coming. I'd love to hear that from the players and interviews as well. Of course, it's always a promotion, but having something to look forward to is also good. One thing I want to mention, though, is that Pasha talked about Rorik, right, as one of the best rookies to come up right now in Rainbow Six Siege. I feel like it is so worthy that he finally got his call-up to the Tier 1 scene. We've seen him demolish the Tier 2 scene for a long time, but he's finally here and he's making it work.
Yeah, we've been hearing that name for a long time in Europe, and so for him to finally be on this sort of stage, and look, I said it during the game, there was that 2v2 with Nako downstairs, and the confidence his team obviously have in his ability just showed there by the bucketful, because it was just like, don't worry, I've got you, I'm going to cover you while you get this plant down, it's 2v4, you do it, and he gets himself a double from the hatch. Just brilliant stuff from him.
Rorik stocks are on the rise.
They really are.
Get involved early.
And speaking of those former Tier 2 players that now find themselves playing at Tier 1, we have more of that after the break as GK go up against Enterprise.
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Seriously, mate, it's time to grow up.
Into our final best of one of the day here. Just like we saw Enterprise play around with the planes and the little content piece just before we got back here. We also welcome back Dave on the casting desk. Now, Dave, earlier today we called this one of the more difficult games to predict. Do we still feel that way?
Oh, I feel like it's going to be a GK win here. You know, Cafe, it's one of their stronger maps, and also, too, on the defensive side, they have to be very well at disrupting the plays of the attacking side, and I feel like they do that very well on this map especially. And I'm looking towards Yogg to really be a top mover for GK.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think GK coming in here, they're very difficult to prepare for. I've already spoken about that kind of fusion of styles. They got Brazil, they got North America, they got Europe, all represented in there. Gruby's going to be a handful as well to keep hold of. He's shown us that over the AML stage. So yeah, Enterprise, certainly not an easy start for them, but a doable one. This is, I think, going to be one of the closest to the day.
Yeah, the only player really that has played against the core of Enterprise is Yogg, back when he was with Oxygen at the 6th Invitational. But apart from that, there's not really any history between these two teams. Of course, down to the limited events that GK have been to so far. But for Enterprise, with their recent event, they found great success when they managed to go to Salt Lake City, you know, making it to the playoffs. A great run that we saw for that team here. And they're hoping to replicate success like that here again, especially with having Mag behind him as well. I feel like he's been a great addition to the team in these tactical timeouts, giving great information.
Yeah, he's so knowledgeable. I mean, we were fortunate enough to have Mag casting one of the semi-finals with us in Salt Lake City, and the way that he sees the game and the depth, you know, and how quickly he can see into that sort of depth has got to be so helpful for his team. But overall, yeah, there's a lot of experience throughout it. And the thing that I love most, we saw it in the content piece there, is these guys, I think they remember that it's a game, and it is about having a bit of fun as well. And the teams that have fun, you know, there's room for being serious, of course, and professional, but I think the teams that have fun often are the ones that bring out those big performances as well.
Yes, and of course, Aaron, you mentioned them playing well in the last major. Sometimes in my career, I experienced coming off of a good major could lead into, a rocky kind of phase where the team isn't really working as hard, or not as hard, but just you kind of relax a little bit. And I feel like if they haven't really stepped on the gas again in this offseason and really been able to prepare, I feel like some teams will be coming at them, with that intensity, and they could come out a little slow here. But let's see how they start this tournament out.
And we're looking at players like Bapat and Duhan who played EWC last year. They got sent home by Furia after losing 10 IP, so they're looking for some kind of improvement for their run at Esports World Cup. And as you mentioned, of course, a good run inside of the event does not mean that this is going to replicate success here at this tournament. But for the likes of GK, we haven't seen him at an international tournament in a little while. Some of the players, of course, having been to SI under a different organization. But looking at their run in Stage 1, I think they were one of the dark horses to eventually make it to the Esports World Cup. We're looking at the imports as well. People are questioning it, right? Oh, you're dropping a player like Rex and you're dropping a player like Hungry. But the imports so far have been working out. People put their question marks with Ask. He's been showing up. The same with Yaga as well. And they absolutely deserve to be here.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a slow burn start for them at the very beginning of Stage 1. They found their feet and moved on, I think. Yog just needed to adapt a little bit into that European game. We saw him sometimes just getting caught a little bit solo. And as soon as we started seeing him playing for the team more and playing that part, it was absolutely electric. Like you say, you know better than I do, Dave, how good a player Yog is. And he really started then shining and everyone else around him. So definitely a big centre to this team, and they're going to be tough to break down.
Yeah, and of course, Yog just been playing the game for so long too, bringing that experience, but also coming into a region where they're not really used to his playstyle. So I feel like he can get even more more out of himself with this team.
And Cafe is the map selected for this best of one here. GK will be starting out on the defense. That gives him a little bit of a benefit though going into this one.
Of course, and I feel like too, Cafe is a very attacker-sided map because it really does force a defense to play aggressive to break these attacking plays. Capital's a very strong operator on this map. The Grim's very strong. The Montaigne's very strong. So we're going to have to see what they use to ban and what they're going to leave open and how they're going to counter that.
Yeah, I think avoid that top floor. I'll always say it. Avoid that top floor. Keep yourself down to, the lower two floors so you can spread yourself out a little bit more. Get a bit more active in the map. I think that's going to be a key for GK here. Just get themselves out, get active, give Enterprise lots of problems to solve.
And if Enterprise can handle the cheese, then I feel like Enterprise is going to have a good run on the attacking side. But if they're struggling against that aggression, then I feel like it's going to be a GK game.
It is that cheese fight, because you mentioned it. GK might be an annoying team to play against. People say that, right?
Yes. Especially playing them on this map, they're very into just getting you out of your plays and making you extremely uncomfortable, and they're not afraid to make those plays. So that's what you really need coming on the defense side of Cafe.
Especially here on the defense on Cafe for GK. We said it earlier, it is maybe a difficult game to predict with recent success from Enterprise at their last event, but that doesn't guarantee that they will also succeed here against GK on Cafe.
Thank you very much, and we can get on into this one. We are loading up that lobby, and we'll get into these bans just any second now. GK looking to get themselves off to a strong start. Third place finish in EML. They were a surprise to us. They were a surprise to the whole world, I think, but the way this roster has settled down over those 9 games has been brilliant. Yeah. It's been like such a compressed space of time for them to come together, for them to mesh all those styles, for them to really start getting the best out of it. It's been seriously impressive.
Let's see the Montaigne ban coming out is on me too. Gonna hurt the piano extension right now. Also too with GK, their coach Shepard, like we don't mention him a lot, but just one of the most influential players, just coming back from way back when. So they have so much experience.
Total big brain player, much the same as I said for Lagonis earlier, I would say for Shepard.
Yep.
Seriously, big support player, one of the best in the world. I think, that will, for however long Siege has played for, Shepard will always be in that discussion as being one of the greatest ever support players. And so, as is always the case, those support players just tend to see the game a little bit deeper. They've got that intimate knowledge of the sites, of the strategies, and Shepard certainly bringing that to the table here. But let's get on into things. This is the action that you want here on Group B, on the B stream. It's going to be Enterprise versus GK, and we're going to start off down in the bottom floor, which makes me very happy.
Yes.
No top floor defenses here, at least not yet. We're going to be down in the kitchen. I'm just having a look at just how far spread GK are here. Do they play down at the bottom, or do they move around? Although, I'm not sure if we're going to have a little rehost coming through. We'll see how that one plays out. I think that's what Groovy is asking for.
Looking at their strategy too here, hiding the Cade behind Bake Bar. They banned the Monty, they banned the Grim, so it's going to be hard for them to move these positions out. Rehost is going to get approved here. We're going to go to a rehost. Looking at this attack line too, looks like there's going to be a clear coming out from Enterprise, the Gridlock, the Buck. It's just going to be a standard issue. A lot of the time you want to take the vert, go for either your VIP clear or go for the plant style. And it just really depends how much execute utility the DK is bringing. And I feel like a lot of the time, if you see a little bit of weakness in VIP, it's sometimes more advantageous to go for that VIP clear if you have good time from the roam clear. But if you're on low time, really the hatch drop and being able to make the vert and lock the angles out really does come into the attacker favor here.
We see quite a lot of focus around VIP, obviously.
Yes.
We know that it's a strong location. We see quite a number of different ways of playing it. Often, when we think about these key power positions, if we think about server stairs on bank, for example, it's going to be Warden or Smoke.
Yeah.
That's it. Whereas with VIP, we get a little bit more variation. We get Warden, we get Smoke, we get Clash, we get Tubarao. What's your thoughts on that? What would you say is the sort of strongest? What would be your preference?
I think if they're running a lot of Sens, the Tubarao is really good because you can cut the line of sight. And then honestly, too, I feel like the Ella is really nice too because a lot of teams sometimes like to bring a shield through. So being able to throw mines for yourself, have impacts for the retake, it's really strong. And honestly, I think those two, like the Tube Ella, are very good because the Tube will just deny any Sens cutting you off, and then if they maybe bring a glass up the hallway, you can freeze his scope. And you also have a C4 too for the drop, which makes it really good. And the DMR just really allows you to put some good chip damage on them going into the site.
Just getting everybody back into the lobby slowly but surely, so I don't think this one is going to be too long for us. I think we're going to be getting back in pretty quickly. The other thing to be said for GK, of course, is a roster they've not been around for too long through EML, and that is a benefit to them because if we're having a look at Cafe, they've only got one play on it. That was 7th of July. They played against Rebels. They got the win. It was 8-6, went into overtime, but it means that there's not really very much footage. How did you feel coming into games against a team on a map whereby you don't really know what they're going to do?
It's really more about your game plan and making sure that if your game plan is in line with kind of the things you're doing in the game, you can keep running your game plan. But as an ag.al, if you see that your game plan is not working in the first few rounds, you need to be able to make that switch, like in earlier games where we see a coach take a timeout earlier, and the coach will have influence with the timeout. But in taking the timeout early, if they're struggling in the late game, he has no timeout to add other influence. So being able to recognize if the game plan is not working early and make that switch allows your coach to just save that timeout even longer so he can actually have full impact if needed in the late round.
So when we look at, often we talk about ag.als and we talk about that hidden work, that's another element there that the ag.als, if you're coming in on a map that maybe you're not expecting or you can't prepare for fully, your ag.als are really on overtime at that point.
Exactly.
Okay then, I think we are very close, hopefully, to getting this one started. But just looking at the record for Enterprise on Cafe, they are certainly no slouches either. 2nd of 9 in terms of their preference, which we generally, when we're talking about preference, we look at where do they normally pick or ban it within that pick-ban phase, and also a little bit of their results on there as well. So quite a high preference map for Enterprise, 4 and 2. We've seen them play it, so there's going to be a lot more footage available for GK to have prepared for this. And coming in being a top 1, top 2 map, you really would expect Shepard to have been zoning in on that, focusing, and it's likely that GK have thought, actually, let's let that through the ban because we know it's probably going to come, and then we can be fully prepared for it. But yeah, we're looking along the list, there's some actual big names in there as well that they've played on this map. They played against Twisted Minds where they got the win. That was back in Salt Lake City. Also played Shopify Rebellion there, which was a loss that they took. So a little bit 50-50 for them on the big international stage in these games, but we will see how this one shakes out. Certainly plenty more history for Enterprise on Cafe. Just having a look whilst I'm there. Enterprise starting on the attack. Only a 45% win rate for them on the attack of Cafe. 57% defensive win rate with very limited information, to be fair, for GK. Just the one game, but maybe the attack win rate tells us a little bit more for Enterprise. If they can come away with a 3-3 here, I think that's the benchmark. Anything beyond that then is bonus territory for Enterprise.
EK, I'm looking for a strong start here, really getting out running, especially on the defensive side. If they can make this game defensive side, it's going to be better for them here.
let's get things underway then. Round 1, we will be back in, rehost dealt with, and we will still be down on that basement, it's not really a basement, on that ground floor site of Kitchen. And looking across that lineup, we've got the two brides, so it's going to be, it's going to be Gruby or Yogg that are going to be holding down VIP, I would expect. Yeah. We'll see which one lands. Yogg's over there at the minute, so there's a good chance he's setting that up for himself. I agree, I like the Tubro in that position because it feels a little bit more aggressive as well, because he's got the Nitro, so he can play that Nitro. We see it so often, if the sense comes out, boom, Nitro just goes through. I don't care what's on the other side of it, I'm just going to obliterate the lot. So we'll see how effective he is in there. I think he's going to have a Blackbeard up in his face at some point from Cairo, if I'm honest. I think that's going to be the play. Get down there and really start pushing him around.
Seeing here, they have the Cade. No EMP charges coming out, so they're going to have to use the Habana to get rid of the hatch. You can hop onto the side with 2 pellets to destroy the Cade charge. They should do that, but it's going to be tough getting the emo wall open because they usually Cade that from coat side, so they should not be able to have the angle onto Coffee Double Door, which is really good for stopping the plant denial. Let's see, yeah, Gruby probably going to be playing down on the Whiskey side. It's going to be great because if they do send that Blackbeard in, he has that help with the smoke grenades too here.
Sarks has got himself positioned inside of court check here, just down at the bottom of bottom red. I'm not sure how aware of that Jigsaw is. You would expect him to know that there's going to be somebody in there, but that TCSG, as you commented earlier, Dave, one of the best guns in the game right now, especially at that kind of close range, coming around there. Sarks could be a real danger, so something they need to be aware of. But we've also got a presence from Bappen already on those white stairs. It is indeed Yoga who's going to be holding on to VIP, and I think he's going to be, given that they get in the hatch, coming under some pressure at some point.
Getting the hatch right now, like I said, botting the sides off. Good Cade from Ask, not working to get the hatch here. C4's out. Struggling to get this hatch open right now. I wonder where this Cade is. See on this drone. Very nice Cade. So he needs to go for the farther side of it.
Just shows the fine margins that we're working with sometimes, and those explosives not just having the power to reach across. Looks like it's going to be the job of Bappen to go on to challenge Yogg inside of VIP. He's got a little bit of support from Gruby as well, who's moved into bar on the smoke. He's on the secondary, ready to make a challenge here. He's just conscious of anybody pushing down Brown stairs, so he is there to try and support this VIP position. So that says to me, GK are well aware that all the pressure here is coming on that white side. They are looking at getting into freezer, white stairs control, and moving from there.
Gotta be a tough execute too here, Tim, because a lot of times you see them bring the Sens or Smokes or Capital to really just cut some lines of sight off, but you're gonna have to entry straight through here. Gonna get a kill on the Whiskey player. That's a smoke down. Y'all gonna be alone right now, using the tubes to stall out the push. Scan's gonna go out. Plan should be going down soon here. They have any denial for it.
Is that Yogg has been unable to really have too much of an impact on this round. Plant will go down unsecured. Bappen knows he just needs to hold them here. Doesn't really need to do too much. Yogg does pick up Brendo, but Tuhon onto Sarks. Leaves us now 4v2. Bappen, big finish there. Double kill with the pistol, and that leaves it all up to Upor. He's using the DMR to the best of his ability, but he can't find anybody. Cairo cuts him down, and that's going to be GK taking round 1. A really nice execute.
Yeah, I mean, very clinical. I feel like DK didn't really have much potential to stop the plant once the smoke died, and really they weren't in a great position to really challenge them through, because a lot of the time when they go for that plant, you need people trying to cross through underneath the vert to stop that plant, because once that plant goes down, the retake is so difficult, because you're going to have that guy locking down red, locking down the gold staircase like you saw, and the white player too actually can spot for gold, so you only really have to watch for red in that situation. So great round from EP, knowing exactly what they needed to do to get that bomb down.
Yep, clinical from them there, getting in, getting the space that they need. Not really taking too much either.
Exactly.
They didn't worry about VIP, so long as we can get past him. So put a little bit of pressure and then move in through the hatch. As soon as you've got the drop and you've got that presence inside of Kitchen and you're getting onto that default plant spot, they knew that there wasn't much that they could do. Bappen's, yeah, I'm just going to hold this down. Bottom Brown, no problem. VIP, I've got it all covered. So really, really clean stuff from Enterprise. Kind of an efficiency of movement, not going too big, not doing more than they needed to.
Especially too here, I just really want to see GK kind of break the round a little bit right there. They just let them really had the map for free. They gave them the execute for free. They gave them the opening kill. I feel like that's a little bit of the first round jitters here, so they need to get into this game right now.
Yeah, not too much of a presence above the site there. I mean, usually we tend to look at, I often think about a threshold of about 1:30.
Yeah.
Halfway through the round, you need to be, if you're not starting your vertical by about 1:30, you're behind.
Yeah.
You're behind pace and you're going to be rushing. There was about 1:45 left on the clock when we started seeing that hatch being opened and the verticals going on. So like you said, there was just really no pressure or challenge on them. And Enterprise were more than happy to go in and just take what was given to them. So let's head on into round 2. We're going to move on up. It's going to be Reading Room that GK will hold on to next. Still avoiding that top floor, wanting to be able... This is the other thing as well. Like, I speak about the top floor and I'm critical of it. A, because the defensive win rate on top floor is generally pretty poor on Cafe, despite it being primary site choice for a lot of people. But... on top of that, it's that general conversation I've had about top floors and how they can restrict you a little bit. You can't layer your defense in the same way. You can't have that top floor. But saying that, they're not playing the top floor, but in that first round, they didn't really layer either. They didn't take advantage of that fact.
Yeah.
So this time, we need to see that top floor presence.
Reading here too, you're usually going to have a train extension right now. You're going to see the Mozzie doing that. Great from the trap operator right now. And what the Azami band does is it really nullifies the piano extension. You have to kind of play for more bathroom freezer control right now. So you're seeing the mirror come out. The Striker's a good pick too because you're able to, the Sentry should I say, you can play lower white here with the C4 like you're seeing Yogg do. And he's probably going to play this hop out on white to stop the people on East Balcony right now. Going to see a lot of Aruni too with the Wamai band.
Has the Nitro ripped and ready to go, just hoping to hear that rappel sound, and as soon as he's given him time to get up and over that balustrade, it will sing on out of the window, see if it can catch anybody. I think Yogg knows that that game is up. There's nobody going to be coming that way, so he dips himself away, looking to challenge onto the drones. Will take away a little bit of utility there, but for the time being, Enterprise all in and around the building where they need to be safely, so we're not going to have any of those early picks coming on through. Love to see the Mozzie drone just being used to get that external view as well there.
Look at the cheese this guy's out of mining with Ask from the piano windows here. This is great because this is breaking the play. C4 out, misses him. Going up red right now with the blitz. I think they're going for a train clear here right now. Yep. Do they think the site's mining? Yeah, they think the site's mining. They don't know it's reading.
They also don't seem to know that they don't have the diffuser in hand. They kind of went running in there into the smoke and was like, we're going to have to go and get that case. So they skip back out and grab a hold of it, but that's still not going to work, boys. You're going to have to keep on. I think they've realised at this point. So they're going to start looking to move through. A bit of the work that they've done is still valuable. That is not ideal, though. Sarks manages to take down Cairo. Blitz gone. Can't get himself another, though. 2 and picks him up 4v4.
Getting the blitz, though, is a good trade right now. This Downing player needs to really play his life. Maybe drop the hatch out. Yeah, unlucky Yogg. 4v3 right now. Good trade back from U4, or Grubby, should I say. Grubby holding top right now. Pass down the piano side. They're very split right now, the defensive side. They need to try to isolate some fights here.
Enterprise going to be doing everything they can to avoid those 1v1s, all 3 of them on the same side of the map, so they can now start working in numbers. We just see a little bit of a rotation actually coming out here. Brendo and Bappen have got themselves back outside of the map. One down towards VIP. Brendo's going to move in from underneath, and then Bappen gets himself back in to join his partner. So they're trying to create a pinch here. They know there's a player on white stairs. They're trying to force some action out of GK here by pushing up these white stairs. Challenge on in towards site. Brilliant play there. It was a long rotate from Brendo. That is so patient from Enterprise. They've taken the foot off the gas a little bit and said, look, we've got plenty of time on the clock. Let's use it. Brendo does a big rotate round to bottom VIP corridor, comes up white stairs and challenges both positions at once. Really nice from Enterprise.
Unlucky too, a little bit of a goofy round to start. Thinking the site was mining, going for a rush plant there. But way to stay composed and make it work here.
Maybe look, maybe they've got a deeper game going on here, Dave. Maybe that was we're gonna go for the fast plant because then they'll think when it is mining, no way they'll do that again. So maybe I don't know. Maybe we see that, maybe if they go in rushing here and plant inside of the smoke, then they've absolutely big brained it. Yeah. But I don't think that'll be the case.
The Valk 2 here, Goyle's gonna be able to stop the Russian side of mining. Again, you're seeing the Sentry right now. The barbed wire C4. Cafe's a huge C4 map, being able to just get opening kills on the windows. The ticket, so window C4 is huge from below right now. the C2 window is a big C4 window too, and then obviously if you're pushing long ball, you have to care for a C4. And basically on the mining side, it's a very deep state win con where you're playing the basement in the late round with the Valk info for the C4. So your top scheme is usually going to be your layer. That's why you're seeing the Cade is to slow the round up. And right now they just to make sure they don't give these opening kills away.
See Ash making the newspapers there before we get on into round 3. Action phase underway here on coveted, and at the minute it is Enterprise 2-0, and they are looking well in control of this one. They are absolutely good value for those couple of rounds that they've been able to pick up so far. They do need to concern themselves with a Valkyrie this time. We know intel being so important. GK maybe feeling that they don't have enough vision of what's going on. They've had the Mozzie playing previously, but now just bolstering that with the Valkyrie as well. Ask manages to pick up Brendo. Big kill as well, taking the buck off the board. They do still have the sledge available, so it's not the end of the world, but it is going to restrict Enterprise a little bit.
And this is what you see too, just fighting for that eastbound control from inside the building, really making sure they cannot get that split pressure on you. Those opening kills really do help the defense side. Now they're going to be layering. Now they're probably not going to give them the kill. You see the Cade coming out on the hatch right now. No breaching for it, so Enterprise on the back foot in this round. Need to play aggressive for kills right here. If they get away with no kills, it's going to be difficult to execute right now. They're going to have to sweep reading here with the vert operators. Look for a pillar drop. Playing a C4-2 on the cigar double. It's just a game, guys. It's just about having these mini plays, how you can get a kill without having to give away your life here.
Just controlling and managing the round really well after getting that opening kill. A minute 30 through the round, we see the super shorty for Jigsaw just going to be starting a little bit of that vertical work. They'll be keen to get Cairo inside as soon as possible. He's currently outside of the map still on that sledge, and as you said, with a man down, they really do need to manipulate and use that verticality as much as they can. Cairo will now be in there and will do exactly that. Opens it up. Tuhan it is who ultimately manages to get the kill onto Ask, but he was in a bad position. Gruby taking damage on the Valkyrie, and GK starting to feel a bit of pressure in this round.
Yeah, that reading fear really got him flustered here. Gonna be a hard end for the round. They have a player lower red right now for the retake. I want to see where EP try to end this. Maybe a downing side end since the wall is soft. Yep, gets another kill from the white side. Usually you want to flex that wall off too so they cannot sit on white and hold their sight cross. In a bad spot for GK here. Might be an Enterprise round here if they end through mining.
4 versus 3, low health on a couple of the side of GK as well. Gruby and Yoga need to be careful of making the most of their hit points wherever possible. Enterprise are in a position to start putting this diffuser down. I don't think there's going to be any effect had from underneath. They know where Yog is. Manages to take him down. Tuhan with the Reaper. 4 versus 2 now. And the fight back is on, but it won't be successful for Upor as he gets taken out. 4 versus 1. Gruby taking damage. Surely a matter of time. Hits a beauty onto Bappen, but we'll get no more as Tuhan is there for the final kill. Enterprise cruising, picking up internationally where they left off in Salt Lake City. 3-0 right now and playing with the smiles on the faces just like they were back in the US.
No, very good rounds from them. Just even they're in a back foot on that round, but they're still stayed calm. They work together. They find the kill. They find where they want to end. They know the win column's below. Yog doesn't have a C4. She's trying to spray below. They're planting in a safe spot. They have the cut. They have the info. It's beautiful right now.
Yeah, great stuff from Enterprise. And this is exactly what they showed us. This is what gained them so many of those neutral fans back in Salt Lake City. A lot of people were backing them, enjoying watching them. And it's exciting siege. It's good siege. They will go through. The fundamentals are always good as well. And right now they have attracted that timeout from GK. Feels like there's a little bit of nerves to me on the GK side as well. They've been better than this in EML. They're not showing us their best right now.
Especially on the layer right there in the reading side. You know they're going to be making the vert. You have to be in a position where the vert gets made. You can get out safely. And honestly too, instead of the Goyle being in there, have your Goyle instead of dining. Have the Valk there ready for a C4. Because he has to sledge the vert. When you sledge a vert, you can't really be too far away from the vert like the Ram or the Buck, so he has to be really on top of the vert so you can maybe bait, have a guy get sledged, you use the C4, it's another opening kill, you play your layer game. I'm not seeing them link up in these mid rounds. They were all really solo right there.
GK going to be looking. I think the message from Shepard here, we often talk about these different types of tactical timeouts that coaches will have. Sometimes it's going to be a strategical, you know, very specific, come in and say what needs to be done, give a blueprint for the next couple of rounds. Sometimes you're going to have those more kind of emotional, mental timeouts where it's about, actually, come on, we need to settle down here. You're getting a little bit carried away with this, you know, don't let the nerves act like they are. They can't control us, and I think we're maybe going to have seen a little bit of that from Shepard. Just imparting, he's been here countless times, just imparting that experience and just, you know, really trying to settle his team down.
Yeah, it's a big thing here.
Round 4 will see us moving back through that rotation. It's going to be reading that they choose to go back to rather than going all the way down to the kitchen. We saw this in round 2. It was the site that Enterprise actually thought was mining and went in for a quick plant inside of the smoke, but were unsuccessful. Still able to get the round 1 though, and right now GK just needs something to get them started.
Exactly. Just need to get their footing into this game, make the attacking side possible here. EP keep going. You said EP was 3-3 here. They're up 3-0 right now. Anything after this, like you said, it's going to be good. Bringing out the gridlock for the flanks. Especially with the gridlock buff, it's really tough to flank on it without the impacts, trying to shoot through them. Very tough. And the Monty C4 playing horizontal right now. They're contesting the top a little bit harder here with the Jaeger starting Shaiko.
Maybe the words coming in from Shepard to get up in the faces of Enterprise and take these fights to them a little bit, make things a little bit less comfortable for them, don't give them so much breathing space. We've spoken a couple of times about how Enterprise have very quickly taken what they've been offered, and GK have been offering an awful lot to them when it's come to map control. Enterprise have certainly been on the better side of that.
Right now.
Yeah, they know that the Jaeger's there, so I think he's going to be finding himself in a tough position pretty quickly.
Trying to sync up right here. See him rotating back. Everybody needs to play his life here. Oh, jeez. It's a nice shot. Dappen's feeling it.
Just looking to get himself another there through into washroom. That creates a little bit of space now, and that's the problem. They've got Jigsaw looking to move in. He is supported by Tuhan at the top of red stairs as well, and that's where it's going to become difficult for GK. But they've not done a bad job on time, at least here. A minute 45 gone out of the round. Enterprise not really in confident control yet. Ask is still up there on the top floor. They're not able to start using that verticality yet. Ubo does manage to take down the sledge as well. That's big, but they do still have the buck on side. Enterprise always doing really well with the redundancies here, making sure they've got that extra bit of utility, and they've got the extra kills as well. Yog is going to be downed. It's all up to Sarks. Tuhan is down on the Blackbeard, but will be recovered. Is there an opportunity? No, I was going to say, is there an opportunity at any point for Sarks to get near his teammate, but there won't be as Bappen finishes him off. And that's now a 1 versus 4 with only 30 seconds left to go. Surely this diffuser should start going down soon.
The Tuhan and Bappen both fragging out right now. Sark's really playing for their rat right now. Info coming on pillar side, should spot him out soon. Ping is going to come out on him. Yep. Gets spotted out. Gonna play the kill here. He's still getting drone, 10 seconds left. Getting live drone with 10 seconds left is gonna put immense pressure on him too. Bombs going down. What a wrap.
Brendo picks up that kill from the top floor, just peeking over next to the bomb chassis, finds his man. He knew he was in and around pillars, manages to get that job done. Enterprise 4-0. It is time for GK to wake up. We came in here touting that this was going to be one of the closest games of the day, and right now it is looking anything but. GK just not at the races, and as I said, from somebody who's watched every single game through EML, this is not what we expect to see from this lineup. They are much better than they are able to show at the minute, so I can only assume that there's a little bit of the nerves of their first match at the Esports World Cup playing a part here, but Enterprise cool, calm, collected, and reaping the rewards right now. 4-0.
They just look on the back foot the whole round, DK. They're not really finding a good spot where they actually want to plant feet, and their teammates aren't really finding ways to help them from below with the C4, so just need them to sync up here. A few rounds could mean all the difference going into the attacking side. If not, gonna flip to Enterprise game right now, guys.
They've managed to get themselves a couple of the entry kills so far. It's 2 and 2 on entry. Sarks and Ask getting the kills in 2 and 3, round 2 and 3. And it's just not really helped them. As you say, Enterprise certainly not rattled by that, able to continue getting up in their faces. Enterprise are just happy to continue executing their game plan. We've spoken about redundancy over the last couple of days where maybe we've seen somebody lose a hard breach and they've got no other hard breach options, for example. That's something that Enterprise seem to do really, really well. Rarely is there an operator that's just absolutely essential. There's always an option. You can see it in the lineup, the plan B. You can see it here. The verticality is going to be important, so they've got the ram and the sledge. There's always that redundancy there. There's always that opportunity to switch things around if they lose somebody unexpectedly.
And this is where the Snake is really good too on the rappels, because you can go around the building and scan the whole floor without having to enter, without having the drone, and you can just collect that info for free here. We're going to be doing a top clear again. Sledge Ram right now, standard issue. Twitch trying to get rid of the flames out of the site. And if they brought the Goyo, no Cade here.
Nothing on the radar.
Switching to the Echo to stop for the plant, so that should be their deep state win con right now. Has one in the pocket. Has one going outside to bake for info for a mini play. Gonna board the big door soon here. Or it might go for a peek.
Impact out.
See if he hops it up.
He's going to have a little look, see if anybody's on rappel. He sees that there is. He's going to go. It's a long run for him to try and find it. Enterprise ready.
Echo drone's gone too.
Managed to get themselves down deep enough that they're not going to be picked up. Again, Enterprise just seem to be a step ahead.
Yeah. He lost an Echo drone too outside the map, so that's going to be big for the late round. Unless he goes out there and picks it up, but I doubt that.
I don't think he's going to be taking that risk. Twitch drone rolls on in, manages to take down the default cam. Enterprise moving a little bit slowly so far. I don't think they'll be too worried. They are starting to take a bit of ground now. We haven't got too much of that verticality going on. I said about the 1 minute 30 mark. We want to see plenty of that sledgehammer doing its work. They are up there. They are getting some of it done now, but they were just slightly behind that pace. And if they don't manage to find that Echo drone, it could be a big, big problem.
But Shern right now scanning for the Echo cams here. Still has one in pocket. Oh, I think he's gonna get it. Yep, one Echo drone left, guys. One Echo drone, 3 smokes here, 1 C4. That's all they have here. Gonna have to make a play through on the plant side. If they keep giving them all the space, gonna be an Enterprise round.
Yogg is still inside of VIP. He's using those Zoto canisters to prevent the push coming down. Last time, Enterprise didn't really challenge onto him directly. They just kind of diverted past him. This time, it looks like it's going to be a bit more aggressive, but Yogg is ready. Manages to flip to the pistol, find the kill. Nitro in hand, Groovy onto 2-hand. 5 versus 3 now. Enterprise need to find a way. They've got in. They're able to start putting this diffuser down. There's an Echo drone to stop them, though. Are they able to find it? I don't think they will. Jigsaw manages to take down Upo. They're going for the plant again. Will they run out of Echo stuns? Yogga manages to find another. The kills come in. Sarks gets the one that matters. Stops the plant, stops the round. And that's going to be the first for GK. Will that be the foundation, the bedrock that they need to build on?
Big round from Yogg right there in VIP. Saw how the 2 rounds they were really able to slow the walk from Bappin and really just give him that chance to get that kill there. And honestly, too, great play on the flank from the smoke, giving them problems on the execute. That's what you have to do, especially if they want to take that surround really slow. You can give them the space, but making sure you're throwing a wrench in their system is all that's needed here.
EK going to be looking to get round 6 as well. The best they can hope for here on defense, of course, being the 2 rounds now. It will be a 4-2 half. Enterprise, they're going to be confident, I'm sure, that they can come in, get this one and take a 5-1 half, which would be an absolute achievement for them coming in, maybe. I think you'd have been looking at this, and like I said, 3 would have been the benchmark, surely. But right now, in serious bonus territory. Not just about the score on the scoreboard for me at the minute, it's the manner in which they've won those rounds. It has been, up until that last round, all Enterprise so far. If we look across the side of GK, the kills are sorely lacking right now. Ruby and Sark, 7 between them, but a couple of those coming out of the last round. Other than that, 1 for Upo, 1 for Ask, 2 for Yogg. Just need to get them into the game a little bit more.
So coming out here, mining again. They don't have the strongest win con from below, no pulse. Usually you see that a lot, so you can actually have that C4 and the shotgun capability up. It's going to be mainly on their mid-floor clear here, or should I say the top floor clear, making sure they give them space, but they don't give them the kills with it here. And they really need to make sure they use these C4s a lot better in this mid-round here. I'm looking towards Yogg and towards Ask to get some C4 kills right now. Bringing out the Lion too to slow down Geeke. He's going to slow down their cheese plays here towards outside of the map. Solos is out of sight too, just to scan for any ISOs. Ruby might go for a rat here. Proning in the shop side here, asking us to play to shoot drones for him. They're going to drone him out. They spot Groovy. I don't know if he knows.
I'm not. The drone went through on its side. It makes me wonder if
maybe they didn't see him.
Maybe they didn't see him because it didn't come back to check. Groovy certainly didn't react to it, so I think he's confident that it hasn't seen him. Sure. Wow. This could be a big mistake coming from Enterprise. If they've allowed Groovy to slip the net here, they really need to hope that surely it saw him that time.
No.
Surely they've got to be aware of his presence. The best they can hope for is that it's the shield that goes in and that they can at least front this up so it's not too much of a surprise. They're not aware of his position. It's too easy, but Groovy misses his... No, he doesn't. I thought he'd missed his opportunity, but he manages to find the kill onto Cairo. The trade is there. Jigsaw takes him down, but the kills continue to rain in for GK. Yupo, Sarks, Ask. I said they needed more kills across the board, and they've done it. They are spreading them around right now. Jigsaw with a second for the round. 1 versus 3. A minute 15 left on the clock, and GK, they're just going to drop away and give him his space.
1v3 clutch right now. Pretty much unwinnable. Better drop pillar right now. Destroys the camera. Info's gone. That's the best chance of winning, is always destroying the info, making the players have to play with you. First fight's going to be on the soul instead of mining right now. Goes passive here, playing the crossfire. It's really good. Walking into a 90-degree crossfire, it's going to be extremely hard. Gonna have to be a miracle round.
And the last thing that they want to do as defenders here is be giving Jigsaw these 1v1s and the opportunity. So really being played well by GK at the minute, not overcommitting to... Oh, beautiful shot though, coming in from Jigsaw, can't back it up with any more. Yupo takes him down, one pump with the shotgun gets the job done, and that is a 4-2 half. GK have really rescued at least a little bit of something at the end there. That was looking like it could have been a 5-1, a 6-0 even, so they've dug deep and they've got themselves back into this.
And the cafe is too, it does lean attacker, so I feel like if anything, that's big they got those last 2 rounds. Really just for their momentum. And you see they were having the Thorn in their side. Luckily it was the Thorn, and that really created the chaos, that misdrone, and it really sped up the push. You see the guy dropping Skylight here trying to refrag. It just allowed everyone else on DK to really activate and play around Grubby.
Yeah, it was a big mistake. It was a big mistake from Enterprise. To be honest, it's probably the first that we've seen. Everything that they've done so far has been on point. Then, you know, you can't punish yourself about it. You just need to forget that, move on. They know that the siege that they're playing so far is good. They're in control of this one. They're going to be confident of that. But, yeah, it's... Fortunately for them, they're not on the attack any longer, so they can't do any more misdroning, but they just need to make sure that they are, you know, trying to build as clear a picture, as complete a picture as they can, checking those corners and not letting anything kind of slip through like that.
And 2, it's very hard, extremely, when you start with momentum and losing a few rounds. You can't really let that affect you going to the next half. You have to be able to keep going, because you kind of have that really fiery start. You get really excited. You're typing a lot in the chat, but then the team that really just stays with the rounds and builds back, that's a dangerous team here. So I'm excited for this next half.
Mag just trying to impart as much knowledge, as much wisdom as he can here, get them all set up, ready for the defense. About 30 seconds left on this half-time timeout. You can see the GK comms very active as well. Plenty for them to talk about, I am sure. If we have a look, I said GK have only played this map once, so it's a little bit tricky to say exactly what they've done previously, but 4 out of 7 attacking rounds when they were attacking on here previously, so they've certainly got a little bit of pedigree to be able to put some rounds in the bank, but we have much more information for the side of Enterprise. I hate to say it to the GK fans out there, but there's a 67% win rate for Enterprise on the defense, so we would have to weigh things in their favor at the moment.
Yes. See the bands coming out. You can't get rid of the mirror. Monzang going. Both 2 good operators to ban. The mirror really hurts the piano extension, the freezer extension here. Usually going to see the cage strats coming out, or if a zombie's going to stay up, the zombie strats. It's going to ban the Wamana, so we're going to see a zombie castle here a lot, probably from Enterprise. A little bit of a ready combo too. Going to start reading right now. Castle, there it is. Mozzie, Val, heavy info, 3 C4s, 1 trap. Should be more of a horizontal extension here with the light layer on the top.
How much value do you see in that ram band there? Not one that we see too often. Of course, you can chuck them in from the outside of the map, so there's a little bit of safety there to get that vertical without having to go in. There's a lot of other vertical options.
Yeah.
You got the sledge, you got the buck, you got the soft breaches. You know, there's a lot of other ways that you can get those angles opened up.
Maybe if GK run it a lot, maybe.
A little bit of a target ban.
A little bit. It's a little bit out there. I feel like there's a lot better ops right now in the game, especially with the Dope, with the Snake, with the Zofia. You know, it doesn't. I feel like Ram's not too oppressive like that.
Okay, then let's get on into it. Round 7, it will be Enterprise on the defense. We're going to have a little bit of a rehost. It looks like we've got a game crash. We'll just wait for the admins to confirm that. There we go, approved. And we'll get everybody out and the game restarted and back in. Looking at this second half, if you're in GK's shoes at this point, you're moving on to the attack, you know Enterprise are good on the defense. Are you already at the stage of let's just take this one round at a time, or are you looking a little bit deeper still? Have you got sort of a plan for the entire half?
It really depends on their game plan, because I feel like if their game plan's well, they will have a plan for the entire half. And if you see in your previous few rounds that if they're changing stuff up, that your game plan will not work, like I said, you will have to make those switches out. But I feel like right now it's a little bit round by round, especially when you're coming back from a game, you're in a deficit, you really have to take it step by step, moment by moment.
Oh, the deal in here, of course, just getting everybody back into the lobby. We always ask this question, who does that help? Who does it hinder? I feel like it gives GK a little bit of something.
Yeah.
It just gives them a bit of breathing space.
Takes the sting out for Enterprise, gets rid of the momentum. It really slows them down.
Just take that, those few moments away from the server. I think it's easy to kind of get lost in the sauce a little bit when it gets to be round after round after round. You can just step back, think about it. You know, what do we need to do with our game here? How can we get this back on track? I feel like now it's one of those moments where I spoke earlier to you when we were covering the wildcard game about, how important is it to have a player like Bay in the team.
Yeah.
In the back of your mind, you're just thinking they're going to pop off at any point. We know they're going to do it. Right now, I feel like that's maybe the moment that GK need. They need a Groovy, they need a Yogg to step up and just, get like 7-8 kills in 2 rounds and just absolutely catapult them back into it.
And I do feel like a wild card for GK is Ask. I feel like when he is playing well, it even makes the other teammates play better, because he really is a live wire inside the comms and inside the game.
Only 2 kills for Ask so far. He's been very, very quiet so far. We've barely said his name at all, to be honest. So, yeah, as you say, getting, that extra little bit of value coming in. If we have a look at the side of Enterprise so far, Cairo's been a little bit quiet. Other than that, Brendo's the lowest on 3, but it's 3, 4, 7, 9 in terms of kills. So everybody just getting involved that little bit more than on the side of GK, who've got Ask and Yogg both down there on 2 kills apiece. And you feel like if they can squeeze that little bit more out of them, it'll put them towards that 100%, and then they can start getting themselves level. Hopefully, we are nearly back into this one now. I can see the lobby coming together piece by piece. We will have you back into the action just as soon as we can do. But right now, I also feel like it's really important, as I often speak about swing rounds. It'll be interesting to get your perspective on this as well, Iconic. Like, I look at some rounds, it depends on the score. It's not always the same rounds, but this I would call a swing round now. We're on a 4-2.
Yeah.
So if the win comes in for Enterprise, it's 5-2. It's a 3-round deficit. You've got a massive cushion. You need 2 rounds to win the game. Whereas if GK can get this win, you're back. It's one round away.
Yeah.
You're in touching distance. How much do you notice those sorts of things as a player?
I feel like yes, because honestly, on the Enterprise side, you're feeling that confidence. You're feeling like you're kind of running away with the game, and now the game's creeping back. You get a little bit nervous. You get a little bit tight. You start to see them not cheering as much, typing as much. You can't really let that stuff affect you. You have to keep your presence the same, winning, losing, tied. You have to have the same mentality no matter what. If you allow them creeping back in the game to creep back into your mindset, it's going to affect you and slow you down, and ultimately let GK back into the game. You see Bappin typing, so they're feeling good, apparently.
I don't think anything will stop Enterprise typing, given what we saw in Salt Lake as well. I think it's going to really take something. They were typing when they were losing. They don't care. They'll still keep going at you. But, as we say, one of those swing rounds coming along then, really important here. We either come out of this 5-2 or 4-3. Very different score lines for both of these sides. Enterprise going to be wanting, of course, to get themselves that little bit of a cushion so they can start pushing forward. They will start their defenses in reading room. team. And a fairly standard lineup, couple of nitros there, 3 across Mute, Mozzie and Valkyrie, so really sending a message there as to what the intention here is. Make it difficult for them to play above, not necessarily by fighting directly into them, but by doing it from below.
Seeing the Hibana coming out too to clear these castles out, the IQ is going to be good too to stop the Valk. Nomad's great just to stop the aggression from the defensive side. The Gridlock too to stop the red flank here. Snake's going to be big info here.
Certainly bringing all the tools that they need on the attack then. There's no excuses there for not having operators, not having utility. We see the aggression from Bappen there. He had his nitro in his hand for a second, but does put it back in his pocket for now. The White Stairs window is opened up. It's not really in an offensive manner so much, more about putting that phantom pressure on just so that they can't play freely around White Stairs, take those rotations up and down, particularly move up them to be able to hit on the flank. It's going to make it much more difficult and dangerous to do so. Maybe something that the GK could use later in the round to catch them out.
Gotta have the lower brown look right now, trying to cut Cower off from falling down the pillar here. Let's see if they can time this one with the drone. Get this opening kill. It's gonna be huge. Watch for this here. Yep. Here it comes. There it is. Great opening kill right now.
Really nice from Sarks there, just getting in, using that intel, and it's a little bit late, Jigsaw, to be looking at the brown stairs now. The damage is done, and he is long gone. Back out of that main door to get himself up towards the roof, onto the rappel at some point, and to start pushing with the rest of his team. Conscious of the run out from reading door, Upor is just trying to play upside down. I suggested they might move somebody onto this White Stairs window a little bit later in the round. They've already got it pre-opened ready. Nitro in hand though, they won't be aware of it necessarily because they won't hear it rip. It goes out too far away to do any damage though.
Trying to cheese back on him right now, trying to get this kill. Unfortunately, to play this very passive. He's peeking in. What a shot from Jigsaw.
Absolutely disgusting stuff. Down on his belly like a snake. He crawls across and finds his man. 4 versus 4. And if GK did not need to lose a death, it was right then. The snake gone as well, so you're losing a lot of intel. The vertical challenge is there, but Jigsaw, he is just gripping a hold of this game at the minute. 4 versus 3.
It's going to be tough here too. No Habanas left to get the hatch open. They're going to be forced into a reading door execute right now. Good strategy here coming up from Enterprise. Plant's going down. Brown retake it to come out here. Need to style through the site side. Stop the brown flank coming through site. Yogg gets off. Out of ammo here. Yogg gets the kill. Yogg gets straight up bombed down. 2v1 right now. They have pillar control. They have laundry control. Gonna back up to 9. Gonna double up. Great play from the Valkyrie here. It'd be almost impossible for Groovy to win it. So retake in top 2. Great win cons coming out from EP. Really playing around them extremely well. 1v1. Wow. Going for the kill. Doesn't have no time. Great round. 5-2. Wow.
Doesn't manage to grab the case on his way past, so no opportunity there for Groovy. The decision has been made, going for kills. And as you say, just a great decision on the side of Enterprise. Recognising with 2v1 here, let's get back upstairs, make sure that we've got that superiority from above. But what a tense moment we had there with that reload coming through. We just, it was like, who's going to get the reload first? Is he, you know, it was just, so close. But Enterprise, they take that swing round, 5-2, confident control now, even after losing the entry. It just doesn't seem to faze them. Jigsaw had 2 huge kills in that round. We've just seen them both back to back, really influential at the moment.
Because the Mute was almost dead to rights there, but Jigsaw came in and saved his teammate there. Great team play there.
Back down to the kitchen we go. It's going to be round 8. It's going to be the first time that we see Enterprise trying to hold on in the basement. Big question for me is, do they get out into the map a little bit more? They benefited from having that freedom, from being able to get in there without being challenged. What are you seeing, Dave?
I think the Mute's going to do a solo roam right now. I see 2 Mute Jammers. Should be able to do a Trojan Horse one where you put 1 fake Mute Jammer down and you keep 1 for yourself. But it looks like he's going back down to the site. Going to put 1 for Small here. Let's see if he keeps 1 for the roam. No, I'm going to put both coat here. Playing for the site side. Okay, no roam. Azami for the bake extend. 2 brown VIP. Ella for the shield play. Warden, standard issue 2, just for any smoke sends or sends counters to Warden, so let's see what they do. Probably opting to do a clean right now. No ram here, so they're bringing the Zoph sledge. I want to see how they use the sense here, if they go VIP side or if they want to just use it for the hatch plant.
You did mention, of course, the Ela, being particularly useful for that VIP hold, and that's the choice that Enterprise have gone for here. They're not going to be playing up against the shield. So as you were saying, sometimes you'll get the Blackbeard, the Blitz, just chasing down those white stairs, getting aggressive onto that white stairs player. That's not going to be the case here, but still, the Ela, I mean, the Scorpion's great at close range, and having those Geschmack mines as well, just to try and hold them back. A long-range challenge. Bappa needs to be very careful he doesn't give himself away.
I'm interested to see why they reinforced that white wall like that, kind of cutting off the angle from Bappa playing inside a VIP here. Playing for a C4, got an opening kill on the front door right now. Another one.
Oh!
Yeah, these shotguns coming out hard. They get the kill on the VIP right now. Walking down to Red Yogg. Gets one, 3v3 right now. Going for the refrag on Coat, running up his red. Oh, wow. See, great team play from the Enterprise, not being afraid to really go for the refrag here. Taking the space back immediately. 3v1 for Sarks right now. 1 nade, 3 Senses left. Gonna be very difficult for him.
It's just exactly like you said. That swing ground, they win it, they 5-2 up, that confidence starts building, and you can see it. You can see the way Kairos just sprinted up those stairs. I'm having the refrag. This is mine. And they will not be moved right now, Enterprise. Sarks, fairly low health, trying to work his way in. He does have Diffuser in hand, and he's got a lot of time on the clock, so there's at least a couple of things there. Utility still in his pocket. He can start trying to do something about this, but you just have the feeling at the minute that Enterprise know how to play this. They sat deeper, they're just tickling damage away from him. Sarks gets himself into a position to bait out the plant, see if he can move Enterprise in a little bit closer, but it's not going to make a difference. Tuhan is there for the final kill, and that leaves us 6-2. GK still not activating here on Cafe, and Enterprise running away with it right now.
Bappa telling them they're shaking right now. Ruby head in hands, not a good sign.
Yeah, Enterprise being Enterprise, shouting across, gesturing, it's all in good spirits. But how much does that affect? Does that down to the individual player? Does that ever really affect it, or do you just not care?
I mean, a lot of the times that would kind of fuel you, seeing someone talk to you like that, it really does allow you to kind of get that revenge, really fire you up in more intense competitors.
Do you feel it when you get, if somebody's, mouthing off and then you get the kill on them in the next round? Is it sit down?
Because even in the grand finals against Dark Zero, in the mid-match breaks too, you're going to the bathroom with these players. So me and Chor would be taking a piss next to each other, and he'd be talking to me about the last map, and I'd be talking to him, and it's all in good spirit, but it's just that competitive edge that really allows you to just take the trash talk and really just want to respond to it. And I feel like the best competitors will use that as fuel, and some of these ones will shut down to it when they hear someone yelling at them. But usually when I hear someone yelling at me, I want to yell right back towards them. Even if we're losing, if we're winning, I'm still talking to them.
That's it. It's every little battle, isn't it?
Yes.
It's fighting for every inch, and it's like if you quieten down, you're kind of letting them win that little battle, and it's like you've got to let them know that you're still in it. But right now, I'm not sure that GK are still in this. They've got 4 rounds to win in a row, and they have not looked on their best so far today, whereas Enterprise are looking fantastic, just like they did in Salt Lake City. I'm sure a lot of the fans are going to be enjoying watching this one, and they're going to be picking up even more of that neutral attention as well that they were so popular last time around. So as we stand 30 seconds into the round, it's going to be a fireplace mining hold, so top floor will be the battleground again for GK as they go in and start trying to take that control.
Rear to be used here to lock off the red flank. Scanning pillar info right now. Capcan coming out. Wow, haven't seen Capcan in a while. The K charge here look like they're going to be giving top off, Kading the hatches here. Capcan goes down. Great opening kill from Sarks. Another one. Let's see if they can capitalize on this here.
Especially with the IQ having been brought along a couple of times as well, you do wonder how much value there's going to be in that Kaid. Obviously, it's going to slow down the intel game a little bit because you maybe have to draw on that little bit extra carefully. You've got to go through, check every doorway, because guess what? If you don't, you're going to end up on about 2 HP. Groovy, who walks through a Capcan trap, lucky not to find himself out of this round. Still 5 versus 4 in favour of GK and starting to take that top floor control now.
Brendo playing lower red right now, securing this control. They're looking to get the train hatch open with the Habana trick right now. Ash should open up this red window just to put pressure inside. He's holding the sight cut right now. Push another Cade for the wow. Brilliant from Yogg here. Ash could maybe get a kill on the Cade rotating through if he's not careful. Let's see how they end this round right now. Got a breach above. 2 C4s left. They need to try to work a kill here. Asmus is across on the side. Finally gets him. Brendo's still lower red here. They're making angles for him in a very bad spot. He's going to take the fight here. Right now in EP, you really have to be aggressive, but not too aggressive to where you give them that kill back instantly. They get that kill back top right here. 1 C4 left for anything inside of train side right now. Let's see what they can put together here.
The big problem for Enterprise right now is that all 4 of GK on full health, and they have time, they have presence to start moving forward and building a little bit of space. Fight comes in, the flash is going to stop it though. The utility used well. Brendo, Bappen both have taken chip damage. 2 versus 4, 15 seconds. Is time going to get the better of GK? Yogg is down right now. Ask has the diffuser in hand. Is he going to start planting at any point? Surely. Sarks manages to get the kill. You pour onto Brendo, and that's going to be GK taking themselves around, and it's 6-3.
Great response right there. Way to stay calm and composed. I could have gotten bad right there.
It gives GK at least something to start building on. Every journey is one step at a time, and this is, you know, obviously I asked that question earlier, like when do you get to that point of, you know, 1 round at a time, and this is that point. You know, they can't look at it here and think about what do we do at 6-5. This is, it's, you know, it's 6-3. We just need to win this next round, and then we worry about everything after that. So right now they're going to be attacking onto Reading Room this time. It was nice from GK. They got themselves a good couple of early kills by holding those rotations, forcing the movement from the defenders, picking them up when they did. And so you feel like that slightly slower approach, using those crossfires, it worked, and it's maybe something that they can double down on.
Yep, going here again to the reading site, looking so like it's going to be a horizontal hard zone right now. We saw they reinforcing the laundry hatch in the late round. Let's see if they do that again. They have the Kate again here. Yeah, 4 C4s too, plus the Denari. Lethal lineup here. Going to bring the Grim outside of the Snake on the backside. The Grim 2 is really good because you can just put the bees in and still establish that pressure while not having to be on the window, exposed to the C4, exposed to the peaks.
10 seconds left.
Nomad coming out again, Sledge coming out for the Vert, no Grim here. Cheeky Denari setup coming out in the bar side if you want to go up observer here. Wow, yeah, it's very nice.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, the action phase underway. And it's going to be Enterprise again. They've got 3 more chances here, but you just know as each one of them slips away, as each round that GK are able to find themselves something, it gets more and more difficult. Saw the drone there, not going to be able to get out and get it for himself, but we'll just have a little bit of a look at where the approach is coming from. I like this aggressive use. It's much like we see from the Echo drones as well. The aggressive use of those Mozzie drones. How about that? Does a ton of damage to Sarks. If he could have got that kill, he takes the Dokkaebi offline as well. That could have been massive.
Oh, we see this Inari setup coming out right now. Feels a little bit Ocean's 11 style. Gonna have to find a way through that. Gonna be nading this pixel shield right now. Just creating that initial pressure into the map, forcing them back into the Freezer extension here.
Bappen's just going to continue holding that long angle from bar storage for the time being. I like how mobile he is in that position. With the setup that they've given him, he can challenge onto kind of new hatch. He can challenge through into piano from 2 different angles. They're never really going to be sure exactly where Bappen is coming from. Nitro does go out onto the window for him. Doesn't connect and do any damage. So we still find ourselves at a 5v5. But Enterprise at this point deciding it's time to drop back, play a little deeper, and they find themselves now still 5 versus 5, half of the round wasted, and doing a pretty good job at the minute. Sarks is going to go for a little waddle in through main stairs, but you get the feeling they're aware of this.
I don't think he knows though. Bappen walking close, Sark's going to hear him. When does Sarks take the advantage here? Lets him deep.
Has he maybe left it just a little bit too long? That's got to be the question. Sarks,
he hits Denari.
Given that he's on so low health, I think that's what's holding Sarks back at the minute. He really doesn't want to over-aggress and take this challenge C4 unless it's a guarantee. Jigsaw picking up Groovy with the explosives. That will create a little bit more breathing room for Enterprise.
Not looking good right now. Sark's frozen. Sarks dies here. Oh, a little body shoot right there too. Going in reading door right now. Could sneak a plan off here. They need good coverage here.
I'm not sure that they're going to prevent this going down.
Wow.
Yogg is going to confirm that 4 versus 3 as Upor manages to pick one from above.
Ooh.
And this could be an uncharacteristic error from Enterprise. They had the round and the map in their hand, but then 2 quick kills come in from GK, and they find themselves now 1v3.
Nice.
Brendo with it all to do. Ask on the final kill, and that was a brilliant opportunity spot from GK.
Yogg in the gap right there, getting the bomb down. No smoke coming out, so you can't really deny that. And they're so far pushed back. And Bappin, he gets to go over Brown, but he was still too far to initiate that retake up Brown to stop the plan. And it came in too late. Yogg got outside the pillar door, went into the power position. And wow, what a round from DK to really pull that one back. Should not have been a round one for them. 3v5, made it work.
And this is probably the point for Enterprise where those thoughts start to creep into their mind of, that's 2 rounds now, and we should have won that one. They'll know that they shouldn't be in this position, that it should be done and dusted. They should be celebrating right now. But instead, they're going to be loading into round 11 here, and they're letting this one get closer than it needs to be. GK are starting to show us a little bit more here. There are glimmers, there are glimpses of the ability that we saw from them in EML. One more round and they are back in touching distance, and the pressure is seriously on Enterprise at that point. It's going to be Kitchen that Enterprise go to try and close this out. We saw them win it back in round 8.
Going to be a quick play, Tim, right now with the Aurora probably through small side with the glass going through Bake here. Taking some pace to Enterprise right now. Let's see how this works out. I do like this though, because it really shows you're still in the game, you're playing, not being afraid to go for a quick call when you're even down. Let's see this here. Getting rid of the Elamine 2 on front door walk. Might be a front door walk too. Let's see what they want to use.
Sox has used that as a point of ingress a number of times now. We've seen him be able to go in there on the IQ, on the Dokkaebi, and at least be left alone for a while, if not go in and get an entry kill as well. Twitch Drone will spot the Azami in behind Bakery counter, which will have been a presumption that they were there, but Twitch Drone instead just going to be left in sight for intel.
Yeah, they're going to close small. Ace is small. They're not going to ace small, I don't think. They might just hop small here. Big tube freeze the door open. Going to go Bake with 3. 4, actually. Heavy front right now. Nading through using the glass nades. Missed both nades. Capital's up too. I feel like the Capital could be so strong for this take. Yeah, that was the main play. They need to rotate smoke. C4's going to come through. C4. Oh, missed the C4. Glass popping shots. Glass is in, but the 2 brow does counter the glass thermal sight. They get an opening kill on Jigsaw the Mute. Opening up this prep wall is going to push Cairo back right now. 2-on needs to relax and make them walk in. They have a great crossfire here.
I feel like Enterprise doing a great job right now of absorbing an awful lot of pressure and utility there. A lot of those smokes have now been used. There's just 1 remaining in Upor's pocket, and so they might have to think of an alternative here, GK. A lot of time has been spent as well. The Selma charge hits the wall. It's not going to start detonating. Yoga onto Cairo. There's the Brown walk. Ask picks up the kill. That's going to leave us now in a 4v2 as Brendo fights back, but it feels like it could be too little too late.
Be careful for Bake here. They have one holding. Nice teamwork there. All left on Brendo Ace. Stuck in coat here. Top shots, dead to VIP, 6-5. It's getting close.
Pressure is now mounting for Enterprise. They had a 4-round advantage that has become a 1-round advantage, and this is more the sort of match we expected. We called this one as going to be the closest of the day, and it's now starting to seem that way. 6-5, Enterprise look like they're going to call the tactical timeout. Mag wants to step in here and try and give them the answers that they've been unable to find so far.
Looking very tense too. You saw Bappin very extremely animated in the beginning of the game. Starting to tense up. You see Tuhon starting to play with his fingers right there. And theirs might be starting to get to them right here. DK really getting into this game.
It's taken them a little while.
Yeah.
It's taken them a little while to settle down, but we're starting to see much better Siege from them. The last 2 or 3 rounds, the problems that have been in front of them, they've dealt with them, but we saw it in that last one. They've had the patience. They haven't gone kind of chasing the game. It's, you know, we've had that confidence in, this is our setup, this is what we're going for. Right there with the glass, they didn't overcommit. They didn't push forward too aggressively, and the kill came. Eventually, Yogg got his man, and it's just about giving the plan time to breathe sometimes, I think.
Because I feel like, too, you can get kind of rushy if the initial play doesn't work, where you do the double nade, you don't get a kill back, and then they really allowed just the round to really manifest for them here. Let's see, going reading again. Malusi, they have the Pulse, they have the Azami here. Thorn, good off lineup right now. They might go for a little bit of a harder contest on the top floor and use the Pulse to play C4s and info on the East Valk right now.
I think
they've been giving him so much space on the reading.
Yeah.
They're going to try to take it away from them here.
I think it's really important to point out here, obviously earlier, you know, when they were really struggling, GK, I commented on how quiet Ask and Yogg had been. They were on 2 kills apiece, really struggling to get into the game. Look at the situation now. 7 for Ask, 6 for Yogg, 9, 7, 8. Everybody on GK now is up and running, is firing. If you look across at the side of Enterprise, it's almost a flip reversal. You've got Cairo still struggling on 3, not really getting himself into the game. Brendo on 6 there, so you've definitely kind of got 2 sides of the team on Enterprise. And right now, that team play from GK, that ability to facilitate asking Yogg, get them into the game, allow them to start getting them kills, has given them that extra 10% that now sees them winning 3 rounds in a row to get themselves back into this one. One more will see us going to overtime.
And most of Bappin's kills came too in the early rounds, so he's really gone quiet over the last few rounds here. Trying to play for a cheese play in piano. Does he get drone? Pulse was feeding him this info on who's on his repels. There's a DMR2 to shred all of his Kiba barriers. Gonna be troublesome for him playing. Used to call this the mark spot, all the way back on Old Cafe. Gonna be playing very aggressive right now. Also, too, when that repel on is their ace, you cannot hop out on the window. It blocks the hop out. They need to find a way to help Bappin here, unless they're gonna get this opening kill. Jigsaw trying to rotate right now. Nade goes out, peeking the upside down repel here. Oh no, flashes come out.
Asking for trouble, surely. So difficult to fight those upside down repels on the reverse. Look at the amount of pressure that Bappin's absorbing. He's taken a ton of damage, but he's wasted a minute and a half before they're able to deal with him. GK, they're going to be a little bit shorter on time than they might like, but they do get an opener elsewhere. Effectively, 4 versus 3 as Sarks is down as well.
Yes, but Sarks should be in a resible spot here. Can we see where he is? Looks like he's outside of...
Yeah, he's outside, just outside of the main door, I think. So, yeah, he's safe. It's just whether they can get somebody over there in time.
Slow the round here and get him up. Pulsing this information right now. Still holding the top here. They need to try to play for a C4 off of this top clear. They can't keep conceding too much space. No one on the rappel. Pick that back up. Swinging in to take stage here. 6 pellets left for the hatch. Hatch is soft. Walking the top. Gets a nice kill. Just out of sync from Enterprise. Playing extremely solo. Not really finding much effect from the timeout here.
No, I think we're starting to see that pressure mount on them now. Jigsaw gets one, but it still feels like it could be impactless. Sarks did get collected elsewhere. Yupo was able to drop down and get him. Yogg is going for the plant. There's absolutely nothing that Enterprise can do. They're going to have to try and play for a 2-man retake here. Make it 1-man as Yupo takes down Jigsaw, and this is definitely much more of the GK that we have come to expect over the last month or 2. They are playing as a team now. They have got themselves moving. Nitro goes out. It's just a sort of throwing hope there from Tuhan, but there is not enough hope in the world to get a kill out of that one. He does pick up Ask on the Reaper. 1 versus 3 now from a 1 versus 4, but it's unlikely we're going to be seeing much more. Enterprise still trying to get in the chat, but you feel that it's all bravado at the minute. They're just trying to convince themselves more than anybody else, I think. They know they've lost 4 rounds in a row. They know that this one is done, and they know, Dave, that we're going to overtime.
I mean, just what a What rounds from DK? Really showing the composure, down 6-3. I can hear Ask yelling too at the team, you know. Even though he's typing, I feel like, again, at LAN, why are we typing? I feel like you're right across from your opponent. Let them hear your voice.
Let them know
and looking
about
at the faces right now, look at Cairo, very detached right now. Jeez. Going to be a tough OT here.
Interested to see who is on which starting side. I can tell you that it is Enterprise will be starting on the defense.
Ooh.
And that doesn't really suit them, considering that they've just lost 4 defenses in a row. That's now got to be a tough one.
The one thing I see too, even after that timeout, they're just so separated.
Yeah.
If Bappin's playing close on the piano windows, you need that pulse trying to stop the people on the rappel. You need someone going outside a bakery door. You need someone peeking the white rappel. So if that guy is on that rappel upside down, you're trying to stop him, trying to get a kill, trying to make a trade happen. But it's just so uncoordinated from them here. Even on the top floor, you still have the pulse to be able to play inside a site to C4. Grubby walking long bar. It's just a 1v1 between him and Brendo. Grubby walks up, takes the kill. Just need to see more from Enterprise right now. Talk is cheap. It's all about action here.
It certainly is. It certainly is. And we'll see who is able to get themselves this one done. The best of 3 rounds now on Cafe. Enterprise will start off on the defense and they will go to Fireplace and Mining. We've got one of those laser setups, like you said. It's going to take some serious moves to get through there, unless they're able to pop a few of those trip connectors and start breaking that web up.
So you see Solus now below scanning. That's another element they're adding to play for the runouts here to try to break that push here. They might have info on him. No, they're just checking to see if the window's double hit. Grubby better be playing the top. Gonna have to care for the runouts here, but they have it running the Nomad forward, so they should be good here.
Gonna open up that piano window then. Drones go in, and as you say, GK really just paying their due diligence, just making sure that they're not going to get hit for an easy kill. They know that Enterprise might just go and try and cheese themselves a little bit of a start in the round. They don't want to give them anything for free here, and they've done a great job of not doing. Like I said, it just really feels like in the last 6 rounds or so, particularly that second half, GK have really activated. They've switched on, they've locked in, and we're starting to see a much better game from them. A little bit of a run out here, but Ask is ready for it. There's the down. There's the kill. Beautiful play from GK.
Beautiful. And because he sees the Nomad charge, he just needs to be better than that. Now they're really on the back foot. It's all on the pulse here for the information. Need to try to get a kill on the East Balcony with a C4 here. Should not get much on the piano side. Gonna be going deep solo. Gets one. Wow. Great kill. Going to the white window. Should have his cut. Still 1C1, still 1 in the bathroom, 2 horizontal side right now. DK need to pick where they want to go for. Y'all gonna be walking cigar shop here. 1 repelling in stage. It's all on Bappin. Pulsing flipper low. They know he's pushing. Kara gets another kill here. Kara 1 HP, 1 hopping out. Walking the bar, sees 1. Bappin with another. Up white. Ask with 2. Rounds back in control right now. Kara 1 HP. They could put a call on Kara lower white right now. I don't think he's answered the phone yet. They do have a spot. He is the one he has tracked right now. Gonna be rotating lower red. 1 C4. Call goes out. They should play to isolate Tuhan right now.
You did say earlier that Ask can be one of those superstar players that can really deliver in the big moments for his team, and we felt that GK just needed that little bit of impetus, that little bit of input from somebody like him, and he gets himself onto 10 kills with a big double that's brought him back into this round. But Cairo will shut him down. It's all up to Sarks, another capable player, but look at his health. He's got about 30 HP to his name, doesn't have diffuser in hand, has to play for the kills. Cairo picks him up. He's been quiet up to this point, but comes online in that round when his team need him. Enterprise get themselves the defense that they sorely needed for the last 4 rounds. They do it 1 round too late, and now they need to find another.
Very good round from them. Really just seeing them get aggressive right there. Bappin getting aggressive, Cairo getting outside the map, playing for those trade games. It got a little bit dangerous there in the mid round, but they found a way to get that out. This was a big kill there.
Just this from us, just allowed to walk across that top floor there, and the reaction with Bappin coming through the rotate. Beautiful stuff from him, but not quite enough to get the round for his team. This one at the minute is absolutely anybody's, but Enterprise do move on to the attacking half now. They did overturn the advantage that GK had, given that they'd won 4 attacks in a row, and now Enterprise, they won 4 themselves, and they're going to get the opportunity. They will be attacking onto Kitchen. If we have a look, it was 50-50. We saw it played twice. GK won it once on the defense. Enterprise won it once on the attack. What I would say is that GK won it much later. They won it in round 5. It was the first round that Enterprise won, and GK, they just didn't look like the same team back there in round 1 and 2.
Yeah.
So now that they've got themselves activated a little bit more, I think we're going to see something a little bit more similar to maybe what we saw in round 5, where they won this site. It was the Tubarão, the Yogg holding onto VIP that really won it out for them. I think we're going to see a much more difficult attack for Enterprise.
Bringing out the Thatcher right now, bringing out the IQ combo too to really spot the Echo Cams here. They're going to deal with their win con for late. They need to try to make a play to break this push early. I think that's what the Pulse is going to be really good for here with the C4 shotgun capability. Standard issue top take coming out from EP starting it. Habana going to the roof, getting the hatches here. Going to get the ram in to make the vert. Drone's coming through piano side right now. It's going to be a very slow round here. Let's see it.
I think that the nerves start to take a toll on the pace of the rounds, don't they? As you get this deep in, nobody kind of almost start playing not to lose rather than playing to win. Nobody wants to get aggressive. Nobody wants to be the player that dives in and takes that entry death and puts their team in a bad spot, especially if you're on the side of GK right now. Enterprise, of course, with 2 opportunities to get this 1-1. Despite that wobble that they've had at the second half of this game, they do still have a good chance to close it out and to proceed in the upper bracket here at the Esports World Cup. Ram will get in. Boogie Drone doing its job from above, opening up that verticality, but we see the impact nade come out, and that's just going to take out the Boogie Drone and slow it in its tracks.
1 Echo Cam gone.
Sledge getting to work now at the 1:30 mark, so they bang on time here, a little ahead if anything, with that first Boogie Drone having already gone down. So Enterprise doing some good work. They haven't got the hatch open yet, but the X-Kairos pellets are activated and will close it out, but I'm still looking at that same position. It's Yogg, it's VIP, it's the Tubarão. I'm looking at what's the plan here. What's the plan for Enterprise? They didn't deal with it last time. How are they going to make sure that that doesn't become an issue this time? They've got 2 nades from Jigsaw. Do they maybe bounce them around the corner? Do they look at using them in some way to be able to hold Yogg at bay?
Look like they're eyeing for just a site execute here, Tim. Especially with the Thatcher, IQ trying to get rid of these Echo Drones, and their Thatcher and the Echo Drone too. Going for the, great C4!
Yogg from that position, able to deny the push. I'd said that it was my concern throughout. Enterprise were less worried about it than I, but they should have been a little bit more. The Zoto canister comes out to try and stop that push onto him that we've seen previously. And again, Yogg is doing a great job here at just holding back the tide. There's going to be a little bit of a wander down Brown Stairs, but Brendo has got into a position to put the diffuser down. Groovy, however, stops it. 5 versus 3 now. GK holding on and looking to take us to that 15th round. It's retake time for Enterprise.
Walking through right now, low time, no chance. And Tim, it was really down to Enterprise. They really kind of let that round slip because even if you're in that spot to get the bomb down, you need your players on the vert covering. You see another player dropping the hatch. There's no need to drop the hatch. You already have a person on white. You need to make sure you hold the coffee double door where Groovy was able to vault through, stop the plant, and then prone and waste even more time off of the flames here. And you saw that they usually brought the Twitch drone in to be able to clear those flames early. They weren't able to clear those flames. They didn't use a nade for the flames, so it really allowed them to stall in the late round right there. And a great C4 from Yogg being able to break that initial play.
Yeah, really nice defense. We see, all the utility that was thrown at Yogg there, but they still didn't get that kill onto him. He was still able to find the nitro, really break, the back of that attack before it really started to get established.
They just went bar. How do you feel about that?
I'll tell you what, I feel nervous. I feel nervous for Enterprise. We have not seen a top floor site yet in 14 rounds, and Enterprise choose to go there now. I can tell you from over the last, I can't tell you the exact numbers right at this second, but over the last 2 or 3 years, this site has never got above 50% win rate for the defenders. I can tell you that now because I've watched it avidly, and It's a risk. It's a risk. But look, maybe it catches GK a little bit off guard.
Yeah.
It's not part of the rotation. It's not something they're going to be expecting. So now GK are having to plan. They're having to think about this quickly.
Right now, too, Cena Soul is coming out. The Cade, too. Going to be good for the walls. The Thorn. I would like to see a zombie here because this site is just so... It's so passive for the attacker because you can really just be able to be outside the map and really just stall time. Looking to Cade the red wall from up... It's a little bit questionable. Okay, they're going to not put the Cade down. It's good. Going to Cade freeze the walls here, probably.
Wall's done.
Yeah. You can kind of nade that. They have ADS and Freezer protecting it. Let's see. Probably going to be a C1 clear right now. Seeing 4 sets of nades coming out. Most of the ADSs are for the bar side too. This could get tricky right now. Ace coming out too. Going to be one of the best ops to be able to get this range breach off. Got rid of ADS too. Wow. Big.
Nearly didn't get away with that.
Didn't get the ADS though. Didn't get the ADS. He blocked it.
I think he did. He just managed to body block it, and it was, you know, we saw the shot land on the Jaeger's leg. We can see on his player card the little bit of damage that Cairo took, but it's taken and kept some really important utility online there. It's going to enable him to stay in that position, so good stuff from Enterprise by Loco management. It doesn't really matter. The outcome is the same, and it means that the Jaeger stays in position, but he's going to wish that he hadn't. The flashes come in, and Uport gets the tight angle from Skylight, and there's the entry.
Now it's so difficult, too, because you have your solos below, 3 people on the site. You're forced to really make a play right now. If it goes 5v3, it could get bad. Oh. Good trade back. Good to be on the solos below here, if they have that info or not on Jigsaw.
Brando getting Enterprise back into
They have a
things.
reading cam. They don't have a pillar cam right now, so there's no info.
At least a little. 4 versus 3. GK need to not get dragged into rushing through this. They've got a couple of kills. They don't need to get overly aggressive, but they take the opportunity presented. Ask gets the kill onto Bap, and they can smell blood in the water now. They know they're like sharks circling. They want this match. They were 6-2 down, but here comes the jump out. Big play as Jigsaw just launches himself out of white window. The fight is on. Brendo gets one. 2v2, but Ask is the hero that they were asking for. 2v1 right now. He's going to be getting the plant down, but the Solus is underneath. This could be the win condition. He has to move away. They can't find the kill. Jigsaw, he's going to go back to it again. He has to just shoot through the floor. He will manage to land some shots, but Ask is going for it again. Yoga downstairs gets the kill, and GK
Look at the emotion.
From 6-2
Look
down.
at the emotion.
They fight their way back in
This is
and
Siege.
win it in round 15.
This is EWC.
This is Siege.
Wow.
Every player out of their chairs celebrating. Unbelievable scenes. Enterprise, they're going to be kicking themselves. They had 4 rounds to close out Cafe, and they couldn't get it done. There wasn't enough chat. There wasn't enough shouting to get that one over the line, and GK had all the response.
Tim, you said it. Don't go bar. And they went bar 7-7. Oh, my gosh.
I mean, look, far be it from me to say, but I've been saying it for years. Stop playing bar.
If only somebody would listen. Every player out of their seat, and rightfully so. What a comeback from GK we see here. It took them 15 rounds, but they get it done. A super important round in overtime. We saw a very attacker-favorite Cafe.
Yeah.
Also in overtime, everybody knows how to defend. And then with that final round, they get the entry, they get the information, they get what they need to do. And GK, they say in the upper bracket, they have an extra life. Incredible.
I mean, that's Siege right there. Such a big game, too.
That's what we tune in
Going
for.
into a qualification game, best of 3 versus an elimination game, best of 3, especially off of this type of loss, you know that's going to get in the Enterprise head. Looking at the players, too, we're just really stunned even. Looking at Brendo, just what a game.
This is exactly why we tune in, and even in that last round, it was almost as if that last round just was kind of a miniature version of the entire game.
Yes.
It was one team in the lead.
Yeah.
Oh, they've come back. Oh, it's 2v2, and it's right down to the wire. It just encapsulated it so brilliantly. We see the highlights coming out. There was so many moments throughout that game. Nice shots that were hit. Great team play from both sides. Ultimately, GK, they dug deep, and I'm impressed.
Yeah.
They continue to impress me. They were the mystery team in EML. They came in here. It was a slow, nervous, shaky start from them, but they have found their feet. Shepard, I've no doubt, helped at the tactical timeout and at halftime, and they've got it overturned. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, this is a slow start for them here. I mean, of course, for EP, what are you going to do if you're GK? If those players, 9-1, whatever. Even at that point, Jigsaw hadn't even gotten a kill yet, but it wasn't even necessary. EP had a great start to this game. They were talking. They were getting very vocal, not just in the chat, but also, with their emotions, with their signals towards the enemy team there. And then for GK, when they were starting this comeback, it almost felt like they weren't believing in it themselves. Like they were not super motivated towards each other. It seemed like even if they were getting these rounds, Groovy still had his hands in his head. It looked a bit rough, but then for them to have this mental resilience to bring it back to overtime and to win out these super important rounds there is something that'll really help them once they start getting to the best of threes.
Of course. And two, I feel like that last round also, we were speaking about Ask, that 1v1 between Ask and Brendo was really the round. I felt like being able, if you get that kill, it gives Jigsaw some more time to get up top. But once Jigsaw puts himself outside the map, it starts a timer of, okay, we have to kill Brendo inside the site. And it really forced out 2v1 here. Just what a game, honestly. Great composure for both teams.
Yeah, that's exactly what we love to see. Both of them have turned up. They've both had great passages of play. Enterprise, I'm sure, are going to go away and ask questions of themselves. They need to not be too hard. There are plenty of good moments for them to take away from that game. If they can play like they did for the first 6 rounds, the first 8 rounds, they'll be absolutely fine. They're going to get wins at this tournament, but they just have to deal with getting it over the line. Sometimes it's about clinching the games. You can win every round you want, but if you don't win the one that matters, you're going to go home in the end.
Ask is so animated, letting them know, yes, because they were talking so much. They were saying, they were shaking, and I feel like, too, it's not how you start, again, it's how you finish, and really being able to get their footing back in the game is big.
I love to see certain emotions coming out from players. It really shows on their faces how much it means to them.
Yeah.
And for GK, they say in the upper bracket is absolutely huge to them. We get to send it down to Lexing on the stage. He's going to ask some questions about how he feels after this game.
Thank you guys on the desk. And I agree, Iconic. It's not about how you start. It's about how you finish. And Ask, you guys had to fight tooth and nail for this, especially from that being down 2-6 comeback. How are you feeling right now?
Bro, to be honest, right now, I'm feeling so great. But on the match, I was joking with the boys, I think on the EML or Belgium Masters, we did some crazy comeback on Cafe also. And I just make a joke guys, we already make one bigger comeback, so why not again? And we end up to show some good mentality right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I want to talk about, obviously, this being your first introduction into EWC, having a match like this. Do you feel this is the match that you want to push yourself going into tomorrow against the likes of Furia?
Yeah, definitely. To be honest, we end up show a lot of info, but it's fine. We already know what the people are doing here. But I think it's fine. But I think it's good for the mentality, resilience for the tournament.
Absolutely. I want to talk about that comeback, actually, the 2-6. What was Groovy saying to you guys throughout each and every single round just to make sure, talking about that resilience, staying composed to get over the line?
Yeah, basically, Groovy, to be honest, he's our ag.al, and he's keep our composure, so guys, chilling, let's go for the execute, Enterprise, playing always for the execute, retake, walking up the stairs. We already know that, but we're kind of miss some steps in the middle of the rounds, and Groovy just be calm, calm the players, and yeah, that's it. Groovy was really important.
All right, well, last thing before I let you go and let you celebrate with the team, you guys have Furia tomorrow, your Brazilian brethren. Is there anything you want to say going into that match?
Bro, I think let's have some fun, my friends for Brazil, let's have some fun. We're probably going to play Chalet again, so let's go.
All right, well, we already got to look into it. Probably Chalet. It's going to have some fun. Ask and the boys on GK, what a performance from them. One game away separates them from getting into playoffs. That's it for us down here for the day. I'll send you back to the desk for one last breakdown.
Getting some spoilers for the game for tomorrow as well, of course, going up against his Brazilian brethren in that match. So tomorrow we'll be going into the upper brackets. We're qualifying teams.
Yeah.
It's only the second day of groups, so we're already going to do that. It's a very positive thought as well to have.
It's rattling along really, really quickly. I mean, we've been spoilt with some great Siege today. We get back into the best of threes tomorrow. I just want to say what I love about that interview, by the way, particularly Ask's demeanour coming into it. He was stood there with the biggest smile on his face, waiting for Laxing to talk to him. It was like, he couldn't stop grinning. He was like, yeah, ask me your questions, come on. And I love that from GK, and I'm sure that's going to attract a lot of fans to enjoying watching them play. Because when somebody's enjoying it, it's fun to watch as well. Great stuff from them. What an attitude. Brilliant stuff.
And really nice to see respects given to his ag.al. Obviously, you know, they couldn't do it without Groovy, but it was everyone really stepping up, really Yogg coming in for the play at some rounds, and really just calling it, and it was an amazing time to see them play, to really see them start out slow and really find their footing back. And I feel like Enterprise too, they showed a lot of great things. They just need to finally get that final step over the line, but I feel like that is oftentimes the hardest thing we're seeing in this tournament. So many teams getting to that match point and letting these teams back into the game, and I think they just need to figure out really how to end it and just close the door on these teams.
It's the difference that we've seen with the great teams. We said it earlier for Wildcard. They got a match point, and what happened? It was done. It was out, sorted, on to the next one. And that's the big difference between great teams and good teams. Clinching out games is one of the most important skills you can have.
It means there is still opportunities for a lot of teams tomorrow, especially inside of that upper bracket. We've seen all kinds of chaos here on the first day of groups. We got a 7-0. We got all 15 rounds. We're going to get way more of that with our best of threes tomorrow as we qualify teams to the playoffs. That is the most important thing to tune back in for tomorrow. For now, we're going to send you over to the STC highlights of the day. Thank you so much for watching.